Hello, hello. Um, I need to send this to Jay.
Hey, lovelies.
Yeah, we were just on under Cuban and she got banned for nudity. These fucking people are so
For
freaking soft.
what? What is she? Oh, what was she
Nothing.
wearing? I mean,
Just
I'm
no,
just
just tank
asking.
top. Just getting spam reported. Like that's all it is. Yeah,
So
welcome back,
I got that
Carissa.
one
Holy
time on
shit.
a video. You might not know the sound, but the sound is Beyonce. She has a song where she goes, "She might start at only F's." Get what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep.
And so I did it, and I had on a tank top. Hey, Kaylee. I had on a tank top, and I was like the most covered person on that sound, and I got reported for the same
I
thing.
mean, I just talked to her on the phone before I went back live because I was in with her, and it's like it's
Hey, Daph.
people are just butt hurt. That's all it is. People get butt hurt and they get their feelings hurt, and so they just mass report, which is sad because I thought they were the ones that the whole we're the snowflakes, but yet it's them. Like it's ridiculous.
Well, did you see everything I put on my car? Because I posted it on
Yes, I
TikTok.
did. Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I liked it when I saw it earlier today. I
See,
saw it
I
at the
thought you
pool.
did, but yeah, so, it's ironic. Democrats are trying to take away our rights. But who's
Yeah,
taking away
it's
rights right now?
yeah, it's frustrating, and it's really frustrating just to try to have the conversation and then the person gets banned. Like I don't want to have to host it every night, but it's like,
Yeah.
are your facts are refused? Thank you. Nobody say anything
Oh, so
wrong.
did I
She
did
was.
Discord correctly?
I
By the
haven't
way, before I
looked.
forget to ask.
I haven't looked. I will though. I will
Oh,
look. Um. Oh my
okay.
God, Nat. Thank you. What's up, Nat? I didn't even know you were in here. Holy
Hey,
shit.
Nat.
No, nobody said anything. They just reported her for nudity, which is really fucking weird. So,
She had a tank
um,
top on.
yeah. What's up, Nat? Miss you and your sister's lives. I've been doing this like every
Well,
night.
that's also the party that when they see women at the beach, depending on how far religious they are, they will verbally start attacking the woman. Put some clothes on. Like, dude, you're
Yeah.
at a beach. You know what? If you don't want to see it, like, don't go home and like if you have to think about kids, blah blah blah, then take kids home. Buy a pool.
Yeah. Where is Jay at? Because like she was in mine.
Ooh, Nate loves you.
Oh, it's Natalie. Her and her sister do the
Oh, not.
battles and the rankings, and I'm mods for them.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
they're two of my favorite people on the planet. It's her and her sister do it.
Thanks,
Oh my God,
Nats.
Nat.
Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. It was just weird. Like we were up for like maybe 5 minutes, and then what's up, Jess? And
Hey,
then yeah,
Jamal.
which Jamal do we
The
have?
Jamal
Oh,
we
oh
like.
yes,
The one we like. The good
yes,
Jamal.
Jamal. Jamal, I need to create. Jamal, I've created a Jamal account, but oh Nat, you're good. You all go for Nat. Go for the rankings with Lauren, man. You all go for the rankings again. Go for it.
Let's
Jamal,
see
I
what
need to
it
I need to
is.
create. Well, I've created a Jamal account, but I haven't done anything with it yet. I need to know which Jamal to talk to let them know that I have the account. Yeah, the one that's in here is a good Jamal. I just need to know which Jamal to
What
reach
is
out
the bad
to.
Jamal's name? I forget. I just know it's Jamal something with crosses as his picture.
Yeah. What's wrong with states deciding? Because it's a health issue. Why do you care? Jamal for abortions? Okay. Um, no,
Yeah,
Jamal for Jesus is the one that they always started
that starts
going
all the drama.
after. Like that's why they started this was just to troll him. But now there's so many of them that it's hilarious and awesome. Hey,
Okay.
Jay, I know you were wanting to come in. We were trying to talk about something. Jay, we were talking about those two laws earlier, and then is anybody in here a debate by chance? Anybody? Because I know Narissa's not, Daphne's not, Kaylee's not. Mr.
Slayer,
Disgruntled.
is he?
Yeah, I don't know. If you're a debate, say it in the chat.
Hey, Jay.
Hey,
What's up, lady? So, did
did,
you hear the explanation on the difference in the Good Samaritan versus the right to act laws I found,
I did. I
or duty
did.
to act?
I
Yeah,
coming into
go ahead.
Jay, there?
Jay, you still there?
Jay.
okay.
There,
I
I
was just
hear
coming in
you.
to say what I was saying was the bystander effect. Yeah, I'm here now.
Oh, bystander effect. I looked up bystander law. Bystander effect. Okay.
That's what Cuban was talking about.
Yeah, so it's weird because
Yeah,
like there are no actual laws around bystander, especially here in Oklahoma. You don't have to do anything, but yet the right to act law says that you, or sorry, the duty to act law says that you do. So I need to dig into that more because that's really interesting.
So wait, is that in Oklahoma or is that just in
Well,
Texas?
no, so it pulled up Oklahoma for me because I think I'm here. So then I scrolled down to what is the bystander law, and it says that the bystander law is no, sorry, yeah, where am I at? Hold on. Okay, so the Good Samaritan law is the bystander law.
Jay's backing out and then she's coming back. She said she had a phone
Okay,
call, that's why we couldn't hear her. And it was
gotcha.
echoing.
That'll do it.
I kinda had heard it, but I wasn't sure.
Um, Mr. Disgruntled, are you wanting to debate something, or are you on our side? Just curious.
So
So the good
random, because I'm assuming that's
byst.
how you say your username. It's not just about that. Think of all the women now who, if they have miscarriages because there's no excuses, um, they will have to go through and still carry a not alive fetus inside of them. Like,
right.
there's so much more to it. There is so much more to it. And these lawmakers are just clueless.
Absolutely clueless.
If I have an ectopical pregnancy, my kids will be orphans. Red
Yeah,
pill, you are clueless because that is very true, especially in
that's a
Oklahoma.
fat lie. It's absolute truth.
What's a
Well,
fat lie?
medical emergencies are not included. There's no exclusions.
Why do you keep just spamming lies? Jesus Christ.
Oh,
What's
my
up, buddy?
head. How's it going?
I guess they're supposed to be telling us about our own state where we live.
I'm gonna get a
Sounds a
half.
bit extreme. Well, that's what it is.
And there's so many of them. What do we have? Like 10 states left, 8 states left that don't have trigger laws, that don't have something coming into effect.
21 have trigger laws. Oklahoma banned it on the day of. We banned it at
In
3:30 Friday
45 minutes.
afternoon.
What is
Um,
trigger law? I'm sorry.
Trigger
Where
laws are
they
laws that were written, like written up legislation that would go into effect that they could vote on if the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So, meaning that Roe v. Wade would trigger that law being put before the legislature. So, in Oklahoma, they had it written, they had it ready. Friday morning, Roe overturn or Supreme Court overturns Roe. At 3:30 Friday afternoon, we passed our bill into law that was a complete ban on abortion. So they call it a trigger law, meaning that they couldn't pass it before because it was unconstitutional. Now they can. So it was just sitting there waiting. And then the minute that Roe got overturned, you can go out there and put the bill before the legislature, vote on it, and pass it into law.
Road Rebel, have you joined the Discord yet?
Can I smoke your live?
I mean,
I mean, I
I
have
would
some in my state too, but
if
nobody's
I
going
were
to make
you,
it
I
here.
would just do it off screen so that you don't get banned. Because
That's
like
why I
I
have my
vape,
camera off.
yeah, I vape and I just lean over because TikTok is weird about that.
So you
Yeah.
asked if I was here to debate. I'm kind of here for both. Um, this pro-choice versus forced birth, it's ridiculous. Okay, I am for. You might not agree, but I'm for not allowing abortion. Not necessary, but to get rid
Okay,
of
Rebel.
abortion. Oh, huh?
Oh, I was answering a comment. I
Oh,
have my phone on the charger, so I'm like looking at it from a distance, and I'm not trying. Like I'm trying to let it charge and talk to you guys.
but to get rid of abortions is ridiculous. There's only
Well,
the medical
because
need.
well, and it won't actually get rid of them, which is what I keep trying to explain to the
It,
pro-lifers. Is it's not going to go away. It's just going to make it
Right.
harder and more dangerous, and that's what I really worry about. That because it wasn't something that didn't happen
Thanks,
before
guys.
'73. It did happen before '73. It's just it was done in an
Mm-hmm.
unsafe way. Then we had a law that allowed it to be done in a safe way. States argued over the number of weeks or whatever, but Roe wasn't even a law, really. So I think what people fail to understand is people sued at a state level, went to state Supreme Courts, worked it to the highest court in the land, and all Roe did was say, hey, you can't interfere in this because they ruled it under the 14th Amendment under the Privacy Act. It's the same amendment that HIPAA is done under, gay marriage is done under, interracial marriage is done under, birth control is done under, contraceptives is done under. All these are done under the 14th
Brown versus
privacy.
Board of Education.
Yeah, so there's a lot of other things that I think people are forgetting that could come up because if we say, okay, well, abortion topples, then what else topples? And Clarence Thomas
Yep.
mentioned 3 cases. The contraceptive case, which is for heterosexual couples getting contraceptives to plan their pregnancies. Sodomy, which I had to look up, and I'm going to try to say this so I don't get banned, schmanal and schmoral sex between consenting adults, which would then be now made illegal, and gay marriage. Those are the 3 that he said he wanted the court to go back and also revisit under the 14th, meaning revisit by strike down. So we could be in a place within a year where there are certain acts we can't do in the bedroom. Couples can't use contraceptives, no birth control, no IUDs, no whatever, and also gay marriage could be completely illegal.
I just got out of the military. All that stuff is illegal. If it was protected by the Constitution until now, all that stuff was illegal for you to do while you're in the military. You were only limited to one position that was legal.
That's insane. Yeah. It's
Wait, what?
I thought they changed that.
Well, hold on.
I thought they changed that.
What?
US UMCJ.
No. I thought they changed that.
And that's
Oh my God.
I just got
out. That did used to be. I thought they changed that though.
They may have, but
they said
I think they changed that. It did used to be that way before Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and then after Don't Ask, Don't Tell, they had to make some changes. But disgruntled vet, do you know what things have been the most effective in limiting or reducing abortions? It's not the ban.
Ma'am.
Education.
Mm-hmm.
So educating children, access to birth control, which requires access to medical care, right? Access to insurance, and reducing poverty. Those are the 3 things. So what's happened is that every time Democrats have been in control, birth control rates not birth control, but abortion rates go down.
Hey, y'all, give me a second. I want to address this comment before they decide to pop out. We have a Dem in the presidency. Do you not realize he does not have as much control as you want to believe he does?
Right.
and I will say on that point, I will agree on this. We've had 50 years to codify this in the law. We've had 50 years.
Absolutely.
I'm not happy with the left either. We've had 50 years.
Look, and it's not just this. We don't have equal rights codified.
And also, we're not stupid. We knew where this was going, and we've known it ever since the Republicans blocked Obama from having Merrick Garland as Supreme Court justice 9 months before an election, and then let Amy Coney Barrett on 9 days before an election. We knew this was coming, and we should have acted quicker. The thing is, I tried to explain this to this complete freaking turnip, Professor Mike, earlier today in live. This is something that you just don't think would be ever done in your lifetime. So I'll give you that. Like you all were smart. You played the long game and you did it. The problem is you didn't actually ban it. You're going to make it more dangerous, and we're going to lose a lot more lives because of it. So congratulations, but it's not gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is not a
Yeah.
win in your book. And yes, I'm mad at the Democrats too. We had 50 freaking years to make this actual law. Like it bothers me. But the other thing that bothers me too is, and I told Mike this today, child porn is not banned under the Constitution. Is
Right.
that because maybe the Constitution was written
Yep.
250 years ago? Probably. Do we all agree that child porn should be illegal? Yes, we do. So
Mm-hmm.
let's shut the fuck up on this little stupid game of, well, it wasn't written in the Constitution. Neither was driving 100 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood. Not in there either. But do we agree that we
Well,
should probably
see,
limit that?
Neither was driving
well,
35 in a residential neighborhood.
Right.
Can you hear
Not
me?
at all.
so
It wears me out.
so
The right's
I
opinion
was.
on this is just stupid.
Is my mic on?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
can
hear
y'all hear
you.
me?
Okay, my
Yeah, I
screen
hear you.
flashed on. So you ladies, one of you ladies brought up equal rights, and I think it's amazing.
I mean, technically, we both have.
Well,
Say it again.
So you brought up equal rights for women. What right does a man have to his unborn child until it's born?
No.
We want-
I brought up the whole Equal Rights Amendment. The whole Equal
okay.
Rights Amendment that was never ratified. I'm not saying no. I can go with you to some extent. I understand where you're going,
To some extent.
but well, I say to some extent because pregnancy is dangerous to women. We
Yeah.
have the highest maternal death rate in the entire developed world. The highest maternal death rate in the entire developed world. So I understand that men want to say in it, and I do understand that, and I understand that there's an emotional component attached to that. But I'm sorry, our lives are more important than someone else's feelings.
So every abortion is a medical necessity.
Every pregnancy is dangerous.
Every pregnancy is dangerous, but every abortion that the United States has done has been out of a medical necessity.
No, absolutely not.
Well,
but every
okay, I wouldn't
pregnancy is
say. I
dangerous,
wouldn't
so
say
you don't
on
know that it's
paper.
not.
I would say that's what I was about to say. Is you never know what it's going to lead to.
Right.
Like one woman posted on one woman. Bleh, sorry, hold on. Let me get my mouth correct. Like one woman posted on TikTok earlier. She just found out she's pregnant and she's super high risk because she had 3 miscarriages in between her last daughter and this pregnancy. And she could risk not being here for her 2 daughters, but you know, now she can't even think about getting an abortion because where she's at, it's illegal.
And we're not allowed to do anything about it. We're not allowed to just
Mhm.
go and get our tubes tied. We're not allowed to just go and get a hysterectomy. We're not
Until-
allowed
Jay,
to. They're
Hold
trying
on,
to
Jay.
get rid of access to birth control.
Well, hold on. Okay, so on that, there is one OBGYN on here. She got with a whole bunch of doctors throughout the country who are willing to or to go over the rule of you have to be a certain age, have a certain amount of kids, and excuse me, and have a signature. She's willing to. There's multiple willing to do that. Is like a whole long list.
Amazing.
But that's only because Roe versus Wade got overturned. Like,
Right.
you don't even have to have kids for these doctors because they're like, look, you know, this got taken away from you. If you don't want kids, if you have one kid, but whatever, like, we'll do it because this got overturned.
And the thing I'll mention
But
too
this,
is,
but I want to point out this only happened because Roe versus Wade got turned over. And with that being said as well, my downstairs neighbor, I was talking to her. She was taking her daughter to get put on birth control to help with her periods. And the doctor said we're not allowed to give her birth control anymore by law.
And also keep in mind, it's going to be very hard for us to ever know how many abortions are medical necessity because of the 14th Amendment, which provides us HIPAA, which means we don't have to disclose that.
Right.
Now, we know how many abortions were done, and we know how many were done in what trimester. So literally 99% of abortions are done within the first 15 weeks. So not even the 21-week period that I would argue is weak. I think the law should be 24. But it's 98. What is it? 1.6% are done in the third trimester, and then 93, 94%, something like that, are done in the first 12 weeks, and a small percentage are done between 12 and 24. But the largest majority of these happen on the low end. And
Well,
we've
I can tell
extrapolated some
you.
statistics out of it where we look at income levels are a big driver of it.
Mhm.
People that are in poverty or near the poverty line are more apt to have an abortion. People without medical insurance, where they can't get birth control for free. Most
Mhm.
health insurance gives it away for free. So people near at the poverty line may not have health insurance. Condoms are expensive and are only like 92% effective. So there's all these other mitigating factors. And then I didn't know this much about abortion until I started watching some other pro-choice debaters, and there are all sorts of health complications for women in which they might say, hey, this might not be a good idea. Where we're at now,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you look at, like, let's say, for example, Texas. In Texas, there is a $10,000 bounty to turn in somebody
Yep.
who gets an abortion. So, for
Who has a
example,
miscarriage that they might
yeah,
think
so,
is an abortion, even.
well,
Yep.
and the one that I liked was Miss Kinsey was
Yeah,
talking about this earlier today, which if you want to learn
I'm,
a lot about abortion, watch Kinsey. She was saying, let's say a woman is in an abusive relationship. She's pregnant. Her husband and her
Mhm.
have a disagreement. He pushes her down a flight of stairs. She miscarries. He then calls the police and, in retribution, says that she intentionally did something to cause a miscarriage. So this wasn't a natural miscarriage, it was forced trauma.
Mhm.
The state would then be allowed to invasively examine her inside of her private areas. And if they did see trauma, then she could be charged with manslaughter. How do you work that out? Like, how in the world are we in a position where I could just simply say, oh yeah, I know I shoved Jay down the stairs and she was pregnant, but what I'm going to say is, no, she did this because she didn't want to have our kid and it really disturbed me. Now Jay is being invasively
Mhm.
looked at by a state sanctioned doctor and could potentially go to jail for manslaughter. Like, I don't have to
And
punch her in
best
the
believe
face.
abusive men will not go past that. They will.
Right.
They could do a
Because
lot worse.
because technically speaking, if you look at a lot of abuse in this country, the rare cases are things like broken noses, black eyes.
Mhm.
Most times,
It's
male abuse
invisible.
comes in a way that is invisible. And we don't know how many, because the stats on women that report abuse are really skewed because a lot of women never report.
Support it.
But now in Texas, we have a
Mm-hmm.
situation in which if I'm mad at Jay and I shove her down the stairs, I'm really wanting to get back at her. She could go to prison now. Like, this isn't something that is far fetched or a hypothetical. It could legit happen. Like, that's
So
where we are.
before Roe versus Wade, out the window, Jay got mad at you, and she forced herself to have a miscarriage. And told the police that you caused it. You'd be in the same boat.
They would be, but then there would be a normal investigation
Yeah.
into abuse. This wouldn't be an investigation into a woman's internal bodily organs and then potentially putting her on trial for having a miscarriage. Now you
Dis-
would.
I mean,
Disgruntled, do you know how few men get convicted or serve any consequences for abusing women? It's very, very slim and far between.
my recent
Mm-hmm.
experiences, yeah, I can definitely share. Yeah.
Your personal experience, military experiences, that's a whole different
No,
situation, and
no,
that's a different conversation.
I have a friend who, the last time I came to her house, she literally had not just a hole in the wall where he punched it, but he went all the way down the wall, kicking
Right.
everything, ripped her door off, and the police came and said, "There's nothing we can do."
Yep. Yep.
And that happens so often.
So
Until
I do understand what you're saying, but it's just a very rare as compared in comparison, right?
Well, like that's like when I was with my ex-husband, he had first started abusing me. Honestly, if the cop would not have made me lie on the report, and I'm gonna tell you how he made me lie in a second, I would have went full with the charges. But he made me lie on that report, and I could not go through it with at least the lies on there. There was altercation. He put his hands on me. He thought I was going to hurt him. I was not going to hurt him. But then he turned around and called the cops on himself. But the cop sit there and made me, he said, write that he's done this more than once, or I will call CPS and have your kids taken now.
I was just gonna say, I knew it. Every time, if there are kids in the home, the cops threaten.
Oh, I'm
Well, if you press these charges, your kids are going to be removed until we can determine it's safe for them.
we have my grandmother, ward of the state right now, and
Yeah.
my uncle, who's already been proven in court that he was abusing her, called a false report with CPS, called a false report with the local,
Mm-hmm.
and then called elderly care. These three people don't talk to each other.
Nope.
So, according to Florida, we couldn't do anything until there was a pattern. So now it's been like 9 months to get these people to say, oh, this is a pattern. They make it so. But
Well, and keep in mind too, I'll give you another one that's scary. So I don't know where this is going to go. I'm originally from Kentucky. Kentucky House Bill 148 was written in 2019. Okay, so 3 years ago. Never put it forward because they knew it wouldn't pass the Supreme Court. And when I get to what the bill says in a minute, you'll understand why. But now that Roe is overturned, this is being brought back home as potential legislation. So what House Bill 148 said in Kentucky is any woman of consensual age, which I'm going to assume would be 18, because that's Kentucky's age of consent, would be forced to take a pregnancy test monthly. Failing to meet a certain number of monthly tests you're required to take by law would require you to wear an ankle monitor.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that that is written on paper is fucking scary, whether it becomes law or not. The fact that somebody and the Kentucky legislature sat down and wrote that in 2019, and now they are talking about bringing it forward, is scary as shit. Like, that is some scary stuff. Like, I cannot imagine.
honestly,
Because think about it. If they pass it, what other states are going to think to do that? It will not just stop with Kentucky.
No,
they all
it won't.
just wait for one.
It'll be the red states that go nuts on it, and it'll be the blue states that don't. And then you're going to have this same argument of move somewhere where it's legal, which, to be honest, moving isn't cheap. When I moved to Oklahoma, it was for a job promotion. So they paid to have a moving service move my ex-wife and my stepkids. And the move itself was almost $15,000 just for the truck to move everything. So when people say, well, if you currently live in Oklahoma, just move to New Mexico, if you're working at Dollar General 31 hours a week, because they won't give you full time, they don't want to pay benefits, and you make $22,000 a year, and you're living paycheck to paycheck, and you're living in a shitty rent-controlled apartment, and you're on WIC, how easy is it to move your entire family to New Mexico, which would be the next closest state that offers abortion? That's insanity.
You can't even move across town.
Mm-hmm.
No, like these people aren't leaving the whatever shithole town they're in, much less going to another state. So abortion is, there was a, this is kind of off topic, but I love this guy that did this. I'm a financial planner. So I double majored in finance economics. There's a professor at the University of Chicago named Stephen Levitt. With a co-author, Stephen Dubner, they wrote Freakonomics. Levitt likes the economics of everything weird. So in the mid-90s, 95, 96, 97, when Clinton was president, there were all these news headlines about teen crime. And it was on the news every night. I'd forgotten all about it. And it was on the news every night. And all of a sudden it disappeared. So Levitt was curious, why in the world did something that was making the national news several nights a week all of a sudden just go away? And after months of research, he came down to one conclusion. It was abortion. It was that the people who are in the most poverty-stricken situations, which the economics of your lifestyle will lead to crime. If your family's on the verge of starving, you're probably more apt to do something illegal to get money. Abortion dropped teen crime by a mile, more than any law that was passed. And so most times, this is something that is medically necessary or financially necessary or socioeconomically necessary. I'm tired of hearing about, let's just birth all these fuckers. We have, what is it, like 40 some odd thousand kids in the foster care system right now that aren't being adopted?
Hold on. Let me pull it back up if my computer will
let's just add more to that. Like that's going to solve it. And what kills me
So-
is Republicans aren't even.
Hold on. I remember the foster care number It's not currently, but it's per year. It's 250,000 kids a year going to
A
foster care.
250,000 a year. And so my argument is,
Go into. That's
yeah,
not
go
even how
into.
many are already there.
Yeah,
So if
that's not
you're
even those that are already in there. That's just the kids that go in there per year.
and if you're
It's like
if you're
12 million kids that are hungry, or it's either 12 million that are
Jesus.
homeless. It's either 12 million that are homeless or that are hungry, and then it's 17 million for the other. But I think homeless is 12 mil, and I think hungry kids are 17 mil.
And what's the one party against any social safety net? What's the one party against a federal minimum wage
Republicans.
increase? The GOP. Who's
Excuse me.
against universal health care? The
Republicans.
GOP. Who's against free lunches in schools? The GOP. Like,
Yeah,
that's what
don't
GOP.
feed
kills me.
kids. Have the
Like,
kids, but don't feed them.
so they only care about life until birth. After birth, middle finger, you're on your own. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Figure it out.
Now,
That's
wait
the
a minute.
GOP.
Wait a minute. So they're saying that if you have consensual sex and it leads to pregnancy and you have the child, that they're not going to take responsibility for your child?
No, what they're saying. So imagine that you're in a poverty-stricken area
Mm-hmm.
and people are going to have sex. So this argument of "don't have sex" to me, I just threw out the window because it's dumb. Sarah
Well,
Palin
really,
ran on this.
I haven't because of choosing not to, because of my financial situation, because of
Well,
my
That's you
family
though.
Statistically
Statistically
Okay,
speaking,
I
that
y'all,
doesn't
haven't
I
I
have the
happen.
haven't had
numbers
I
pulled
haven't
up. I
had
have the
sex in
numbers
10
pulled up if
years.
you want me to go through them real quick. And this is
So
per
But
year.
that's a lack of willpower. No
hold
one
on,
no,
is
real quick,
purity
forcing
culture
real
you.
quick.
has
So,
never worked. Statistically
so
speaking,
Sarah
disgruntled
Palin,
purity
when Sarah
culture has
Palin was
never
John
worked.
Hold on.
McCain's, when Sarah Palin was John McCain's VP candidate, this was her big thing that she ran on was this abstinence culture to prevent abortion. And what happened 2 years after they lost that election? Her daughter got pregnant out of wedlock. So it shows you how well
Mm-hmm.
abstinence works when the VP candidate on the Republican ticket can't even get her own daughter to not get pregnant while not married. It doesn't work. Period. So let's just
And
throw it
see,
out.
here's the thing. Hold on. So I want to
Again.
point out, had I had actual sex ed class, because we didn't even have abstinence class until 7th or 8th grade. I think it was 8th grade, and I made her cry. Um, but I didn't know what it was. I got told that's what boyfriends and girlfriends do. So I was like, okay, what is it? And I had to find out the hard way.
So
Had I
so
had actual classes.
because you weren't educated properly about it, you found
Mm-hmm.
out the hard way.
People are
I
still going to have
started having
sex.
sex in 5th grade. You know
If
when
we
I
Well, I
started
we
having
see, and
sex? I started
if
so
we
having
here,
sex when they
hold
gave the
on.
sex class.
So
Wait a
here's
minute.
the thing. Hold on. I want to go back to the 5th grade thing real quick. You do realize that is probably instigated by somebody who was essayed, and in return, they did that to other little kids, not understanding that it was wrong because they never had the classes or anybody to teach them. Nobody should be doing this to you. So they repeated it. They didn't
So
know it was
so
wrong, that they shouldn't have
It,
done it.
but
so
wait,
so
you're
do you think
preaching
we should?
purity culture, but you started having sex in 5th grade?
No, he said he knew people. I knew
Okay,
people
No,
all
that.
no.
right. I was like,
I know.
wait a minute,
I
that didn't make
said
sense. Okay.
I said when I was introduced to that class and they taught me how to have sex, we were having sex.
You
Well,
didn't
see,
know how
here's
to
I
have sex before they taught you?
honey. What
so
grade were you
You
in when
didn't
they
know
by
anything
started
about
teaching
sex
experiment
that?
before you
maybe,
had
but
sex ed class.
What grade was it when they
sex ed
actually had?
class.
Well, what grade was that for
You
you?
didn't
I'm
know
asking.
anything
I'm
about having
asking.
sex before sex ed class.
I'm asking you. Hold on,
I'm
Jay.
sure
I
I
want to
did,
ask.
but
I want to
I
ask a
mean,
legit
it didn't
Yeah.
pique my
question.
interest the way it did. Uh,
So, what grade was it when you were taught that?
5th grade.
5th grade?
5th grade,
See, okay, I was in
Columbus, Ohio.
Oklahoma.
And then I
Oh,
was taught again in 8th grade. I had to go through the class again. Down in Florida, they do it 8th grade. And I'm okay with 8th grade, 9th grade, stuff like that. I'm okay with sex education as far as what is puberty and how to do this
Well,
and how to
see,
it's
do
got to
but
be
that.
that's the
grade
thing.
appropriate,
So that's the
Yeah.
thing. That is what people are
right?
advocating for. It's
Okay.
not to. It's not to be like,
Also,
hey, little Johnny and little Susie, because I don't know why. That's always the
My name's
names they
John.
use in those.
hold on,
Yes.
hold on. Can I also point out that if you wait until 8th grade, there are many, many, many girls that are already having their period and can get pregnant long
Yep.
before then.
Yes.
Starting at 9
So
and 10 years old now.
So I started puberty in probably technically 4th grade because that's when my chest started budding. I guess is like the first sign of puberty, right?
For you,
Jay, I'm
probably
literally
was.
asking. Jay, I'm asking you.
Yeah. Yes. that
Okay,
is-
but I didn't
that is
actually
often
start
the sign.
bleeding until I was in 5th grade, and I had no idea. I was the only kid,
Right?
and yeah, I had no idea. I wouldn't like we were not taught about puberty in school. My mom, like, I remember, like, okay, I remember this day like it was yesterday because to me it was like the most traumatic thing. I'm like wiping and I'm like, Mom!
I'm
So,
bleeding
so
to death.
so weird question on this whole thing about this purity culture. So,
Yeah.
you expect people to remain celibate until marriage, but then even in marriage, like my parents, when they got married, they waited 6 years to have me. They waited 6 years, and so they used birth control and stuff like that. We're talking about purity culture. You're saying that people should abstain from having sex, which sex has scientifically been known to have a lot of positive effects, like on the person, like on the brain. It releases dopamine,
Yes.
it increases happiness, it can cure depression, it can help you feel accepted and wanted in the world. But you right now are smoking cigarettes, which have not one positive impact to your body at all. And as a former smoker, I'm not judging. It just took me like 9 years to quit. But you're smoking something that has not one positive impact. It is literally going to either cause throat cancer, lung cancer, heart disease, and they are not outlawed. Okay, they are legal. How in the world, if cigarettes are legal, are we going to outlaw sex before marriage or mandate abstinence? It won't happen. You
See,
are
I
and
literally
like
didn't
I
so
said,
allowed
much mean sex
at
before
21.
marriage. I just meant you said that there's a lot of health benefits. So of course, to benefit the 15-year-old, to benefit her health, she should have sex.
no, that's not what he's
No, I'm
saying.
not saying. I'm not saying
Also,
they
You
when
have
you're
to
He's
said,
though.
talking
younger, there's
about
you
the
also a lot
said,
more
dopamines that are
health risks
released.
that come with
you,
pregnancy, though.
but wait,
What I'm
you
saying is,
basically said if someone's not prepared to have a baby, they should not be having sex. If they cannot financially take care of it, they couldn't, da 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 da. Again, there's a lot of benefits to it. Why should people not be able to do something that is good for them just because
So,
you don't want
If
them
you
to have
can't
access to
afford to put
medical
food
care?
on your table, you can't afford to feed another mouth.
Give them
Then you
birth
so,
have to go to the
control.
government for supplement, and the
Give
so you're
them
government
saying,
birth
is
so,
control.
overloaded as it
so
is.
right. So you're
so
saying
let
if they
me,
can't, so
let
they
me,
can't afford, they can't afford to put food on their table. They're living like at poverty level, and me and my fiance or girlfriend or wife who live together go and get in bed at night, and we're both kind of turned on. We should just turn our backs to each other and kind of get ourselves off and move on with our night and say that's the way life is. That's never going to happen.
so,
Like that is
hold
the
on.
dumbest fantasy
You're
world I've ever
poor.
heard
You
of.
get no
Hey
pleasure.
guys, let me finish my story. Like my story has it has a point to it.
Yes, ma'am.
So fast forward to 8th grade. That's or 8th or 7th grade. That's when we had abstinence classes, and I was already doing my thing because I found out the hard way. I got with the older guy, blah blah blah. So we're in abstinence class, and this woman is trying to force us to sign an abstinence pledge. And I made her cry because I said, well, what if we don't want to? What if we're already doing it? What if this class is a waste of time because we're already doing it and you're literally just you're not even giving us real information. And she was like, well, just, like, I made her cry. She was like, please just sign it. And so me and, like, half the class signed it under false names like Lindsay Lohan, Britney Spears, uh, who was the other? Hold on. Who was the other girl back then? Paris Hilton. Yeah, we all signed it like that because she said, just sign it. I don't care if you put somebody else's name. So, we were literally told, like, half the class was, just don't have sex. Just don't have sex. That was literally abstinence class.
Which is never going to work anyway. So it's
No, it's
pointless
not
to even
going
talk
to.
about.
I'm telling you, statistically, proper education, access to contraceptives, access to healthcare, and decreasing poverty levels are
I'm telling y'all right
statistically
now,
the way to decrease abortions.
my kids will be the ones to inform other people's kids. So y'all might as well get on top of it
That's my
because
thing.
well, my daughter's 8 years old and she's already starting to get zits. She's already halfway. I think she's budding. She might just be a little thick. I'm not sure on that. But
Yeah.
because I'm scared she's going to start her period sooner than later, I sat down because I never had the talk. We never even had like a talk in what was supposed to be sex ed. We never even got real sex ed. So I didn't know how to have the talk. So I looked up videos that explained all this. And like in that video, it was like, about it didn't say, little Johnny puts the thing in Sally. No, it was like the egg and the sperm thing. So like my 8-year-old daughter already knows all that. Like she's gonna tell y'all's kids.
Hey, real
How
quick,
That,
Quinn, can I switch you up real quick for somebody who's been waiting for a little bit since you're my first one?
yeah,
Do you mind? All right, pop back in the box if you want
yeah,
to, though.
I
if
Okay. All
will.
if
right, thank you,
some
ma'am.
if someone's in
Bye, Quinn. I love talking
financial
to her.
if someone's in financial dire before this happens, does it make sense to add more bills to their list, or does it make more sense to pull themselves out before they do so?
Well, then that's why we want to allow them access to options.
They have
Do they?
so
A whole
far.
bunch of
This road
options just got taken. A whole bunch of options just got taken away. The only option you seem to be giving them is abstinence and pull your bootstraps up.
I, I, I I said that was a choice for me, but they have contraceptives. They just don't have birth control as a form of contraceptive.
Wait, what?
What other
Don't agree.
contraceptives are there than birth
What? What?
control?
What do you mean birth control as
Okay,
a
okay.
form?
All right, all right. Define the word contraceptive.
Contraceptive is birth control.
Contraceptive is a preventative measure to get pregnant. So if you are already pregnant, an abortion is not contraceptive.
I
Nobody is
don't
saying that
consider
it is.
We never
abortion
said
birth
that.
control, but I just said you're not giving them any options because what they just did, they're now banning abortion, they're banning birth control, they're banning IUDs, they're banning a lot of different options.
They're
So
banning just abortions. I was not aware of that.
What was the
states,
last part? They're banning what?
They're
They
ban-
are.
they're banning more than just abortions.
They are
yes.
looking at that. There's legislation that might go into place and likely will in some red states, such as Missouri. Missouri actually tried to ban IUDs in the morning after pill
Mhm.
from Medicaid recipients. That didn't pass the Missouri House. It was a big national embarrassment, but that's a stepping stone to looking at doing that. And they're thinking of doing that because they call IUDs abortificants. We have all these cis male legislators in the state who
Mhm.
know nothing about the reproductive system wanting to ban those. So they would start at IUDs and the morning after
The
pill. And
plan B,
Louisiana is
yeah.
also looking at IUDs too. So while this isn't set in place, it's more likely to happen post Roe. In the name, it would start in the name of trying to stop abortificants, but it's really about control
Michigan
and voting.
wants to ban all contraceptives for married people. Once you're married,
Exactly.
you get no choice.
Yes,
You just
there's
have to have all the babies.
right. It's disgusting. It's not about life. If it were about life, you would think about wanting to expand access. They expanded access to IUDs and other forms of birth control for Colorado teenagers a few years ago, and the abortion rate went down because they had access to this new birth control without like their parents needing to sign or something. So it was a lot better when they had that.
It looks like Louisiana has legislation already written to begin banning
They do, yes.
contraceptives.
And
Is
yes,
Um,
starting
is
with
age? Go ahead, ma'am.
just starting with IUDs are a good thing to attack for being abortificants as the reason. And they're actually, I'll say this from my own experience and kind of medical history, they are one of the only safe birth control methods for clotting disorders.
They're
So,
non-hormonal.
yes, this is the hormonal IUDs. There are a lot of the birth control pill, the regular one, is dangerous for individuals with clotting conditions. I actually have a genetic clotting
the hormone
condition.
IUD doesn't work half the time anyways. My sister had one implanted, and all 4 of her children were born with the IUD in her. It's about hormone control. It doesn't stop you from getting pregnant. If you're unbalanced just right, it makes you even more susceptible to being pregnant.
Wait, what?
You're right. It's not hormone control.
The
there are
IUD,
some IUDs that are hormone.
IUD.
There are some that
the
are.
IUD,
Worse.
IUD is just
Yeah.
IUD is just over 99% effective. 99.001% effective at preventing pregnancy.
Sorry.
Exactly. What do you mean if your hormone balance is a certain way, it's not going to work?
So my older sister was on a hormone IUD.
Okay, hormone.
And she got pregnant 4 times with that IUD installed.
I mean, they're 99.001% effective. Like, so to be honest, like, and this is not meant to be rude at all, but like in debates, I don't care about your anecdotes or your personal experiences. I care about facts. So nationwide, if it's 99% effective, why would we ban that and then tell people?
Yes, exactly.
Still don't have, like, it's not that now we're just we're banning abortion. We're banning the things that would stop you from getting pregnant in the first place that could be 99% effective.
Exactly. That's the point. I don't know honestly why your sister got pregnant with that 4 times. I don't know.
I'm not going to say you're lying, but I'm going to say that's your sister should call the Guinness Book of World Records because she would get in on that. Like, swear to fucking God, she would be in the Guinness Book of World Records.
Because there could be possible misplacement of the device too. I have never had experience with that, but there are other factors that could be at play. But
did they put it in her butt? Maybe that's something I can think of.
Wondering why she's had 4 with an IUD. It doesn't make sense. I mean, they can fall out too.
She's the Wonder Woman of pregnancy. If that's happening, she is really the Wonder Woman of pregnancy.
It blows my mind, honestly, to think 4. I've known of some people that it has happened to. I'm not going to say it's 100 because it's not. It's 99, but to have 4, there has to be something wrong that makes her just some anomaly. Like, that's pretty exceptional. Honestly.
Just for a safety thing, one of y'all needs to change the batteries in your smoke alarm, just for your own personal safety.
I know.
It's mine. They're supposed to come change the smoke alarm. I'm sorry, I was outside. I had to walk back in. Sorry.
Oh, I just don't want you getting cooked alive and burning down the house, Jay.
I know.
It's funny. I was actually kind of looking because I just baked, so I was like, wait, there's something going off. And at one point, my oven did go off earlier.
The IUD is very effective, and the good thing about the IUD in relation to having to take a pill every day is you don't have to remember to do that every day.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it.
So keep in mind, there is this thing that we talk about in the realm of women's rights called the pink tax. Okay, we're talking about nether region pink tax, buying pads and tampons, having to remember to take a pill every single day, all the time. And at the end of the cycle, remember to take the sugar pill every day, so you get 1 week without it, and then go back to the regular pills every time. Get that prescription filled. Not all health insurance covers it. So you don't have health insurance, go and buy. All these things that women pay for just for being female. Then we go even further by saying, okay, let's see how little bodily autonomy we can give them. Did you know that right now, after Roe, an AR-15 has more rights than a female, than a woman in America right now? A piece of metal has more rights than a woman. That is...
What rights does an AR-15 have?
What restrictions are there on an AR-15 compared to restrictions on women?
What rights do an AR-15 have?
What restrictions? Because women are being restricted. That's what I'm talking about. What restrictions are there on AR-15?
You
It
just
has the
said
right to not be restricted.
you're the one that brought it up.
Yeah.
It has the right
what
to not be restricted.
So there's nothing in place
So
right now that is more restrictive
in
on
our
an AR-15 than on a
it
woman.
says, in our
Yes.
Constitution, it says no right to bear arms.
So here,
So
I'm going
that
to blow
is
your mind here.
why
I'm going to blow your mind here for a
why
minute.
they have right.
I'm going to blow your mind for a minute. I don't care about the Constitution at all. It is a 250-year-old document written by white men who owned black people and believed women shouldn't be allowed to vote. I do not give any shit about the Constitution at all. It should be ripped up and redone.
Vote because that's in the Constitution. Let's
Don't care about
throw
the
out the
Constitution.
right for black
I don't.
because that's in
I
the
don't care about the Constitution.
That's
Let's
not in the
throw out
Constitution,
Constitution
as a matter
at
of
all.
fact. Thank you very much.
It should
It's
be
not in the
redone.
Constitution.
It should be a living,
What are you
breathing
talking about? The
document
right
that is redone.
for blacks to vote in the Constitution. First of all, it's black
It's not in
people,
there.
and it's not in there.
People of color having the right to vote isn't in the Constitution. Neither is women voting. Here's my problem. It's 250 years old. You know what's also not in the Constitution? Child corn. So should we just make that legal too? The Constitution didn't say anything about it, so all the child corn you want, eat it all up. Speed limits weren't in the Constitution, so in any neighborhood, drive 200 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour. Nobody cares about pets or kids anymore. Just drive however fast you want to. Not in the Constitution. I don't care about the Constitution. It's stupid. It is the dumbest thing to cling to a 250-year-old piece of parchment. Like, why can't we move forward as a culture? Like, for God's sake, can we not just move forward as a culture and admit that 250 years ago, nobody would have thought about these things right now? Like, what about autonomous vehicles? Like, Tesla has autonomous vehicle features, not in the Constitution. Neither are cars, by the way. Why don't we go back to doing horse and buggy? Just scrap the auto industry because it ain't in the Constitution. I'm tired of the Constitution argument. F the Constitution. I don't care. We have a Constitution that have less rights than 24 other countries. We're 25th on the World Freedom Index with our Constitution. Where is that getting you? Really well, because we have one of the worst life expectancies in the developed world. We have one of the worst literacy rates in the developed world. We have one of the worst infant mortality rates in the developed world. Constitution is doing us a lot of good in America. You know where we're number one? Incarcerated citizens per capita. Number of people who believe angels are real, and defense spending, where we spend more than the next 23 countries combined. 22 of those, which, by the way, are allies. So let's put on our big foam number one finger. Yay, Constitution. You're doing really great, America.
Mass
Keep it up.
shootings,
Let's go.
too. Aren't we up there with them? Mass shootings?
We're number one by a mile. I'm over the Constitution. I'm tired of the Constitution argument. I'm tired of it. I don't give a shit about our Constitution anymore. I'm done with it. We need a living, breathing document that can evolve with the times, with us as people, as a culture. I do not base what I do on something done 250 years ago. I don't care. I don't base a lot of what I do on when I was a kid.
Hold on, okay.
I'm 43 years old. Some of the shit that we did in the 90s isn't cool today. We have to evolve.
Yep.
Like, for F's sake, man, like we are stuck driving ourselves back 250 years because of this stupid document everybody clings to like it's your right to life. Here's the deal. We're the only country that does this. My question is this. Is the American experiment finally starting to crack and fail? My answer is yes, it is. The American experiment, what we did different than everybody else, is starting to come undone. It is starting to fail. There are less restrictions on a piece of metal than there are on women. There are less restrictions on a piece of metal than there are women.
From this conversation, I pretty much get that, you know, once they're educated, you should just go ahead and let them have sex, right?
You're not going to stop it, so I don't care about it. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
People are going to have sex. I don't care. So that's going to happen. So let's assume that it will happen. How can we make women safe in that kind of a world where men and women and men and men and women are going to have sex? We're not going to legislate that. So just throw it off the table. Quit saying,
well,
don't even bring up
we
abstinence.
legislate it all the time. If an 18-year-old has sex with a 17-year-old, even though 13-year-olds have the right to have sex, he's in trouble.
Because we have
That's not in every state.
We have a system where we look at an age of consent where we don't believe certain people of a certain age can consent to something with somebody else. There's a huge difference in two 15-year-olds having sex than a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old. Those are wildly different circumstances. We're going down a rabbit hole that doesn't address this.
We have an age limit that says until you reach an age, you are not of sound mind to give consent.
Correct.
But now you just said it's okay for 15-year-olds, for 10-year-olds
I
to
did
have
not say.
sex.
No, I said there is a difference in two 15-year-olds and a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old. There's a massive difference. And
There's
those
a
two 15-year-olds are breaking the law.
Together.
What else do you want me to say about it? I'm not saying it's okay.
but
I'm saying it's
how
going to
many
happen.
times when I had my child, when my wife was pregnant with our child, there was an 11-year-old girl in the room next to us giving birth.
And you think that's okay?
Absolutely not. But
Neither
that's my
do
point.
But
we.
No,
Neither
do you
do
think it would have
we.
been okay for her to?
Somewhere along the
Do you
lines,
think it
they
would have
were
been okay for them to terminate that pregnancy?
they didn't terminate the pregnancy.
Do you think it would have been okay for them to terminate that pregnancy?
Do you think that an 11-year-old is physically able, healthily, to have a child?
Of course not. I'm asking
no.
your opinion. You
Yes.
already know my opinion.
Hey, yes, there are situations where abortions are necessary. She actually
Well,
died in the room next to me.
when I said earlier that pregnancy is dangerous for women, you said would you have known that that pregnancy would be dangerous? I've known 11-year-olds that had babies that survived it, so it's not necessarily life threatening in your version, right?
In
You
in
can't pick and
every
choose
single
like that.
in every single version, in
No, it's not.
every
It's
woman
not healthy.
is
It's
a
not
different
healthy.
situation. In every situation, it's different, and you have to go case by case. That's why this Roe versus Wade of completely banning abortions is absolutely ridiculous.
They're not
Take
banning it. They're
birth
sending it
control.
back to they're sending it back to the
But
states, where states can decide if they want to allow it or not. In my state of Oklahoma, it was banned the same afternoon. Now there are
Yeah,
states that are looking at restricting contraceptives, which were also done on the 14th. That is the thing that people are failing to understand. Look at anything that
I
was
I did not know
look
that
at
until y'all told
look at
That's
anything
part of
done
it.
under the yeah, I mean, like, look at anything done under the 14th. And I don't say this to be insulting, but I want to make this clear. If you didn't know that, you didn't read Clarence Thomas's opinion where he brought up these three other cases he wants to review. And this is what bothers
yeah,
me about our country is we aren't well read and we aren't well versed. So it's like, holy shit, we're doing this? Like, are you kidding me? No, we are. And there's those of us reading it going, you should be really freaking scared right now. And we have a whole swath of this country who goes, oh, there's no way. And it's like, I guess I could print this off for you if you really want it in paper form, but like, we all need to educate ourselves and understand what the ramifications are. What are things that
that
were
to it.
upheld under the 14th? So Roe was under the 14th, so that's gone. Contraceptives was under the 14th,
mm-hmm.
that's gone. HIPAA was under the 14th. They haven't mentioned it yet, but could be on. Same-sex marriage under the 14th, that could be gone. So anything done under the 14th is now on the table for being repealed. That's scary.
It's
Anything
super
that used
scary.
Roe as case law is up for grabs.
It's off topic, but do you know that when you work at a job, if you discuss your income with a coworker, they can fire you?
Yeah,
My
Yeah.
absolutely.
my mother
Yeah,
actually lost her job because she said, "Listen, I'm way more qualified, way more educated, been doing this a lot longer than they have been doing it." And she found out she was getting paid less, and all she did was go to HR and say, "Hey, what's up?" And they fired her on the
Jimmy's getting
spot.
paid more.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
same
at Will
job
State, right?
Because private
that,
companies can do whatever they want to. I mean,
yeah.
Citibank,
Mm-hmm.
Citibank did two great things last year. Two great things last year. Number one, uh, if I didn't say this already, I double major finance econ. I'm a certified financial planner. That's what I do. Politics is just one of my passions. Citibank, one of the biggest banks in the world, women finally broke the glass ceiling on Wall Street. They put a female CEO in place. It was amazing. We now finally have a woman running a massive Wall Street bank. Number one. The first big decision she made, you will be fully vaccinated by the end of January of last year, or you won't work here anymore.
So
That's a condition of employment. It's a
you
private
just said
company. They can do whatever they want. They
Exactly.
get
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
So I mean
that's
that's
there's democracy for you at work. That's democracy. It's like how if
And
if
capitalism.
it's yeah. If you apply for a job somewhere and then at the bottom it says you have to do a background and a drug test to work here, you can refuse to do the background and the drug test. They're not going to freaking hire you. You
Right. It's
can
not
do it and
just,
fail it, and you're not going to get hired. That's their right.
but it's not discrimination or anything. I mean, it just.
That's
Yeah,
across the board.
well, as long as you're not stepping on a protected class. So other than that, like you can literally do this stuff. Like you can literally mandate that people get a vaccine. So what I'm saying is like, yes, do I know that there are companies where like most of my career was in wireless before I got into financial planning, and I made it all the way to being a district manager for Sprint before T-Mobile bought them. That's how I moved to Oklahoma, to be the district manager for retail for the state of Oklahoma. Like we could not discuss pay either because pay was different based on where you lived, region. Like I'm sure my DM counterparts in California made way more than I did in Oklahoma. Oklahoma's got a dirt cheap cost of living.
Right.
So yeah, we weren't allowed to talk about our pay. And if it was found out that you were discussing your pay, then yeah, you can be fired. Like these things do exist. You're right, they do. But that's a corporation, not the US government interfering in your life.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be the same thing if I worked at the VA. I have certain HIPAA and certain OSHA. I keep kicking things. Things I have to follow. Otherwise, I get fired. The government controls the VA.
I mean,
Well, but you choose to
OSHA
work for a government organization, right?
Right.
So then you have to follow the government rules. If
and
you work for
OSHA
a private corporation, then you don't have to.
and
Then the
private
government's
companies
not in control of it. I mean,
private
OSHA, yeah,
companies
but
are
that's
required to follow
safety.
OSHA as well, but OSHA is nothing but
That's safety.
safety. OSHA is meant to protect workers from unsafe working conditions. That's what OSHA is there for. It's not to restrict your employment, it's to make sure that everybody is operating in a manner in which everybody who works there is safe from bodily harm. That's all OSHA is. It's the same reason we have speed limits. It's to make sure that nobody does 100 in your neighborhood with your kids and your pets outside playing in the yard that might wander into the street. That's why, like in Oklahoma, neighborhoods are 25 miles an hour. It's a low rate of speed so we can stop harm. It's not meant to restrict your life, it's meant to stop harm. That's what most regulations do. But we're walking into a world where now we're pulling rights back that induce harm. That's the problem.
Well, and I work
Yeah.
under HIPAA too, because I work with patients.
Same.
And so there's private information. I'm not allowed to share anything that could let people know who my patients are. It's just not allowed. Well, I guess they're more like, I have clients and patients, but I can't really, talk about them. And it's not an infringement of anything. It's just protecting them and their identity.
It's under the 14th. It's privacy.
It's
I'll
under the
give you a perfect
14th, and
example.
so it's
Hopefully
scary
that
to think
My
continues.
ex-wife ran a. My ex-wife was her uncle was like a world famous dentist. He founded Conscious Sedation, and
nice.
when me and my ex-wife moved out to Oklahoma, she got a job immediately as a manager of a dental clinic. And so we're in Oklahoma City where we have the Oklahoma City Thunder NBA team, and she posted on Facebook one day that she'd met Steven Adams at work. Well, her work was listed in her bio. And the dentist told her that that was her only warning, that she'd violated HIPAA by even mentioning that Steven Adams was in that dental clinic because of the HIPAA law. It means that Steven Adams can go and get dental work done and it not be public information. And so it's only there to protect people from having their medical history or what they're in there for being in the public eye. It's meant to protect
Exactly,
you.
right. Because
that's all it's meant to do. Like
and
HIPAA is a good thing.
It's a really good thing. And it's funny you say that because I remember we have to do HIPAA trainings and presentations. They always say, well, if there's a celebrity or famous person, you can't say
You
Brad
can't say
Pitt was
shit.
here because
No, you can't.
it's just not like, even if it would be cool, you're not allowed to. And
Yeah.
for my paid job, I do a home care for individuals with disabilities, and I have to be very careful about, I just don't say things that could get me in trouble with that.
When
I
you're in
just,
that field,
work
when you're
is
in that
work
field, you
and-
pretty much can't say shit about your job, right? Like
exactly,
you pretty much
yeah, because
you
work
can't.
is work, and
you can't
all
really talk
this.
about, yeah, if you're in that industry, you can't talk about your job at all. Like
Yeah,
because,
because and it's awkward because I was once at the
oh, he
mall
left.
at work with,
Oh.
I was at work with a client, and I ran into someone I knew at the mall, and she just said hi. It was someone from years ago, and she asked what I do now. I'm like, oh well, I just have a job where I help people. Like I didn't know what to say in front of my client who has an intellectual disability. Like it was kind of awkward.
Yeah,
Like what do you say in that
Yeah.
situation?
you can't, like,
Yeah.
it's one of those things where, like, we have done, this is what I don't get the GOP. Government has done some really good things. Government has fucked some stuff up, but 9 times out of
Hey, Travis,
10,
I
I
have to
feel
go for a
like
little
it's
bit.
good. Oh, you're good. You're good, Jay.
Have a good night.
Thank
Or
you for coming
I'll be
in.
in chat. Yeah.
All right. Good seeing you. I'm
Bye. Thank you.
going to bring these other two in. I know we're Quinn stands. I just don't know who this other one is.
Hey, lovelies.
Yeah, if you're
So
anything
I hope
medical,
he's
like,
in the
you pretty much have to,
comments.
you have to just spend your entire life never speaking about work because it gets
Yeah,
really
basically.
dicey.
Right. Yes, and it's awkward because when I do, I've there have been 2 times, surprisingly only 2 times I've been like running into people like while I'm at work, because technically like anywhere in the community, they like to call like just being at Walmart or being at the mall the community if you're anywhere
Right.
like out of their house or apartment or whatever. So there have been 2 times where I have been with clients and then I run into people I know, and it's very awkward because they see my clients, but they might not know that I'm working, and I can't say
Right.
that, oh, I'm working, because I could be working at a pizza place, but I'm just like, with them while they're eating or eating dinner or whatever. So like often
But
when I'm out, it doesn't look like I'm working, and especially if I'm trying to be nice in my wording. If the clients are like more higher functioning, um, people might not realize that I'm helping adults with disabilities if they don't
right. They
necessarily appear
Mm-hmm.
so.
and it's a fine line because let's say that you and I meet in a bar and we start dating. How much of your work can you talk about to me, knowing that we could potentially break up? And I tell people that you told me stuff, so then you can't even talk about it at home. But
Yep.
this whole thing was meant to protect people's privacy. It's not
Exactly.
meant
That's
to,
the point.
yeah, it's
And
not
it
meant to
gives them
restrict your
like,
and I's ability to talk about work, and it's not meant to be a burden on our relationship. But it's none of my business who your clients are. Like, that
right,
is
it's for
their private
Mm-hmm.
them, like
life. That, yeah,
for their dignity and their like respect, just like not to
right,
expose information. And they do, like, we can't get rides to and from work, for example, without special condition, like permission under extenuating circumstances. If they're like car problems, maybe, but they try to like have people like pick us up and drop us off like kind of far from the house so that they can't see where they're going
right.
to,
Mm-hmm.
drop us
And
off
and
so
and
that
that
they see
and
the
that's a,
number.
and what's crazy is that was done on the 14th as well. So
Exactly. And like these people, like,
could that
if
vanish?
that's what I'm
Maybe.
partially worried about, because then their information, I think about all these wonderful, I've worked with multiple wonderful clients, and thinking about their information and all this being released about them. And there's also, for some of them, they kind of have a stigma. Some of them, the ones who are self-aware, sometimes feel really bad about living in, it's called an ISL, which stands for independent supported living. They're
Right.
independent as in they're not in, a facility, and they're supported with staff for their living.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad. A lot of them who are self-aware feel bad about where they're living, and if they recognize that they're not out there paying and living full time, paying all their own bills and being independent, doing what they want, driving. And then there are some clients who honestly don't know the
Right.
situation they're in. I always think that they're probably better off mentally, because there are some who just cognitively are totally unaware of their situation and just see who they enjoy. But I guess my point with all this, like HIPAA being gone and Roe, it like, I think about my clients learning about that, and it's pretty sad. And then I'm also working with some clients in school and thinking about the stigma that goes into that, and maybe they might not want people knowing that they're going to a clinic to receive help for speech and language services.
Right.
It's kind of,
Hey, Carissa, are y'all
there's a
allowed to
lot.
order? If y'all are that strict, like on who can drop you off, are y'all even allowed to order like DoorDash?
Good question, actually. We've asked this. Most of our managers are fine with it. Like, technically, the answer would be no. But like, they try to just have it so they drop off and like don't see the clients. It's easier with like COVID and like the where people can't see us.
Yeah.
Like the no
Because
contact delivery.
there's one person I know that she works. It's called like I just call it Cowboys, but it's like Kyle Boys or something. It's assistant living,
Oh,
and
right.
yeah, she orders DoorDash like crazy. I used to DoorDash
Yeah, we
full
order.
time.
I think they give us some wiggle room because part of this whole thing is the clients have rights to do whatever they
But she's
want.
definitely not allowed to have her little friends over there.
Exactly. We can't have people over. But the clients sometimes will have like behavioral issues and don't want to go out. If you need to go get food, and the shifts are really long sometimes, they need someone there at all times. So I think that's why our management, even though technically yes it could like be.
Carissa, what happened?
What happened? Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Yep, you're here.
Okay, good. I thought I disappeared for a second. Because I heard my name.
We thought you did too. It
I
was
think
like
that,
silent and black screened. I was like, did she go?
because I saw myself, but then I heard you. I think because of the working conditions, we're there for such long hours, and like the clients have behavioral issues, they probably just feel so bad for us and let us order food, because honestly that job can get pretty tough, and they're probably like, that's probably why they're super easygoing, because some of the clients can't even go out in the community a lot because of behavioral issues. I mean, there's like a lot of physical stuff too. But good question, actually. But
Like
as
I
far as
said,
like
I was
having
just
friends
curious
over,
because you were saying all that. I was like, well, dang.
yeah, like that would suck. Like there's some managers who wouldn't like that, and there have definitely been in the past, like some people, like that's definitely a thing you'd have to ask the manager just to be sure.
Yeah.
Because there could be issues, or if the clients like parents or guardians didn't approve, they often will have like a state appointed, then that's something to consider. But yeah, good question. I've also heard of people having friends and partners over, and it didn't go over well. They get fired because that's a HIPAA violation.
Yeah. So I hope
yeah,
that guy that was in here is still in the comments. You brought up that 11-year-old girl. She was SA'd. I don't care if she thought she was grown and thought she consented. She was SA'd. Point blank.
Yeah. Did he just?
So the fact that
did he just leave, or like what happened? Like if he's in the comments, did he
I'm
just
not
leave?
sure what happened. I
'Cause
don't
I
know if
didn't
he's in
kick
the
him.
comments or not because I don't remember his username.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
couldn't read
either.
it.
I
can't
just
read
was
that this
like,
far.
I knew he wasn't looking at the comments because I was like watching and he wasn't like looking at the phone half the time. I'm like, dude, she was SA'd. Like, what?
That was just like kind of mind-boggling how he's talking, and then he literally said that he saw an 11-year-old, and then how he went on earlier about our culture. Just honestly, wow.
I lost my shit on the Constitution thing. I'm over the fucking like I am so over the Constitution. Like it took everything I had in me today to not lose my mind on Professor Mike. But I was in this woman's live. So it's a live this woman does. Mike Patriot.
Is Russell for
Belinda,
president even still on TikTok?
I don't know. Duran,
It
that whole
just
group.
dawned on me his name. Yeah.
And I hopped in to discuss a couple of things with Mike Patriot, or not Mike Patriot, Professor Mike, because I debated 2A with him last week, and literally am destroying the kid in this conversation. He just boots me, and if nobody saw it, you can go to my page. I put it up. Kenzie was in a debate with him,
Oh, I saw
So
that.
they're debating abortion.
Yeah.
So Kinsey is slaying this, and then he pulls up a source to say that women regret abortions, and the source he pulled up was stating the opposite, that most women regret the pregnancy more than the abortion. So I swear to God, she reads it, and then she goes, that's a point for me. Boom, she is kicked. And he's like, sorry, Kinsey, you're not coming back. You're not educated enough. Are you kidding? So I took her video and played just that ending portion of it. Her video is a little bit longer, but I played just the ending of it. And then I did my commentary on him because after I debated him on 2A, he booted me and banned me. So I can't, blocked me. Like I can't even see his content now.
That's
So
what he does, I guess.
He
When
is.
he thinks he's such a smart person, he's so
He
entitled.
really does. It's probably the whole professor thing. Like, he has the professor core on here of people who aren't even real professors.
I don't care. My thing is, and I said it in my video, if you realize that your points are wrong, just concede that maybe you're wrong. Like, just say, okay, maybe I'm wrong about that. Like, there's nothing wrong with being wrong on occasion. We all don't know everything. I've been wrong before. It only happens like twice a year, I think, is my average, but it does happen. It's very rare. Now I sound like him, but just say you're wrong. You know what I mean? Like, just say, okay.
Just admit it. Like,
well, that's like
I have to.
That's like I did a video because I saw somebody shared a video. It was like, hey, you know me as Jane Rowe, but my name is Norma, whatever her name is. And like I had misquoted a little bit on the video I did, being like she did this and that, blah blah blah. So she didn't actually raise her kids. That's where I messed up. Is she didn't raise them, she adopted them all out. But when she got into contact with them, she made it seem like she wanted contact with her kids, but in reality, they were trying to. It was the daughter she was pregnant with in 1973. What she was really doing was trying to get her to go in for an interview. That's the only part on the whole video I messed up.
This guy wants us to discuss Democratic Party failures. I'll give you one. We had 50 years to codify this in the law, and it didn't. So there's that. Yep. We also had the leaked draft about a few months ago. Didn't do shit. So we didn't end the filibuster. Amen. Yep. So I am with you. I am not a Democrat. I am a leftist. Like Joe Biden to me is not a hero. He was the least worst option. Trump was a walking human federal disaster area. I took just a walking disaster area.
I need to re-find the video because I played it for people like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was from when Hillary and Trump were running, and we had the third party. What was his name?
Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson. Yes.
The guy.
It was like it's like hold on, it's Abe Lincoln, okay, and like they're trying to get you to vote third party. And it said Donald Trump is like the Joker and Hillary is like the mob. At least you know what you're getting when you vote for the mob. Like I don't even fully agree, but I was just like that part, like that just lives rent free in my mind because I'm like Batman reference. Oh, and he called Gary Johnson. He called Gary Johnson Batman.
So for the guy that asked, could we codify it in the law? Yes. The problem is you need a 2/3 majority. With the filibuster, no party, I don't think ever again in our lifetime will have a 2/3 majority. We could codify it in the law now. Yes, we could do that. But we would need 2/3, which means we would need all 50 we have, and then we would need Republicans to come on board with it, which isn't going to happen. And then we have Sinema and Manchin.
We have to get the Republicans out.
Yeah, well, and then we have got Sinema and Manchin who might not do it either. So could we codify the law? Yeah. I mean, we absolutely could. Will we? F no. No. And we've had 50 years to do it and didn't do it either. So, but it's one of those things, this is what I was trying to explain to Professor Mike earlier. Like, you assume something done in 1973, okay? So, and I'm probably the oldest one of us in the chat now by a mile, or in the box now by a mile. I was born in 79, so this happened 6 years before I was born. Did I ever think in a million years that in my lifetime this would be taken away? Hell no. Especially not when I was 43. Like maybe if I was like 14 and it got taken away, sure. But at 43, no. And so because we didn't think about it, we didn't do anything. But we should have. And it just tells us that yes, we need to be more active on the left. the left has this weird issue where, so when Republicans tell me that Biden couldn't have won because he got 81 million votes, that's where you don't understand the left. We show up for presidential elections. Trust me. We'll whoop your ass in a presidential election. I mean, we even had the
Yep.
popular vote with Hillary over Trump. But we think that that's like the be all end all and we're done. We've done our duty, right? We voted for president, we're out. The Republicans are much better at state and local elections than we are by a mile.
Exactly.
Mhm.
And that's why we get these really bad super majorities for Republicans in like red states like Missouri, where you have all this ridiculous, like all these, they're trying to make this a really horrible sexist place where, like, a Christian place, basically. I mean, so many times I read local articles about how some representatives wants to bring God into whatever for no good reason, and this is what happens. And I started my political activism getting into local stuff actually when I was in Arkansas. I went to college there, and I didn't even know, and mind you, I was 18 when I first started. I didn't really know what a state representative was or anything. I had really only been taught things at the federal level, and then of course I wasn't able to vote until 18 anyway, so I didn't know what ballots really meant, what was going on, except for big elections. And I really just got kind of the rundown in history class of what the federal government is, but I didn't really understand it. So I learned more about state elections and local elections, and then I started being more active and convincing people to vote in these. And I went around so many people's houses and just told them who the candidates were, and I got people to vote that way because they were saying, well, at least you showed up. I didn't even know he was on the ballot. I didn't know what this was. Like, they hadn't heard about the election, what's going on. Then we have these other in between elections people don't necessarily realize, or special things, issue elections. So I now actually, whenever I can, I work the polls on election day. And part of my thing is just trying to be helpful to give information about what's going on locally to vote for. People can miss things like that. And I help people who think like I do, and I'll be very clear, think like I do. And by that I mean, like, my dad, I talked to him about who the local people are, who we would agree with. And I sat down with him and we looked up all of the judges on the ballot. And I said, okay, so we're not going to approve this guy because he was appointed by a Republican governor. And we went and we did it that way. And we looked through candidates. And mind you, we agree on the same things. And he asks for my help. I'm not trying to force people to vote a certain way. He wants my assistance with this. And I'm glad to say, well, I know how you think. And so you would like this person, this person, this person. But our local elections are very important, and messing them up is bad. And having these states controlled with these right-wing majorities it's not going well. People need to go out and vote for everything.
Man,
We
I wish
do.
me and my dad got along politically.
So if anybody doesn't follow him,
lucky there.
So it's Wade, WADE _ the Whovian, THEWHOIVIAN, Wade the Whovian. He's doing a big push on after July 4th, we all start focusing on the midterms. And I think we need to. And Rebel has a link in his link tree, which I need to get a fucking link tree done. But it's called runforsomething.net. If you go to runforsomething.net,
I know for people. I know of people.
I'm not allowed to have a link tree. I've made some Trumpsters mad, and they mass reported my link tree.
Oh God.
Yeah. So runforsomething.net. You can. So when I land on their landing page, you can either run, help, or give, and it will show you anything in your zip code you can run for, help with, or give to, and it's at a local level. And so I think we're going to have to let this settle for a little bit. I still want to have this conversation because I think it's important for the females and trans females in our community to have this conversation. We need to do
Mhm.
Stop Day on July 4th, where we don't do anything on July 4th. We don't go anywhere. We don't buy anything. We don't post anything. You can scroll through. You can read your Facebook. You can go through your TikTok. But you do nothing on July 4th. And after that, we need to get really dialed in for the midterms. And we need to get people. And my point on this was Wade did a video where he asked people, without telling me where you're from, tell me when your primary vote is, and if your congressional area in your state, not for the national, but just for your state, congressional state, is red or blue.
Yeah.
And there were a ton of people that posted, "Oh my God, my primary was last week."
Oh yeah, they miss. They might not realize when they are.
Yep.
And then working elections, I've done the municipal 2 years in a row. I'm hoping to do the others this year. We haven't had our primary yet or anything, but I'm hoping to. But the turnout is very low, and I
It's
actually
awful.
expected the turnout to be a little higher than it was, just given our political climate and what had happened.
I don't feel like they vocalize it enough. Is the problem?
Well,
They
Is they
goes
want
back
to
to,
keep it hush hush?
it goes back to my
That's how
Democratic
I
issue.
feel. Like
It goes back to my Democratic issue. We got Trump out. We got Biden in. So I went, whew, okay, we're good for 4 years. All right, we can take it off.
exactly, and that's
That's
like
the Democrats.
I work.
That's the left.
I do.
Mhm.
That's the exact
Yeah.
thing, and I'm in my state Missouri Democratic Party Progressive Caucus, trying to just doing this for activism and trying to talk to voters and get people aware, get them out to vote. Like that's part of our main thing right now. We're trying to focus on helping our voters, and getting
Mhm.
people
It's huge.
aware is a super important step. And I mean, even telling like my dad that these elections exist, and he's a pretty politically literate person. He's very aware. He got me interested in this, but he didn't know this election information. Also, I will say it's important to double check your voter registration status, because I've seen where, like last year, a couple years ago, 2020, for whatever reason, even though my dad had voted at his address, he wasn't considered registered anymore. I don't know why. I don't remember what the issue was. He ended up fixing it, but his voter registration could not be found. So I said, okay, you will call tomorrow. You have to call the county clerk elections office. You need to take care of this. This is the number you call, because I can't find you in our records. And he got it resolved. I forgot what it was, but also I went to college, and the county clerk liked to throw out a lot of voter registration forms. If you're in college, it's especially important to be careful because of like the address changes with mailing and living. Yep. And then if your parents are home or whatever, like that's something I'm trying to get the word out about too. Because like getting the people who are already wanting to vote to make sure they can is a step that shouldn't really take convincing, since they already believe that what they want to do is vote, and what they know what causes they want to vote for. So if they show up and it turns out they weren't registered and they thought they were, then that's just not good.
Who's the creator that has the link in their link tree to show your voter registration status? Is it Wade? Who is it?
There's a couple. Mine is not. I don't have a link tree. I have a link in mine. There's
somebody has one to check your voter registration status. Somebody has it in theirs, and for the life of me, I cannot remember right now who it is. And they're a left-wing creator on voting, and I cannot remember who it is.
Is it Claudia?
No, if you say the name, I would freaking know it. I mean, I might just do it myself, and I'll just show you all real quick. But if I can try to do this, doxing myself. But yeah, I'm gonna cover this up. But like, yeah, like your voter registration card. Like, well, everybody knows I live in Canadian County, so I don't care if they see where I can vote. Nice. Everybody knows that because I use it to bring up our draconian drinking laws out here. I don't know if you were on for this, but here's how religious Oklahoma is. In Canadian County, you cannot buy beer or liquor at a restaurant on Sunday until 2 p.m. Because I
Yep.
guess at noon, Jesus would be pissed off.
Oh yeah,
But
I've
at
heard of that.
2, he's totally good with it. Our liquor stores can only have liquor and hot beer. They can't have corkscrews, bottle openers, anything that would go
Mm-hmm.
anywhere near going around. It is the most draconian state in the fucking nation. But so everybody knows I live here because I usually use this to bring it up to say, hey,
Carrie, we are in the reddest.
religion,
We are in one of the reddest states.
yeah.
So,
Every county
stop
votes
that.
red. Every county. Like back home in Kentucky, Fayette County, Lexington, where I'm from, and Jefferson County, Louisville vote blue. The rest of the state takes it red. Oklahoma County votes red. Oklahoma City is like 1.5 million people, and it votes red.
Mm-hmm.
Tulsa County,
Yep.
Tulsa votes red. Holy shit! Like at least even
It's
in
crazy to
Missouri,
me.
St. Louis, the county that St. Louis is in votes blue. Not in Oklahoma. Every county's red. Not a single
Mm-hmm.
county votes blue. It is if you are a Republican in a blue state and you want a haven, just come here. There are still Trump
We don't want
caravans that
you
go up and down the
here.
roads all the time.
Wait, we don't want you here.
I'm getting the fuck
Go.
out of here.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, no. I'm in
I'm planning
Pennsylvania
on
and
it.
it's super similar. Pittsburgh, like Allegheny County where Pittsburgh is, blue. Philadelphia, the metro area, blue, and everything in between red.
Yep.
My cousin just moved to
Yep.
Pennsylvania.
Well,
And
it's kind
I
of like in
thought
Georgia. Like you got what is it? What county is Atlanta in that was so pivotal in the last election?
Fulton County.
He's gonna Fulton County, blue.
Mm-hmm.
Allegheny County in Pennsylvania, blue. But like the rest of the state, Oklahoma, every county votes red. There was not one blue county. I've gone back now 9 elections just looking. Nope, no blue counties at all. None.
Yeah.
None.
And
And
to
see
your
what's
point,
great? Like, I still
no,
think
go
Mary
ahead.
Fallon was a Republican hiding under the blue tarp.
Oh, Mary Fallon was a fucking joke. Stitt's a fucking
Yeah.
joke too. Jesus.
Oh my God, I have to I hope I run into the person that had the Stit sign, but they drew Stit on the toilet, taking a dump.
Well, and so somebody in here earlier mentioned this. I want to be very clear for whoever mentioned this. Somebody was earlier saying that Biden and his radical left agenda. So I was in a live the other night where there was a guy from Greenland on. Okay, I remember whose
Yeah.
live it was. There was a guy from Greenland that hopped in, and he was explaining that if you live in Greenland, and he was very interested in American politics, Bernie Sanders in Greenland would be considered moderate right. So if you think Biden is far left, you are misinformed by a mile on the world stage about what left really is. Biden
Mm-hmm.
would be an extreme conservative anywhere in Europe. Extreme conservative anywhere in Europe. In Britain, he would
Exactly.
be a Tory, which would be the Republican Party here. Bernie Sanders, our most extreme you can come up with, would be considered moderate in most of Europe. So when you
Mm-hmm.
say Bernie Sanders or Joe Biden and his crazy leftist social agenda, you are mistaken by a volume of 1,000,000 on how wrong you are there. By a lot.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. And it's funny how people actually think they talk. By this, I mean that I read what people on TikTok and Twitter have to say, and they're complaining about Biden's Marxist, leftist, build back agenda that has passed and is ruining the country. And I'm just like, did you not pay attention to the news where it hasn't
No.
even passed?
Build Back
Mhm.
Better
And also,
didn't
that's
pass.
just ridiculous. But like, we
Well-
don't even have that, and they're just everything's well. One of the key terms is just turn everything socialist Marxist to complain about that, even if
I
you
keep
don't
telling
really know.
people, I tell people a million times, as much as they will listen, that as a financial planner, I am very well versed in democracy and publicly traded companies and what we do. Socialism and capitalism are like gin and tonic, okay? Independently, they are fucking disgusting. But mixed together just the right way, delightful.
Yeah.
Europe, most of Europe, is a social democracy, okay? So democracy on its own, if you want to know why you have inflation right now, that's democracy. If you want to know what your gas prices are right now, it's democracy. I will flip my camera around and draw you the graph in economic terms if you absolutely freaking want it. But it's democracy. It is capitalism. I am a
Frank,
shareholder in Exxon. I bought Exxon when this whole thing started to come back, and I was like, I need a buffer stock for some of my tech stocks to go down. So I bought Exxon. I am up 49% in like 6 months in my Exxon stock. You know who Exxon cares about? Me, the shareholder. They don't give a shit about you at all. And they will charge you what they can until you can't pay anymore. And that is what they will do because they care about me. They don't want me to sell my shares. So they're trying to earn as much money as they can. They don't give a fuck about you. So they will
hey.
Well,
charge what
yeah,
they want.
Mm-hmm.
that's
So
that's
I
why
want to
they
ask Frank real quick. So who told you socialism doesn't work in any other country when in reality it works? The
It works in
fact though
all of
that
Europe, bro. All of
exactly.
Europe, bro.
Who
It
told you
works over
that?
like
Not to mention the fact a lot of the people that are against socialism, like it would help them and their families, but because they're so stuck on listening to Republicans and people like Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, I can't even think of any more.
Sean Hannity.
Yep,
Jesus
Oh
Sean
Christ,
God,
Han.
Sean
they're so
Hannity.
bad.
Yeah, exactly. So just to name a few, just because y'all are so stuck listening to them and want to believe that they are gods who have come here to save you from, oh my God, the left is trying to get rid of us. Yes, Ben Shapiro. Um, like y'all are ignoring the fact that it is working in other countries. I think it's New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken. Like they have one of the best prison systems because people, guess what? They don't go back. And why don't they go back? Because they're basically in like a trade school that teaches them how to get on in life.
Hi from
But
Oregon.
here in America, people go back to prison because that's how it's set up for them.
It's recidivism because we have for-profit prisons, and prisons make profit by
Mm-hmm.
having inmates. So when I said earlier that there are three things we lead the world in, and one of them is population of incarcerated citizens per capita,
Yep.
that's why we have for-profit prisons. We have profitized our criminal justice system. Anybody think that
Mm-hmm.
sounds bad? Like
So, Jamie, I
that's
got a
just me.
question because you said go to New Zealand then. Why is it so bad to try to make people better, to try to help them get forward in life? Why is that so terrifying to you?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, part of, I keep hearing to just get up and move to another state. For example, if I don't like whatever's going on in Missouri, and that's kind of similar. Like, I know the whole country, what we're facing. Oh, just go move to another country. What's wrong with trying to help where you are? And I don't know what my future, like where it lies in terms of where I'll be forever, to be honest. But just the whole, just leave if you don't like it. Well, part of what I like, as you said, helping people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so let me
Hey,
So
try to sell you on
Scott, I
this
hope
because
you're being sarcastic. Unfortunately,
so
it's hard to tell whenever it's just
uh,
comments.
Cuban and I are looking at this, and I've been looking at it for over a year. I'm going to tell you what my plan is. I'm going to see how where we are in 2024. My plan is Spain. Spain ranks eighth in the World Freedom Index. You can go to
Mm-hmm.
Spain and teach ESL, English as a second language, 18 hours a week for 4,500 euros a month. They don't have a lot of houses over there, especially in the Canary Islands, which is where I want to go. The Canary Islands, like off the southern coast of Spain, summer temperatures year round. You're on an island, and you can buy like a four-bedroom apartment they call flats, furnished for about 60 grand on the beach. And
Dang.
so I'm going over there this summer on a vacation. When I say vacation, I mean extended. I will be gone for 3 weeks to rent a place, an Airbnb over there, which is VRBO. It's about
Mm-hmm.
$43 a night. 3 weeks in a three-bedroom Airbnb on the ocean on the biggest island will cost less than my round trip plane tickets. It is insane how cheap it is over there. And it's
Mm-hmm.
super laid back. And there is work life balance. I am not wed to America. I am not. And if this country is going to
right,
continue
and
to eat itself, I can just go.
But that's the thing, though. Not everybody can. And the fact that the Republicans are like, if you don't like it, leave. Well, if you don't like it, why don't y'all all pitch together, buy an island, Don't take anything here except for the clothes off your back and maybe a few things of furniture, maybe a trailer or two, and just move to an island.
So Texas wants to secede. Why don't we just give the GOP Texas? You all move there, get the F out of here. We can
Let the people
progress
who want to leave
forward.
Texas leave first.
Well, yeah, we need to get the left out, and then I'm like,
But then we need to
Frank,
be.
Portugal is also amazing. Portugal is unreal. Um, that's also a good choice. It's just
But then we
it's a
need
little
to
too
build
cold in
a
the winter for
whole
me.
giant wall around the Texas border
Oh,
because
God.
we don't want them
Well,
coming here.
well,
We want them to
so
stay there.
here's what they don't understand. So Texas does this, and there's this guy that does like this. I forget what his name is. It's Texan something, but he obviously looks like a Republican in Texas. If I find it, I'll post a video on my page about him. So
Yeah.
here's the problem: if Texas wants to secede, what are you going to do for food? Because Texas is not a really crop-heavy state, so you're going to have
Nope.
to sign trade deals with us. You also get cut off from the military. So all the military bases down there that make certain towns down there thrive are gone. I don't think they
Mm-hmm.
thought about this hard enough. But
No,
I would
they
be
haven't.
fine with shoving all the GOP into Texas. You all outlaw abortion. You all outlaw contraceptives. You all outlaw anything trans or gay. Outlaw all of it and go down there, and then we are going to build a wall around you, and you can just fucking have it. Be gone.
So, Frank, it's not that
I'm in.
people are not liking California. They're leaving California because of the price of living.
Yeah, they're leaving California because of the cost of living. The two biggest states influxes last year were Texas and Florida. But here's the funny thing about what that did. Florida last year, yeah, strange. We've got to get you out of Texas. I mean, at least even if you get to
Strange, yes. And
backwoods
we got to get my
Oklahoma.
friend out of Texas. Like
So
when I was down in Dallas last
Florida
night, we were
passed.
watching videos about what they're talking about doing, and I was like, I gotta get you out of here. I was like, jump in the trunk, I'll smuggle you out.
Florida is now the most expensive state to live in. It surpassed New York finally. So I am looking at taking a
Mm-hmm.
job with a financial planning firm down there for a couple of years, and it would be in the whole. So you've got, as you go down the Gulf side, you got Fort Myers, Estero, Bonita Springs, then Naples, and then like that's it on the Gulf side. Then you hit like the swamplands area, the Everglades. So I'm looking at a place in Estero. So in the Oklahoma City metro, I have a 2-bedroom apartment for $830 a month. A 1-bedroom in Estero is about $2,200 a month. I looked at houses in Naples for shits and grins. A 3,500 square foot house, which is pretty much a family of 4, about the size of the house I had when
Yeah.
I was married and had stepkids, for rent, $28,000 a month in Naples. And this guy I'm talking with who runs this financial planning firm said somebody will absolutely fucking rent it. That is how expensive Florida is getting.
Oh,
It's
God.
insane. Florida isn't, because he
Oh
asked me
well.
on our second interview. All of our interviews have been like 3 hours long. It's mainly just us spitballing, talking like portfolio theory and finance stuff. And he said, "Well, you understand like our housing market, right?" And I was like, "Oh, it's a fucking shit show." And he's like, "So what would you do if you moved?" And I said, "I wouldn't buy shit right now. I'd fucking rent for a year or so. Like I'm not buying anything in that economy. Like there's no
Mm-hmm.
way." 3,500 square feet, which is 4 bedrooms and 2.5 baths, is $28,000 a month in Naples.
That is
What?
insane.
But like wondering who's like affording that. Like most people obviously can't.
It's
Like
so the
So,
thing that Florida has this thing going for it geographically where we call it heaven's waiting room. Even my grandparents did it. So they would tough out Kentucky winter until the day after Christmas because we were a very close family. We did Christmas at their house, and then the next day they left and they went to a town called Punta Gorda, which is 2 hours south of Tampa. I'm looking at the Fort Myers Estero area. It's about 45 minutes north of Fort Myers. They went there every year from 1987 until they died. And so I spent
mm-hmm.
my life going down there on spring break because my parents are poor. We couldn't afford to do anything else. So we went to their place. That place has this influx of the elderly from like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Minnesota that don't like winter. They move down there when they retire. And so it is an influx of people with a shitload of money. So the biggest thing they have going in is heaven's waiting room, the elderly, which is why I would not mind doing financial planning down there because it's not like there isn't money to be made because there are elderly people who need that with money. It's just a really weird thing. Like Galveston, Texas gets down to like, I don't know, in the 40s in the winter. That is so far north. If you draw a line
What?
over to where I would be in Florida, that like literally Fort Myers in the winter is like maybe 60, lows overnight, 70 during the day in January and February. Like it's so far south. It's
See,
got a
that's like
large
we're.
population of old folks.
Do you know anything about my town, Travis?
A little bit, yeah.
So like the only jobs that make like any real money are Chick-fil-A, obviously, and warehouses. And they're
Mm,
building apartments and they're like a one bedroom would cost like $904. And
yeah.
that's like the only thing I think it includes is your water. And everybody's like, that's insane. If somebody comments, sounds like Oklahoma's or the town is catching up with the times, and it's like, dude, no, that's insane for a one bedroom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
one.
if you look at it in Florida, like seriously, back in the day, so when I was in college, I worked for TWA. I don't know if y'all remember
Yeah.
TWA, the airline. I was working for them when 9/11 happened. I had a
Oh
friend
wow.
who I was at the University of Kentucky with who got a modeling job in New York for Cosmopolitan magazine. She had a one bedroom apartment in the East Village over Duane Reade. It was 500 square feet and it was $2,700 a month. You couldn't open the bathroom door and the refrigerator at the same time or they would hit.
Oh my
And I
gosh.
remember thinking how expensive that was. And now Florida is even worse than that. So, like, if you, the sad thing is, like, in an area like Oklahoma, Missouri for Carissa, those of us who are like in middle America, it's
Hmm.
pretty cheap. But if we
Yeah,
were to
that's an
transplant to
advantage of here.
Florida, yeah, Missouri is probably pretty cheap too, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's very cheap. Pretty
Yeah.
comparable
I mean, like,
to
I've got, like, so
Oklahoma.
my place is, my place is two bedrooms, two baths. The living room I'm sitting in is massive. I need to like turn my camera off one day and just show people what. And I pay $830 a month. I've got a washer dryer included. I'm on a fucking golf course, literally on a golf course. It's insane. Like there are signs everywhere that say we are not responsible for golf ball damage. Like
What?
it's yeah. And I'm on a golf, and I'm literally it's $830 a month. And I rented because I knew I didn't want to die here because like who wants to die in Oklahoma? But if I just looked at renting in Florida, it's going to be more than 2x for half the space. And it's not going to be gated. I'm not going to be on the golf course. It's
Oh wow.
insane. Yeah, it
Yeah,
is absolutely nuts.
I'm in Pittsburgh, and there's an apartment building in downtown Pittsburgh for a 700 or for a I think it's like 650 square foot studio apartment. They want 1,600 a month for it. It's insane.
What?
God.
God. What?
Yeah. And then you get into a one bedroom that's about $2,000 a month, and they want 2,500 a month for a two bedroom, one bathroom.
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
That's ridiculous. I
All right. So
wow.
I'm gonna pull up the I'm gonna pull up the so I'm on Zillow looking at these houses for rent in Naples just because it's Collier County, which is expensive.
Yeah.
So there is a 5 bedroom, 6 bath, 5,200 square feet. So this is pretty big. 5 bedrooms, 6 baths, 5,200 square feet. Rent per month, $105,000 a month in rent. 105,000 a month. If you made that a year in salary, it would be amazing.
So
Um,
Yasmin said Bucky's in Florida starts at a $17 an hour for cashier. See, there is most warehouses here they start off at like 20 or 22, and that's warehouse work. But there's one warehouse here, and they put you through hell. Like there's no AC in there at all, which a lot of them
it's about
don't. But I
Hobby Lobby.
no, the warehouse I'm talking about is Flanders.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, but so in Florida, so seventeen
and
dollars
I
an
caught
hour.
the flu there because they
So
made me work with some with the flu.
if y'all want to know what it equates to a year, okay? So there's 52 weeks a year, right? So at
Yeah.
40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year is 2,080 hours. So you take the per hour rate, multiply it by 2,080. That will give you your annual pay. In Florida, that pay at 70 an hour would be $35,000 a year. I am going to find a somewhat modest home here real quick.
No
Let's
wonder my ex-husband
do.
was shacking up with that guy.
So here you go. So here's
I'm sorry.
a small 3 bedroom, 3 bath house, 3,000 square feet, not that big. 16,000 a month. At 17 an hour, you make 35,000 in a year. 2 months of rent would be 32 grand in Naples, Florida.
See how much Sacramento's rent is? Like how much like when you just type in like
Um,
Sacramento and
yeah,
then
hold
like
on. Let's see here.
the first one. As long as it's more than two, as long as it's more than one bedroom.
Houses for rent in Sacramento on Zillow.
2 plus.
Um, there's a 1 bedroom, 1 bath for 2,500 a month.
Like I said, no wonder my ex-husband was shacking up with that guy when he wasn't in jail.
A 2 bedroom, 1 bath at only 800 square feet, which my apartment is 800 square feet for 2,300 a month.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but Florida is worse than this. Like Florida is way worse. Did we lose Carissa? I
Yeah,
think we did.
Krista left, but I think she was at work.
Oh well, I'm probably gonna leave soon anyway because I gotta talk to this guy tomorrow from Florida about this financial planning thing. But yeah, like this is still not as bad as Naples, which he told me he's like, dude, just
Carissa,
look
I
at.
followed you by the way.
Oh, Chris. Oh no, you froze. Oh, Chris, a re-request. Oh, there she is.
Hey, when you get
Strange.
off
Have a good
though,
night.
I need you to check and see if I did Discord right. Like I looked up how to do it, but I don't know if I
I'll
did
look up.
all the permissions correctly.
So what I'm going to try to do is set up some channels where there's just data in them. Carissa, were you able to join Discord? Did
I
you get into
haven't yet. I
Discord?
need to though. Could you send me the information of where?
If you
Yeah.
follow me back, I can send it to you when we get off.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll follow you back. I'll check my followers and everything
Yeah. What I'm
and
going to
be
try
sure
to
to follow
do. So
you.
I want to set up a couple of channels that are not able to be posted in, but are just data. So like Cuban wants stuff on abortion. I want stuff on 2A, but then I want
Yeah.
all of us to just tell me what you want done, and then we can have channels that nobody can talk in that are literally just if you want data on abortion rights, go to these links here.
Yeah.
Maybe Chris is probably going to want to do a lot of community activism or voter registration, all that. I want a channel for that. That way, if
Yes.
your passion is Chris's passion and she brings those people in, they have a channel where you
Yeah.
can't really post in it, but there's links that you can follow and like just go to.
Yeah.
Yes, that
I
would
want to
be
make it
great.
bigger.
I'll DM you more info
Yeah.
on what else we're doing in there. I just don't want to say it on the live.
Yeah, no, because we're keeping it to those of us who are like minded to make some forward progress, and so we're kind of
Yeah.
vetting people pretty heavily because I don't want to have to spend 8 hours a week modding this thing. So we're trying to keep it to really close leftist people who are like minded, and I don't give a fuck if it's an echo chamber or not. I want it to be a data center, like somewhere we can all go and have all the data we want, but we need
Mm-hmm.
like I don't do the activism and the local stuff that you do. Like that's your thing. So like I would like to have like you and
Yeah.
Wade
Right.
telling me what to put in there. Like, hey, I'm going to send you this link. I'm going to text it to you. Put this in Discord, and then Cuban doing abortion stuff and me doing 2A. That way we have kind of a list, and then finding a way to get mobile for November because we have got to get out here in November and run this thing down. We have to.
Yeah.
We have to.
We
Yes,
absolutely have
it's
to.
critical. Or else we'll lose the right. A lot of people will lose the right to even do that.
Yeah.
So
So
that's to even vote.
Oh, Jay, did I send you
Do that.
the Discord yet, honey? If
oh
I
yeah, Jay,
didn't,
you need to get in
message me.
too.
If I didn't, message me so that way I don't forget. Jamie's in
Hey,
there.
Jamie, you're in there. Yes. So yes, and Jamie, you got my personal info, so you can reach out to me for any websites you want for the LGBTQIA plus community. We need that as well. I want it to be a community of us, but I want there to be like just. I don't want like 50 channels people can talk in. I want there to be like one focal point for talking,
Yes.
and then I don't want any. And just if y'all can tell me if I'm wrong here, because I don't want to be a fucking dictator, but I don't want some of the ones I'm in, like Tommy's, where there's you know, TikTok creation, promote yourself, all this. Like, I don't want any of that in there. I want it to be like information on this topic, this topic, this topic, this topic, this topic, and then we all chat in one big channel. And we can have a voice
Now,
channel.
I
We can all
think we
meet
could
up.
have a channel where everybody one time drops their TikTok name, only so for the people that
Right.
don't know each other that we're bringing in, because I'm bringing in
True,
people
because
from local, so that way we can
well,
all get connected and we can all talk on here as
and
well.
and because there's some TikTokers that we have in there that have a different Discord name. Like my Discord is btrav13, which is my email.
Yeah.
But TikTok wouldn't let me use that because it was too short, so I had to go with btravis13.
Well, like
But
like
mainly,
Ice Cold Cocoa, hers on there is like 666 Persian. It's our gamer tag.
right, yeah.
So
I think I don't know, and I want to get Wade in on it. I want to get Wade in there. I want to get Rebel in there. I want to get Carissa in there.
Rebel has
A lot
to
of
make
these
a
people.
Discord. We have to get on him to remind him to do that.
All right, I'll get on
Because
him.
he was in here earlier. He said
Yeah.
that. I sent him the Discord link. It's just a matter of him
So,
making one now.
and guys, if you all are on the left, you want to be part of it. All Discord is it was a thing that started out in the gaming world. So if you're on an Xbox or a PlayStation, you can start a party chat there. And I do play Call of Duty, so I can just start a party chat there. But if
Yeah.
you had people that were on PC, they didn't have that option. So Discord started as a way for gamers to talk. Now it's become a huge social thing. So, for example, my favorite creator that I follow and pay money for is my dude, Tommy.
Yeah.
I get access to his Discord. Miss Kinsey, the abortion activist. I'm in her Discord, but I don't have to be in her Patreon to be in it, but I am in her Discord. I hopped in one day like a month ago to save her from this nutbag on gas prices. And although we knew who
Yes,
each
you can
other were,
Discord
we
on your
never
phone now as well.
Yeah, it's an app on your phone. Yeah, so you download the app. Kenzie was like, "Hey, I need you in my Discord for financial stuff." I'm like, "Fuck, okay, another one." But I did
Yeah.
it. Like, so I've met a ton of people in there. So like, I talk to Kenzie all the time now, like one on one, which is super cool. Tommy, who has like 400,000 followers, will hop in like the voice channel and just hang out with us. Like, it's a really cool app to do to hang out with people. I just want it to be structured in a way in which we're actually making progress, which is what I want it to be. Tommy's is more of a
Yeah.
community because he's doing this as a business. This is his job. So I get it, and I love it. I was actually talking to him earlier tonight because he's got a psycho stalker. She got banned off
What?
TikTok. If you've not heard about it, does anybody in here, Chris, do you know
I
who my
haven't
dude
been on
is?
TikTok much because I've been working. Like I'm still
So
trying to get TikTok
don't
life
know.
and
does everybody know who my dude is? My
Yeah.
_ dude, DOODE, right? Tommy.
Yeah.
So there is this woman named
yes.
Shauna. Shauna is going after him, and do you all know who John Scott Won't Stop is?
I
sounds
think
familiar, but I
so.
don't think
I'll have to
know.
look him back
Okay,
up.
so John is gay and married, and him and Tommy are really good friends. And so if you are up during the day early enough, they are hosting the 1-6 hearings together and doing commentary. John Scott Won't Stop is awesome.
Yeah.
Back in February, this fucking woman lost her shit over Tommy and John and started going after them. So they went back. Now she has been banned for stalking. She made a new account a few days ago because Tommy made a video about Mike Patriot saying, "Your group that is going after me and my son, I'm taking the gloves off." I've got a following. I got 400,000 people test me. Also, cool note, Tommy can't be banned on TikTok. It's an agreement with him and TikTok. You can't ban him. You can take his live down by mass spamming it. He immediately just comes right back on. They can't get rid of it. So he's going after this group. Well, this woman finally pops back up. And so he had made a comment about another creator saying, "I will break your jaw," and then was in a live where this guy was saying he was going to reach out to his Proud Boy buddies to disappear the Tommy problem. So Tommy posted the video about it and said, "I don't give a fuck if you're saying that. I'm going to post this." So I posted, like, "Good for you, man. Fuck these guys. Stand up." All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Shauna replies to my comment. And I said, "Are you fucking kidding me? Shauna's back." Her account has 5 followers. She made it 2 days ago and is now up to like 37 videos all about Tommy and John Scott. What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's crazy.
Is she like?
She's insane. Like, she's fucking nuts. like I don't understand. And like her last video said that John and Tommy like to go after people to get them depressed to where they unalive themselves.
Oh my God! Look, look. They better stop with
What?
Tommy. They better stop with Tommy.
That dude don't play. I have sent him
No,
stuff
he
because I'm
don't.
also
And he's, from what I can tell and what I've seen and what I've talked to him, he's a really good guy. So they need to stop.
he's a he's a and here's the funny thing, like for people who don't know him personally, like we were in Discord, you can have a voice chat, so you just join. It's like you're on a phone call, like a Zoom
Yeah,
call.
yeah, yeah.
And we were in the other night, and it was all of us talking about like our work and our kids, and Tommy's got his son and he's getting into photography. We're all one big happy family hanging out. And then you look at the right and it's psychotic. It's like them going after us nonstop, like Professor Mike banning me because I absolutely destroyed him in a 2A debate, and then he just kicks me and bans me. Kinsey, he invites her on to have a debate. She destroys him because his source argued her point, kicks and bans her, says you're not intelligent enough. He has videos. I say this in the video I did with the Kinsey thing where he kicked her. He has fat shamed women in public and made them into videos and posted them
I
as if
know.
that's okay.
Are you talking about
He's
Mike?
like a fitness coach.
Before I get lost.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Mike? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so there's
Professor
two.
Mike.
There's Professor Mike and there's Mike Patriot. Mike
See,
Patriot
yeah,
is
that's
different.
where I was like trying to make sure where I wasn't
Yeah,
getting
'cause
confused.
Yeah. Professor Mike, I
has a-
debated.
Oh, what were you
Go
saying?
ahead,
You
Krista.
debated him?
So I went in one night because they were talking about 2A. And what he got mad about and kicked me for was he wanted to consistently pivot from mass events, which is my thing, what I was talking about, to personal unaliving only. So a singular situation which somebody just by themselves in their home unalives themselves, nobody else is involved. And he wanted to give me the statistic on that. And he got mad at me because I said, I don't give a shit. If you are going to do that to yourself, you're going to do it. What I'm concerned with are innocent children in schools, patrons in a grocery store, moviegoers, concert goers in Vegas, people that go to church. If you are going to just off yourself in your own home, fine. You didn't bother anybody else but you and your immediately little group. But Uvalde, Tulsa, Oklahoma at the hospital, Brooklyn, Parkland, Vegas, the nightclub in Orlando, that is what I am focusing on. And he kept saying that there are more people who just self-unalive. And I finally said, you aren't hearing me. I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Like, we're not talking about them.
And my honest opinion is this. That should be, as I believe this in my soul, that should be your right. That should be your right. But it's you. And I told him, because every time I would mention a mass event, he would pivot back. I'm like, can we please stay on mass? Can we just stay on mass? Kept pivoting back. And I finally was like, dude, listen, I don't give a shit about the suicide rate. I don't fucking care. If it's only them, I don't care. I care about a bunch of people who went to a movie that never made it out, okay?
Yeah.
One dude in a bathtub by himself, I don't give a fuck. So then he boots me and tells me I am heartless. And I said, okay, then you are heartless for the fact that you are wanting to only focus on this and not all the people that are involved in mass events. So then he blocked me. So when I saw Kinsey's video where she destroyed him, I tagged him in it. Well, today he was in a debate with Crazy Mother Runner. Do y'all know Crazy Mother Runner?
Oh, she's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Jess is amazing. So it's Jess on 5. All right, this woman had 6 boxes, 1 on 5. Somebody drops out. I had requested already. She left me sitting there, I'm sure because Mike told her don't invite him in. But she puts Professor Mike in, and she destroyed him as well. So they finally let me in, and I got to talk to Professor for a minute. I said, here's the deal. I want to know one thing from you. You're saying that we let this happen on the Supreme Court. We tried to do a Supreme Court nominee with 9 months to go to election. Mitch McConnell said, no, that's too close. Then Mitch McConnell said that 9 days before an election with Amy Coney Barrett was okay. So Merrick Garland, 9 months out, too close. McConnell, 9 days away, totally okay. How do you square that? And he said, well, I don't know that he said that or not. I said, you're a Republican. You don't know that conversation he had at those 2 press conferences. You didn't hear that. No. I said, so do me a favor. Go in and unblock me. And then that way I will follow you. And then that way when you go and look this up, you can come back and tell me what you think. And if you find the data, and if by some reason I'm wrong, which I've watched the video 100 times, I'm not, I will accept I'm wrong if I'm wrong. And he's like, well, I don't know
Yep.
why I would have blocked you. I said, you blocked me because you were losing a 2A debate and wouldn't stay on topic. And so you just banned me. And I said, you also banned
See,
Kinsey
and that's
for whooping your ass in a debate. So thankfully it wasn't his live. And I said, you also blocked Kinsey for whooping your ass in a live where the document you brought up to support your position supported hers and then called her uneducated. Fuck you. And then I took Alpha out of live. Like, I just left. But my standing offer is open. Like, I would love to debate him anytime on 2A, but we're going to debate on Mass 2A. And that's what it's going to be. And he's going to
I've
stick with it and shut the fuck up.
well, here's
he
what annoys
bugged
me about
me.
Republicans is they don't even know what their own people say. Or they go like whenever you quote, like, well, the Bible says this, and if y'all want to bring up the Bible, well, you're taking it out of context, or it was a joke. Like I went into a live, Savage Gentleman was in there. I don't know if y'all know who he is. He's one of my TikTok buddies. Um, he was in there, and this guy was like trying to defend Trump, talking about doing things to his daughter or wanting to. He's like, well, it was a joke. And I was like, I jumped in. I was like, let me in. And he was like, oh, gotta let her in.
Hey,
So let
hold
me
on, time out
in.
real quick. I want to explain this to this other user. Come over me, I'll type it out. What do
All
I
right.
mean by my practical test? So a written test is one where you go in and like might have to like answer questions about current gun laws or the way they work, just simple things. Like I don't want it to be like where you can't pass. A practical test is like what you did when you got your driving test, right? So you did your written and your practical test. You were with a driver and they would have you make certain maneuvers. So like it's important to keep your firearm clean. I take mine
Yep.
to the gun range about once a month, so it's important for me to then take that gun apart and to clean it so it's in good working order. It's good to know how long bullets are good for, when to throw them out, the difference in range ammo and what you would use at home. Things like me, where I own a 45, the amount of damage that thing will do. Nothing is like an I gotcha. My platform on gun reform is this: 25 years old, 9-day wait period, written and practical test, only for first time buyers. If you already own a firearm, you are exempted, only for first time buyers. That's my stance. And trust me, that's not the stance I want, but it's as low as I can bring it that I think I could get Republicans on board with, but it's something I think I could affect 10 to maybe 30% of mass shootings a year. And if I'm wrong and it saves 5 mass shootings a year, I still get a win. Like, that's my thing. I do not worry about the Trump fan next door to me who owns 30 of these things at all. He is probably a responsible gun owner. I'm not worried about him. I am worried about the guy in Tulsa who bought a rifle 2 hours and 50 minutes before the event where he unalived 4 people. That's what worries
Mm-hmm.
me. So my regulation is only around first time buyers because those seem to be the most psycho. Yes, we do have data that shows that some people had previously owned R. The majority of the data shows that. And I've got data upon data upon data, which is why I need to do a link tree that would back this up. So I want somebody. So when I bought mine, I bought my 45 in Lexington when I was 19 because we got broken into twice when I was a kid. Once I don't remember, once I do. And the way our house was set up, my dad sat at the top of the stairs. Somebody would only have to come from either the right from the kitchen or the left from the front door down this skinny hallway to get to the stairs. And he sat there with his AR and sat there for 7 hours till the sun came up. That then got me as a leftist in my later life to own a firearm for home protection. But I do understand certain things that a 45 will puncture drywall and studs like crazy. You need to know that. My dad owned a sawed-off shotgun, one of the best guns for home defense. However, you need to know where your family is. So for me, it was a thing where I wanted one to be at home. That thing leaves my house to go to the range so I can keep practicing shooting, and that's it. It comes home, it gets cleaned, it goes back on my nightstand table. I've got no kids here, I've got no wife, I've got no girlfriend. It's just me. But I'm never going to get rid of it. But neither am I in Oklahoma that has an open carry law going to go to Penn Square Mall in OKC to go to the Apple store with my 45 on my hip. Like,
Travis,
it's,
say again that you won't do that, just in case if there's some losers in here.
I will never open carry because it's fucking dumb. Dude, so I went to Apple the other day.
I
I
know,
wanted to
but
get,
you know how some of these people in here are on the right can get.
yeah, I would never open it. I passed a guy in Macy's with a 357 Magnum on his hip. Do you know how inaccurate a revolver is? Like, after about
God.
8 feet, it's useless. And this dude is carrying a 357 Magnum from the John Wayne movies. What are you going to do if something happens about 40 feet from you and the guy's got a 45 like I do? You're
Mm-hmm.
wearing the worst protection on your hip like you're a badass dude. No, you're not, because I guarantee you, do you see where the purses are? About 10 yards that way? I bet you money you can't hit a single purse from here. And if we could have been allowed to do it, he wouldn't have hit a single purse at 10 yards of that thing. Grow the fuck up. It's so stupid. Like, I have my gun to protect my home. When I had my wife, my stepkids, them, I am not wearing that shit to the mall ever.
Nope.
Not gonna happen.
Well, I feel
Not
like
gonna
I
happen.
keep hearing about like, well, maybe people should be carrying personally like all the time to protect from these mass unaliving events. And with my job working with individuals with disabilities, I'm not allowed to do that. I can't even have pepper
Right.
spray in case someone gets a hold of it. Because I've
And like
worked
this in
actually
their
at
eyes,
neighborhood. What was that?
in case if they shoot in their own eyes.
Exactly.
So
they
like
could get a hold of something.
yeah, my daughter took my pepper spray out of my purse and took it to school, and the little girl took it from her and sprayed herself in the eye with it.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, I was like,
Oh wow.
Well,
you
and
really
so
saw it in my purse?
It's
so
powerful stuff.
Yeah,
so
it
let's
used to get
walk.
shot off in the car. That oh my god, I just
So
remember it getting sprayed
let's
in the
walk
car.
this
We die.
let's walk this good guy with a gun thing out, and let's just use Brooklyn, okay? So let's say that when the guy went into the Brooklyn grocery store to shoot it up, there had been two good guys with a gun, right? Okay, so that's what the
Mm-hmm.
Republicans say all the time. The best defense about a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. So let's say this guy starts shooting. He's got a couple of people down, and then now you have two other people firing at him. Okay, so nobody's died yet. We're just in a firefight. Cops are called, shots fired at this location. They show up. If you're the police, listen to 911 calls. These aren't very descriptive. We have a 6'4" male, light skin tone, blue hoodie, black joggers on. Looks like those are Jordan 4s he's wearing. That's not what you get. What you get is we have an
No.
active shooter at this location. So now the police show up in force, and what they are looking at is a three-way firefight in public.
Mm-hmm.
What do the cops do at that point? This is the reason that a good guy with a gun argument breaks down, because now what do the cops do given the limited information that they have, right? So they don't have a lot of information. They got limited. What does that do? And I will add to this, we have done, if anybody hasn't watched my gun videos, please do. Not not self-promoting,
Promoting.
but just saying they're informative. We have done nothing since Columbine. Nothing since Columbine. What has nothing gotten us? Way more of the problem where we're in. And now, I'll give you all, this is fun fodder for thought for these idiots on the right. I put up a video, I don't know if y'all saw it or not, where I was just scrolling through gunviolencearchive.org and saying, when is enough enough? And I was using 2022, right? I was just
Yeah.
scrolling through saying, this is ridiculous. The comments were, how many were under Trump? And I was like, okay, here's the deal. This is not a political issue. It's a like a life issue. So I'm going to pull you all this data up, which will just blow them away.
I think they forget under Trump, like at least like out in California, not really so much in Oklahoma, or I don't know about Travis's area. I know in my area, that was a joke, because nobody was following it. Like people were staying home, like nobody was out unless if you were from my area, and
All
then
right,
people
so
were
here
out
we go.
partying.
So then this guy wanted to know how many were there under Trump, as if somehow under Biden there would probably be more, which I'll get to that. Table that for a second. But sounding like this doesn't happen under Trump, right? But it does. Here's what's crazier under Trump. Las Vegas in 2017, worst mass event in our history, 60 plus people unalived. That's 17.
Yep.
Next, 16 in Orlando. That's a problem. 17 in Sutherland Springs. 3 of the 5 worst in total volume happened under his presidency. Do I want to make this political? No. I'm saying they happened. But what you're going to see over time is every 4 years, this get a little worse on who's in office. So Obama term 1 to term 2, it got worse. Obama to Trump got worse. Trump to Biden, it will get worse. It's going to keep happening. So it doesn't matter who comes after Biden, whether they have a D or an R by their name, it's going to get worse. So shut the fuck up and fix the problem. That's it. And I feel like my proposal is modest. 25 years old, 9-day wait period, written and practical test, only for first-time buyers. Tell me how that is a nuts program. I'll give you a nuts program that I want, but I am proposing no red flag laws. I'm proposing no ban on any type of weapon. I feel like that's a simple one we could all get behind. And if it killed 10 to 30% of mass events every year, that's a fucking win in my book.
The problem
But
is they see any kind of gun control as you're infringing on my Second Amendment rights. And, they sound just like that. Don't play with me.
It's always about not infringing about rights, but those are the rights that get people super upset. And thinking about the rights of people to live, and I have gotten on my page, I have gotten so many people who have defended having cannons and like any weapon you could ever own. I had someone who got into this argument with me because he said that he thought we should be able to have like everything that the military has access to according to the Second Amendment. And so I asked him
Oh my God.
I was asking him about that. He ended up mentioning, I was like, so when do we end? Should we have drones? And he basically implied that cost would be an issue for drones. He's like, well, they're expensive. Like, oh my gosh. Like it's just
like a $350 pistol isn't?
This side, this is what bothers me. This side, and I'm going to be frank, I'm going to try to do it in a not way to get banned. When I look at the people, like my favorite creators I follow, like the most people that I started following early in my day and now becoming close with, Incrediberry, Adam, Crazy Mother Runner, Good Trouble, my dude. Then I found like some, don't take this the wrong way because it's just on that level, but lower tier creators like Carissa and Cuban and Renee and Wade. And I found all these other people. And if you look at our platforms and what we are doing, we are pushing for social change. Here's what we don't do. We don't go after your rights. We don't mass report your accounts. We don't go after you. The right of TikTok is sick. When you will go to a guy like Tommy's Live and threaten his child, you're really in a sad spot. And if you look at Tommy, Good Trouble, Crazy Mother Runner, Kinsey, Sanvi, Kiara, Carissa, Quim, Wade the Hoobian, all of these people combined, we have never in our lives gone after somebody's fucking child, ever.
Exactly.
We don't do that. We might disagree with you. We might vehemently disagree with you.
Exactly.
We don't do that. That is on us. And the reason the rights accounts are taken down, like Misfit Patriots now been banned 55 times, Professor Mike is like 38. The reason why is your position and your beliefs and that you're turning into words on a video violate terms of service. Your position is so gross that it violates the terms of service. We don't have a mass report campaign. None of us. And what you'll find funny is if you watch a lot of left videos, people like Tommy and Crazy Mother Runner are two of the best at it, saying, I'm replying with a video to this comment. Do not go after this person. Do not. If you like me, if you like my content, do not. I want to highlight a point. Do not attack them. Do not raid them. Do not mass report. We don't do that at all. Period.
Yeah, I mean,
None
there's
of
a
us do
reason that. I mean, there's a reason that now when you go to report somebody, that doxing's an option on this app.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that comes out of the right. Like the right is, as much as the right puts things up like the one that Professor Mike was in with Jess today. The background she had was Roe v. Wade overturned, drinking liberal tears. We're not crying.
Oh, I saw that. It was like some meme with like a bunch of like a gravestone, and
so I
wanted
like
babies smiling.
I wanted.
It was like life one, but my thing is, you're not drinking our tears. We're not crying. We are smart, sophisticated. We're going to deal with the hand we dealt. We're going to move forward. But I want you to understand, you didn't get rid of abortion, you dumbass. It ain't going away.
Right.
It will still be here. You stupid idiot. Like,
and that's the thing.
So,
are you like, what was that? You continue?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to point out just like a real life example, like off of TikTok. At work, where I used to work, we could wear shirts as long as they weren't like crude or vulgar or anything. I wore a Martin Luther King shirt. Okay, this woman came in. Hold on, yeah, you already know where this is going. This woman came in. I don't remember the whole contents of her shirt.
Hey, real quick, guys.
It says something about.
We got a debate. Real quick, we got a debate. Does anybody want to hop out so I can bring this debate guy in? Is anybody willing?
I'll drop. I don't mind. I want to see. I'm interested to see what he has to say because he's been very vocal in the comment section.
All right, I'll bring him in. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
Travis, let me, before you bring him in though, let me finish the shirt story because I don't want him to like. I mean, I'm sure he'll probably have something to say about it, but so I don't remember exactly what her shirt said, but I remember it said something about libtards, and it was a pro-Trump shirt, and I'm just wearing a shirt with Martin Luther King on it. She went up to my boss, complained about my shirt, and said it was offensive to her. But she had a shirt on insulting people that did not agree with her. I had on a shirt that was Martin Luther King, and it said, hold on, I'm trying to remember exactly what it says. It says change was not made by being silent or something like around those. You know, that's sad, though, because I made this shirt. So I'm like, why am I having to think about what I made my shirt say?
And before we get to our guest who's opposition, which we can do opposition with him, I just want to give one quick story. I've got a cousin who's got Downs. So when people use libtard, retard, stuff like that, it's offensive to me. And my cousin should never live to about 14. She is now 58. And so for me, that's a line in the sand. But new guest, welcome in, buddy. What's up? What's your take?
But that's what I'm saying, though, is my shirt wasn't offensive. My shirt didn't say anything against her. But because it was Martin Luther King, and it was a problem for her.
All right, top guest, what do you got, buddy? Lay it on us.
This isn't necessarily on, but I'll. Can you guys hear me?
You sound really far away from your phone, though.
I'm sorry, I got my. Hello?
We can hear you.
I still hear you.
Okay, good.
It's just real quiet. You're not live. You don't have to turn your camera on if you don't want to. I don't do that.
Okay. Listen, you guys seem to be spreading a lot of false bullshit.
All right, lay it on me. All right, so let's do it one at a time.
Well, first of all,
okay.
Yeah. So, but hey, listen, don't data dump on me. Give me one at a time so I can go through them and pull stuff up if I need to. So, what's the first one?
Well, the bottom line is, you guys are talking about a lot of stuff when it comes to gun safety, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gun safety is not a thing where it comes to individual rights. You understand that? You're sitting there, you're talking about you're 45 and you're this and you're that. There are so many different guns out there. You understand that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
Yeah.
you're not gonna be able to take away the guns from the people and make people more
Nobody said
safe.
anything about taking them away.
And here's the thing: I don't advocate for taking away any current gun owners' guns at all. And for my
Okay.
platform on the reforms, I don't think any current gun owner should be subjected to them. They should be grandfathered in.
Okay. But
I got a 4-part simple plan. 25 years old, 9-day wait, written practical test
okay,
for
that's fine.
new first time buyers. But if you own one, you're exempt.
So let's go there then. Are we going to change the driving license age to that?
Why would you have to change the driver's license age to that?
What does
If you
that have to
can't,
do with that?
That has nothing to do with firearms.
you're not responsible
so...
enough to fucking carry a gun, but you can drive.
So I'll tell you why the reason I picked 25.
I mean,
25 is the oldest age where there is a restriction in America, and that is on to rent a car. Not only do you have to be 25, you got to have a valid credit card too.
Okay, what about fighting in a war?
If you are military, you're also exempt.
Fine.
because
So
they have
and,
training.
and
At age 18, you can go
right.
die for your country, but you can't.
And I
Look,
and
I
Own
don't
a
agree
gun?
with that
hold
because
on,
you
hold on,
can't drink until you're 21 or smoke.
hold
So
on. So you can't
And I
drink or
don't
smoke
agree
till
with that
21.
either.
But here's the thing: this is only for first-time buyers who were not military or didn't own. I am not infringing on anybody's rights. I am taking precautions and making it mildly slower to get one, to where hopefully in those 90 days, somebody will either calm down and back off, they'll screw up and tell a friend,
Okay,
they'll
I
make a
get that.
dumb
But
Facebook post. Like,
do
why is
you
this a
honestly
problem?
do you honestly think that that's what's going to stop the school shootings? Is that what it is about?
So here's the thing: you all always go to school shootings, and I don't want to sound heartless because I'm
I
not a
don't either
dad.
because I hate it.
Okay, so I don't. So my thing is this: I don't care about the school shootings so much as I care about all of them combined. Meaning that we have got issues in this country where school, grocery stores, outdoor concerts, movie theaters, nightclubs all get shot up all the time. And most of those people perpetrating those crimes are the first time buyer of a weapon. So the goal is in that 9 days, get somebody to screw up. And I'm not a dumbass. I don't think I'll stop all, but if I can stop 10% of them, I would win. And this argument, this policy of mine, doesn't affect anybody who owns or the military at all. It's just the first time buyer at 23 years old who wants one. You go through
25
this
is what you
process.
said.
Well, yeah, but I said I'm willing to argue it back a little bit. So I just picked
Oh, okay.
23.
It's
Like
fair
I would
enough, but
argue that,
okay.
but
So
you understand.
what about a
Hold on.
parent who buys one for their child?
All right, so hold on. Keep in mind, as a leftist, what I am not bringing up. I am not advocating for red flag laws. I am not advocating for a ban on any type of 2A item. So to me, this seems to be a very sensible thing where I am sacrificing a lot of what I want. Do I want red flag laws? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. Do I want bans on military grade weapons? Yes, I do. But to get for the left and the right to agree, I'm going to have to concede some stuff. So I'm asking for a new law that doesn't affect you at all. If you are on a farm and you buy a firearm for your kid and teach them how to shoot and hunt and all that, that's fine. They should not
Okay.
be able to carry it or go to a gun store and buy one until they're 25, and then they can wait their 90 days and take their 2 tests and be done. That's it. It
Plus,
doesn't
not
affect
to
us.
mention though that if you go to buy a firearm for your child to use, you are responsible for that firearm. That child's not. They
I
do
agree
something
with that.
stupid, that's on
You're right.
you.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
So as a
what
diehard
you said
leftist,
kind of like, I mean, it
as
made
a
sense, but then it didn't.
as a diehard leftist, I am trying to find a way to appeal to the
Well,
very strong GOP 2A advocates so that we could possibly get something done to where this problem goes away.
just to be
That's my
clear,
goal.
though, I'm not a diehard leftist. I'm not a diehard rightist. I'm not a diehard anything. I'm a diehard logic person.
Kim?
Okay, so when I was listening to your live, because my own previous lives have, you know, fallen flat, I was trying to figure out where you were, and Roe versus Wade. I was going down the available uh, abortion resources, so forth and so on. I didn't agree with your arguments, but rather than being able to talk in the comments, I was blocked. Yet you guys
So,
would sit there and say, I'm willing and open to argue, but while I was trying to debate in the chat, I was blocked.
right.
Well,
So I'll
I'm
be
not
honest with
sure
you.
who did that. Nobody said to banana you, so that's not on us. That is on
No,
whoever
but
did that.
my mods have a standing thing if anything seems aggressive, because I am at 9 live bans have all been overturned because they're like, I don't know why it is, but the GOP believes they're getting censored by us. It is the same thing happening here. I went live with my friend Cuban earlier. She's always my co-host. We do her channel, we do mine. We were up for 7 minutes, and people on the right mass reported her for nudity while she was dressed. So that's
Yeah,
why I've told my mods to be hyper, because if we block you all, it can't get mass reported. Supposedly, we were the snowflakes, but if you say something anti GOP or their beliefs, they report
so,
too. So we're just
and
trying to
the other
stay up
side
and
gets
live.
blocked just as well. So
And
it's
they do,
ridiculous.
and they do, and I actually was in a conversation with a woman from TikTok last week. Her name was Rachel, and I asked her specifically when she unbanned my account. I said, I know what happened because they said they were going to do it and they mass reported and I got banned. Is there anything in place to flag accounts that mass report a lot and maybe put some weight behind that? And she said, no, there is not. So, like, I don't, it does happen on both sides, which is stupid.
I'm just
But
curious
Which there
why it was
needs to
like,
be though, because they're abusing their power of reporting. They're abusing it.
Yeah, it's
who
not
was
fair
they?
because then stops people
the
from
mass,
doing it.
the
The
mass
people
reporters
who mass
on
report
either side
are
are abusing it.
abusing.
But I'm curious, is that like bots or like I'm just
No,
curious.
it's
No, they're
literally
pissed off
people who
people.
get mad because you don't agree with them.
Okay.
Here's what's
Like
happening. Like,
I
hey,
had my account
So
mass reported
on this
because
particular live, like when I was blocked for 5 minutes just for typing I don't agree, was that a particular
so wait,
person
you
or
were
was that
muted?
yes, I was.
You were muted? Okay, so
Yes.
you
that
weren't
would be
blocked, you're muted.
that would be one of my mods. You have to pick that. So like if I click on, I was going to click on one of my friends. So I click on them, and I click manage, and I hit mute. I can mute them for 5 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 5 minutes, or the entire live. Um, and I think the problem is where we are all, especially my mods, people like Carissa understand this. Quinn understands this. Most of my friends understand this. We get a lot taken down. They're not really bots. It's,
Okay.
hey, you've got eight secondary accounts. We don't like Travis.
I
Could
don't
all
have.
of y'all go in? Well, no, I'm saying for if. This is what I think. I don't think they're bots. I think people got a lot of backup accounts, and then they're just like, this person's live, go in and do it to them, which does
Okay.
happen on both sides. And I think it's
So
bullshit.
I'm just still curious about like the comments I made weren't inflammatory or anything like that. I was just saying I disagree and I think you're wrong and I'd like to comment on it. And the next thing I know, I was muted.
Well, I
Guy,
just want to
guy,
point out that none of us said, hey, mute this person. None of us said that. So that was a
hey,
mod feeling like they needed to
and
for
I'll
whatever
tell you this.
reason.
I'll tell you this, and I got this standing offer to anybody, and I've not said it tonight like an idiot, and I should have. I
It's
should have
just
said it.
it's hard to debate against somebody when you get muted for a topic,
Well,
and
so
next thing you know,
so
you can't
a
even speak on it for 5 minutes.
context and comments are hard to read,
Sounds
but
like this.
like the context of it. But if you comment on any of my videos and say, "Hey, I wanted to have a respectful debate," I will find out what mod it was and have you unblocked. But for safety's point for us, the many times we've gotten taken down, I am just in block city because
I
it
understand.
gets taken down. So it's not personal. Like if you, I had a guy the other
No big
night.
deal there.
Yeah, I don't even know who the dude's name was. I think it's still up. I don't even think I deleted it. It was on one of my videos and said, "Hey, I was trying to have a
Well, it's
rational
like
discussion with you, and you booted me." So I found out which mod did it, and I said, "Can you please
I just
unblock this
I
guy?"
just had a comment from somebody, Just Jay. He's also lied and he's a patriot, like quote unquote.
Hold on. What was it? What was the thing? Did he just leave?
Yes. I was about to say that he.
Strange? Did you ban him?
Y'all,
What was his username?
Oh,
Did any,
Hold on.
forgot.
Let me scroll. I'll see if he was muted. Y'all don't comment for a minute, please, so that way I can scroll. I remember his picture.
Oh, here he is. Is it the Mr. Day 55 Reborn?
Yeah.
I'm not Is
Yeah, I
it?
think it's yeah,
Yep, there
yeah.
it is.
Sorry, that was.
Hey,
I think
hey,
that
what's
was
up,
me.
buddy?
That I think I clicked on the wrong button.
Okay, you had me freaking out that my mods are blocking again.
No, no, no.
Woo!
We're
I
like,
think
what
I
are
was.
y'all doing? We're literally just having a conversation.
No, we're
Stop.
cool. I was just scrolling or whatever.
Yeah.
So here's the
See, on
problem.
my phone, it
Ignore
won't let me,
only.
even if I'm in request, like, it
Well,
won't let me scroll out.
That's fine.
no, no. So he probably was scrolling up to read comments and flipped us up, which
Exactly.
booted him out. So I would just say
Oh,
when
no,
I
that's what I was
debate,
trying to say, was like,
yeah,
it
I
won't
don't,
let me on
dude. I don't
mine.
even ignore comments like I would because if you have an opposing
Well,
viewpoint, understand that like most of live are like my friends. Ignore the trolls because they're going to troll you. That's
and
what's going to happen. It's going to happen to
and
me
I'm cool with that.
on
Like
right lives. Yeah,
exactly. Like the
yeah.
one
Just
guy
don't try to
saying,
scroll up
"Oh,
and
I'm
count
a
them.
liar. I'm a patriot." It's like, okay, I'm a patriot. Was that a bad thing? I don't understand.
All right. So what did you want to get into tonight? What did you want to do?
Me personally,
Yeah. What do you want to debate?
let's see. Let's talk about. Well, we've already talked about 2A a little bit. How about pro-choice?
Okay. I'm
All right,
down.
cool.
Let's go there.
Okay.
All right.
And just be fair. This is not my strong point. So these two ladies will be
Oh, I'm
doing
not
their
strong in
thing.
that either. I'm just open and honest. And let's hear it.
All right.
Or you brought it up,
So,
so you get to go first.
okay,
If
so
Yeah.
it wasn't
am I
clear.
am I for or against? Let's see if I'm for or against. Honestly, to be honest with you, I'd be a hypocrite if I would say I was um, pro against, right?
Wait, what?
Hold on.
What?
So wait, are you saying like okay, you're either pro-life, which is to be honest, most of the times it's people saying, well, when they're born, until they're born, and it's like, well, what about after they're born? Well, they could just go into foster care. What?
So so
Like, do you
so real
believe
quick,
that they should have the right to do it? Do you believe that you should have the right to have the procedure, or
I'm
do
always
you
about
not?
women's choice. I'm always about choice. Um,
so you
Okay.
think Roe should have stood, right? You think they should not have been overturned.
I don't think necessarily the federal government should have been involved.
Well, this wasn't the federal government. This was the judicial branch, Supreme
Well,
Court.
Roe versus Wade was exactly the federal government though being involved, right? Wasn't it?
Well,
Not
it was the
necessarily.
it's
Well, it
judicial, which
was
is not part of the federal
the
government. You got
the decision
judicial.
was that the Roe versus Wade was that the federal government basically said the states cannot make it illegal, right?
Yes, that was the original ruling. So what
Yeah.
led to this was a 1973 case. It's
Right.
not law, but it was ruled on that by. Sorry, I'm typing something to look up. I'll stop for a minute. So it was a ruling that where if you feel oppressed, you can go all the way to Supreme Court. Supreme Court
Right.
said the states were overstepping, and so women have the legal authority under the Constitution in the United States to get an abortion. That's what it was. It wasn't like legal. Like, it wasn't like a law or legislation. It was just
Originally, it came down to this one person that was in
So,
Texas where it was illegal, though, right? And they
yeah,
what do you mean?
I want to give a little context on Jane Roe. She after that she was paid to be pro-life. She came out on her deathbed that she was paid for her opinion and that was not her honest opinion. She also was not called whenever the ruling
right.
came back on Roe v. Wade. So she did not know she was allowed to have an abortion. So I just want to point that out there.
And that, I get that, but that said,
Well, and
or
I
the
wanted to
other
bring it
said,
up so anybody in comments couldn't try to use that stance because it's already been basically debunked. Like she
so
came out and said she was never pro-life. She's always been pro-choice. She was paid. She did
So
it all for money and attention.
are you pro-choice or pro-life?
Yeah, I'm
me,
confused about where you stand.
Yeah. Stop box. Are you pro-choice or pro-life?
it's a sticky widget, isn't it?
Not really. I'm pro-choice.
I mean, I'm
I'm
pro-choice for everybody else. I've never had an
no,
abortion. I have 6 kids.
I'm 100% pro-choice, but but I don't like the government interfering because I don't want the government having an option to say you can do this or you can't do that.
If
Well,
a
okay, so
state
here's
Are you
oversteps
talking
its
about the
boundaries, if a state
Santa
oversteps its
bans?
boundaries, if a state oversteps its boundaries, shouldn't they be able to appeal to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land?
No,
Like,
well, I'm more a constitutionalist when it comes to that.
okay, so here's the thing. The Constitution was written 250 years ago. Women had no rights. Women could not vote. Women couldn't own
I
property. Women could
understand.
not have a bank
Right.
account. So then we come into the people who are constitutionalists now who want to go say, well, it wasn't the Constitution.
I
Well,
don't
neither
know that the
was.
Constitution was written based on just women's rights or men's
so,
rights.
so real quick. So, if you're a constitutionalist, can you tell me what the Eighth Amendment is?
On the top of my head now.
I can tell you the
So,
gist of it.
so then you're not really a constitutionalist.
Okay.
You want me to
I
tell you the
mean,
gist of it?
just, and I'm
Sure.
not being rude about that. I
No,
mean, I
that's
don't
fine.
care what it. I don't care what
I
it
can't
is.
remember it all.
Yeah, Quinn, I literally don't even care what it is.
I'm old and
Yeah.
I've had a lot of beer tonight. So.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't honestly don't care what it is. Like, so here's my thing. Like, so we go back to the Constitution. I said this earlier, and you probably missed it. I'm tired of hearing the Constitution as an excuse. It was a document written 250 years ago that is exactly pointless in the day and age we live in now. Things that aren't in the Constitution include child corn,
Hmm.
speed limits, semi trucks, lots of things that evolved over 250 years.
Exactly.
I don't care what the Constitution says at all. I do
Yep.
not care. I would like to see it rewritten for our day and time. It
If
was
I'm not
written
mistaken, the
by a bunch
Constitution's
of
supposed to be redone every 40 years.
it was written by a bunch of slave owning white men who believed women should have no rights either. So I don't really care what they said 250 years ago. I want to progress past that and do something sensible for the day and age we live in.
And
That's my
that's fair
goal.
to a point. But you're also talking about the type of men that were having such forethought that they wrote the Constitution to set themselves or set our country on a forward path to have freedoms. It wasn't just about women or men or
Okay,
slaves or anything
so
like
women
that.
just lost freedoms on Friday, and we're not moving forward. We're moving backward 50 years.
I
It
don't
Are you
think
doesn't.
talking about
women
like
lost freedoms
I would actually say, I would
Hold
also
on.
say 100 years
How,
ago.
how did how did women not lose a freedom?
because the federal government stepped out.
I'm very
So
confused about you.
how
What were you
did they
So,
saying?
not lose a freedom?
Because the federal government just stepped out of it. The decision was left to the states.
So
well,
how
yeah,
does that
so,
mean
But
a woman did not lose a right? That's what I want to get to the crux of this. With this overturning and giving it to the states, how did women not lose a right?
I don't think you
so
understand
to
me.
be clear, the states are now taking away women's rights, and it's all in red states, in states that I live in, that Travis lives in.
yes, me same here.
I was gonna say I wasn't sure your
I'm just
state
curious.
right
Young
I'm
offhand.
just curious.
Missouri, by the way. So
Okay.
yes, we were the
Uh,
first actually proudly
I'm
to
curious
remove that.
again how changing this didn't remove a right from a woman.
I think you guys are not hearing it completely.
No, we're
Okay,
hearing it.
But what are
so
you
you said
saying?
though, you said repealing Roe did not remove a right from a woman. I'm asking you if
So
you
it's not
believe that.
repealing a right at all. It's basically saying the federal government is not going to be the one that decides whether or not a woman can do it.
So
And
now the state can step
Yeah,
in.
the states.
most states do not have any laws against it. Most states do not have any laws against
But
it.
that's the thing
21
is
states,
red states
21
are
And
states
the
have gay laws.
I'm not saying that the states that have laws against it are right or wrong. You understand that?
So,
Well,
no,
but also,
hold on.
like,
Let me
I
get this because
guess,
I keep getting.
but if you want it to be a right, this was not something that was
I'm
rolled
not saying
on.
I want it to be a right.
I'm so
Okay,
confused.
should it be a right? Should this be a right?
Should a woman have a right to kill her baby?
Oh God.
Hold on.
Okay, so we're going there.
You just said that you were pro-choice, but
Yeah.
then you turn around and use that type of wordage. Here's the thing.
But I'm
No,
trying to
hold on,
figure
hold
out
on,
what
hold
where
on.
you're
Because
going.
so I keep trying to say this, but it's not. I wouldn't say rudely because I'm sure other people have delays. But I keep getting interrupted. It is becoming very unsafe for women in red states. I hope you understand that. Taking away the federal's intervenement is now making it very dangerous for us as women. Um, I don't know if you realize most Christian nationalists, they are very anti-woman. They believe a woman's place is in the kitchen, cooking, cleaning, and being barefoot and raising children. That's how they believe we should be. I
Exactly. That's what's going on
I,
here. I mean,
I
the
really
thing
don't
is,
think most people feel that way.
there are a lot of people, and the
There
people
is
who.
enough people.
The thing is, we don't need most. We need enough, as she said, and we need our lawmakers what they think and what they're putting out there. That's
I
what's
think
going to
there may
impact
be a small
people.
percentage of people that feel that way, but I don't
It
really buy
doesn't
into
It's
it.
not
matter. You
that
can say
small, though.
so.
That's the problem. The
What
problem
matters
is
is
that it's not that small. That is the
the people who
problem.
are legislating it and the people who are putting that out there. Like, it doesn't matter how small that percentage, because I know some people who are pro-life, but if I were, well, they don't believe in the right to an abortion and they stand by that, but they don't have those sexist views about women need to be in the kitchen and not work, and they don't think that. So that doesn't mean that these are the people who are making laws, because the people making laws are wanting to go to the extreme. I mean, and they are thinking of, and they have been in some states criminalizing miscarriages because, and
Mm-hmm.
if you just think about it, and I'm not a lawyer by any means, but just kind of thinking that it would make sense logically if it's considered a murder to investigate some deaths, and that's been going on to see what's happened there.
All right,
And
so
There is a
I'll just say a
woman
little about
in,
my
I'm
hold on,
just
there
situation,
is
look.
a
my
woman
perspective.
in jail being investigated because she had a miscarriage. She had a
Yeah,
miscarriage. Somebody was trying to
That's what
cash
happens.
in.
and I'm not with that.
Somebody,
I'm
I
not with
have
that. So I'm just
exactly
you're
that's
asking.
what's
not
going
with it,
on.
but the people that are getting elected by your party, because
No, wait, I
from the
don't
way
have a
you're
party. I
sounding,
said that from the
well,
beginning.
you
Who
sound very right
who'd you
wing. I'm
who'd you vote
sorry.
I'm
for last
not. I'm
election?
sorry, and I said
Who'd
that
you
from the
vote for
beginning.
in Trump versus
I'm just
Biden?
asking questions, like so we can have an open and honest debate. So we can. This is what it was about, right? So where do
Yeah.
we
So
draw the line? Okay, like
Okay, what's
because
your next
trust me,
question?
I've been there. I've done that. Okay, and I've been there to the point
What
to
have you
where when
done?
I was 17 years old, and there was a situation, and we had to make a tough decision. But I've also been to the point to where I was 30 years old, and we had to make a tough decision. So I'm saying, where
so
do we draw the line?
so would you prefer that this go back to the states? That's your stance, right? You think it's a states thing, correct?
I'm saying it comes down to a logical thing, a common sense thing. I'm not
But it's
In
saying
not.
that, that any.
in
I'm
what
not
way?
Common
saying
sense
any
for what?
government
Like,
has the right to tell you what you can or can't do with your body.
But
So
they
you don't
are, and
support this.
whenever
You
the
don't
federal
support this being
well,
government,
overturned, then,
no
right?
government right.
So
so now that
you don't support this then because the government shouldn't be involved.
What I'm saying is that I don't agree
Why
with
can
the
the
federal
states
government
governments
being
limit then?
mandating to where it's allowed.
well, then why can the states tell us what we can and can't do with our
Because the
bodies?
state shouldn't be able to tell you either.
Well, there
So
you
then
go. But here's
So,
the,
so
what's our
well,
then it should be
here's the
solution?
allowed.
thing.
Like,
Hold on.
What's
Here's
the
the
solution
thing.
to that? Like, how do we square that? What's the solution then? Like,
I think it needs to come down to county level or local level or whatnot. Honestly, it really shouldn't be mandated at all.
So here's the thing.
So it should just be allowed? Like,
Here's the thing. Roe versus Wade protected women. That's all it did. It protected us from fascists like Governor
Yeah,
Stitt.
Chris Amlos too.
And, I'm sure y'all can ramble off all the other names. I get lost in names. But with that being said, it protected us as women from having radical men who thought our place is in the kitchen and to be housewives. Because what they're trying to push is they're scared that the white people are going to disappear. They are scared there will no longer be any full-blooded white babies. That is what they're afraid of. They've said that. They've said it. They have said it.
Okay.
Because the census came out.
Mary Miller from Illinois.
The census came out and they predicted, was it 2050? If
By
I'm not mistaken?
2024, they said
it was
the
2050.
census said that there was going to be mostly Hispanics in the country.
No,
The biracial Hispanic population.
Biracial anybody.
I think.
Yeah.
Not full-blooded white
be it.
people.
Yeah, like most people will.
And nobody should care. Nobody should care.
No, nobody should care. You're right. Exactly. Who cares?
But the point is that they do care. They do care. Why? Because
cares?
Oh my God, the GOP.
I'm asking, like the GOP, like you're. It seems to me
The
like you're
white
pointing out this
nationalists.
really small population of white nationalists, white supremacists.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. Only 39% of Americans wanted the overturn of Roe v. Wade. 69% of us are pro-choice. 69 of us wanted it to stay. Who won? The GOP. The 39%ers. They won. Not the 69% of people who wanted it to stay because they understood that it needed to stay. Travis, what's the number of the bill in Kentucky where they're wanting women to take pregnancy tests once a month, and if they don't show up, they will have an ankle monitor on them.
So Kentucky House Bill 148 was drafted in 2019, 3 years before this. Of course, the Kentucky Supreme Court shot it down, but now it's being brought back up. And what it means is any woman of age in Kentucky, which is 18, would take a monthly pregnancy test. You fail to show up for those after a certain number of times, you now wear an ankle bracelet.
And I would absolutely disagree with that.
And most people would, but here's the problem.
Yeah.
In this post-Roe world, people are putting that in writing. That's our problem. Like, and it's going to get worse. I mean,
100% honesty. I mean,
that's
one of the reasons why I debate and talk to anybody is because I want to hear differing opinions. Maybe you can change my mind.
And so, did you say
Maybe
you were
I'm wrong.
pro-choice or pro-life?
No, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not. I'm on the fence because I want to hear all the arguments.
All right, so let me give you an argument I think really wraps this up very well. Most women's argument with abortion is bodily autonomy. So you're not forced to give up your bodily autonomy to anyone else. Now we're talking about a fetus, right? Okay, so we're talking about a fetus. So there was this interesting case in Pennsylvania. It's called McFall versus Shemp. They're first cousins. McFall gets a rare disease, needs a bone marrow transplant. So a bunch of his family go in and they get tested. And it turns out his cousin Shemp is an actual match. Now, after Shemp goes back and talks to his doctor and finds out what this will entail, he decides to back out. He's not going to donate it. McFall, who's got the disease and going to die, sued Shemp, who backed out. The court ruled in Shemp's favor. And the reason they ruled in his favor was that no person should be forced to give up their bodily autonomy for anyone else, even if it results in death. And unfortunately, McFall did die shortly after this case was ruled. So we've got legal precedent on the book of the court saying you are not required to give up your bodily autonomy. So why aren't we applying that to Roe? Because I would believe, or not Roe, abortion. I would believe that grown men walking around and another grown man being allowed to let his cousin die is, if that's normal, then I would say getting rid of a fetus, it would be an even easier decision to make.
Okay. And I agree with that. I understand that.
But when we have people, I can't remember his name. Like, I have my tube side. And I can have a thing called an ectopical pregnancy. I don't know if you know what that is. A lot
Yes,
of
I
men
do.
don't. Okay. Sorry, a lot of men don't. But with that being said, if I have one and I am forced to carry it, I would pass
From what
away.
I've
Leave.
seen and from what I've seen and from what I've uh, heard, that is not something that's going to be restricted.
Well, here's the thing.
Hold on. What won't be
I don't remember the
restricted?
man's name.
Hold on.
Ectopicals. I don't
Just
remember his name
FYI,
though.
I'm here in Florida, and I've seen a lot of posts from nurses,
I
doctors,
don't
and lawyers and whatnot that is not ever going to
I
be
don't though
a thing.
remember his name.
There's
But
one in Missouri.
it's
Brian Seats in
well
Missouri
it's
wanted.
I'm just trying to point out how scary that they're so uneducated they are.
Right. And
So
I agree.
I don't remember well I don't hold on, I don't remember his name per se. But he looked at the bill and he said, that is a pregnancy. Why is that an exception? And
But
I
it's
did not
not.
hear a single what
Yeah.
huh?
Right. I understand. Right. I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not exactly that anybody's going to be like, oh no, y'all can't have one, or that I can't have one if that happens. The point, though, being is it's scary that these men are so uneducated that they don't even know what an ectopical pregnancy is, and that it's like not even a viable pregnancy. Like it will eventually like kill me because I'm using me as an example because I'm a tube side. Um, but they are so uneducated that they don't even know that that would kill me.
Exactly. They don't
And they're
know the
making rules
system.
on my body when they have no idea. Like they I hate to use like the age old like joke on men, but they probably don't even know where the CLIT is. Cuz I don't know if TikTok flagged
Wow.
me. That I mean, I hate to
I
say it
get
cuz
it.
that's like an age
I get
old
it. I get
joke,
it.
but
Right. I get it.
yeah, that's what I'm
Uh,
getting at. They don't even know
Hey,
that.
I get.
But they're making a bill on my body. Like come on now.
Excuse me for a minute. How do I mute?
You hit like the blue and pink person,
Mute.
and then you'll see a microphone by your name, and you click that.
Was someone wanting to come in?
No, he was trying to mute himself for a second.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I don't know why my AirPods are messed up. Mr. Biggs, you said the Constitution. Yeah, it's not in there. Uh, Neither is child corn. So let's just make that legal. What about speed limits in neighborhoods with kids running around, being 25 or lower? Let's just throw that out too, because there are no cars in the Constitution. Fuck the
Exact,
Constitution. I don't give a
oh
Diane,
fuck
yeah,
about the
exactly.
Constitution.
They think that we can just fight off people who are wanting to SAS.
I
well,
am
it's
over
like
the
it's almost like we have to adapt for the technology and what changes in
Oh,
this
trust and
country.
believe. When I go to the protest on the 9th, because like I told my job I'm going, so you can either give me off that day or I'm just not coming in. Like you got two options: figure out who's gonna work that day, or like schedule me and not see me there.
So,
Because even though
Mr.
I'm new to
Day,
the job, I've told
what,
them I'm an activist first, and that's where I'm gonna be.
Mr. Day, what would have been wrong with leaving this where it was? What would have been wrong about just leaving it as is?
I think there's a reason he had to mute. I just don't think he could figure it out.
Am I back?
Yeah,
Are
yeah,
you
I hear you.
back?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
So,
Okay.
what would be a good reason that we would have this removed?
I don't know that there is a great reason to remove it, but I'm just my curious point was originally the discussion was when I was trying to say what you guys originally were talking about uh, was actually 2A stuff.
Yeah. Oh, and not to mention, they are also forcing women to not be able to get birth control in Oklahoma. I was putting that in the comments. I forgot to mention that. My neighbor just told me that she took her daughter to get on birth control for to help with her hormones or something. And the doctor said, "Well, we can't do it now. Governor Stitt outlawed it. We can't give y'all contraceptives."
in
And
Oklahoma.
Yep.
if you're not comfortable with that, we can do 2A. It's just whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
I'm
you just brought up Roe v. Wade, and it's, at least for me, and I know Carissa, like, we're passionate about it
I'm
because
open and honest, and
Yeah,
it's the first.
I
they
It's
can
the
say
like
first.
no moving.
You have to understand that this is the first step to trying to make women nothing but silent little house
okay.
people.
No, well, and I would never be for
Yeah,
that.
and it like
Never.
okay, because like I mean, this is something we're pretty passionate about, and I'm someone who's pretty affected because my state is looking at possibly banning IUDs, and I have one. I'm not sure what that means for existing users, but like, it's really scary.
It's like, what are
That
they gonna
this
do?
is
Like, take
I
you and
exactly. I
force
don't know
you?
because like
I can't understand
it's
that
kind
at
of
all.
weird because it's like, well, they think that they're
It's
abortificants, which they're not, but it's like if we already have one, does this mean we can, like, if we have one, we
Just
are allowed
is
to murder people all the
that
time,
Oklahoma?
but new people can't get one? Like,
she is.
it doesn't add
Where are
up.
you at again, Carissa? I'm sorry.
Well, I have an IUD, and I'm at Missouri.
Well, no,
by the
he
way.
was asking if
And so
that
it's,
was in Oklahoma, and
oh, okay,
I
yeah, no, it's Missouri, but there are multiple red states that are
Yeah.
wanting to
Well,
go this far, so it's
Oklahoma,
not
Missouri,
just the
Florida,
one.
Ohio. I could list a number of states are like the most
20,
red
20,
states that are out there, right?
21 with trigger laws. Yeah.
Okay. I can't imagine that either because
Yep.
my wife has what do you call it?
IUD, Nepalon,
Moderna or
no,
Moderna or
Moderna would be the
yeah,
Moderna.
that
or
That's
one.
it.
no,
Okay.
what's it called?
Sorry for my ignorance, but
Marina.
It's.
Marina. Thank you.
I was to
Yeah,
say
you're
it's
good.
fine. I
Marina,
didn't
yeah.
even know for sure what it was called because I
But
had
it's
the
like,
pill and then I
but
wasn't on anything. So
she's had 4 children. We have together 6 children, and I think we're done. You know, so why is that
Right.
against the law?
we'll see. And there's the thing: they're
Well,
trying to get to where y'all can't have contraceptives. They're trying to outlaw that for you. Just so you know, there is a creator. She's an OBGYN. She put out her name and she was like, "Hey, I want to make a platform, make
Okay,
a list of OBGYNs that are willing to do tubules on women because of
well,
this." And she
no,
has a whole list.
I would never stand for that.
Do what?
well,
I would
the
never stand
reason,
for that.
Never stand for what?
Uh, Against contraceptives.
Oh, okay.
right?
But it's
It
against
doesn't.
Which is
married
reasonable.
people.
There,
It doesn't mean it won't happen though, and that's what I want people to understand. With sodomy, contraceptives, and gay marriage on the table on the 14th, and Thomas writing about it as in written or writing about it in relation to the 14th, but needing to be re-legislated is kind of scary.
So, and here's the thing.
yeah.
Okay.
For the men who think it's no big deal because they hear that and they think automatically the peach area, no, honey, that goes for your sucker too. So if you like that, you ain't getting none. By according to
You
these
know,
Republicans.
I don't know what I think. Honestly, there's a lot of left right stuff that people don't like necessarily understand that they would agree on, and we could come to the middle and understand that they wouldn't agree with you.
Well, here's my issue.
Well,
Coming to the
I
middle
appreciate.
hasn't worked in a long time. I'm gonna explain why. So, if you picture the Republicans as being a +10 on debate, and the Democrats are a -10 on the
Okay.
debate, the Republicans issue their point from +10, and then unfortunately, the idiot Democrats don't re-argue on -10. They argue on -2, and we end up somewhere around 3, which would be
Right.
conservative. And that's an issue I have with the Democratic Party. But you know, that's where we land.
So
The majority
either
of
way,
people
it's
want Roe. The majority of people want Roe to stand, and the minority is now leading the majority, which is kind of
Mm-hmm.
scary.
either way, it's extremist views we don't want. Right? You could agree on that.
Yes. They are the people who
Well, but are you talking
will.
extreme? Extreme? Choice?
No, he's talking extreme
Either
life.
way, or honestly,
Yeah, I mean it could go either way,
extremist
but
views, whether it's gun control, whether it's this or that.
well, see, I've said it plenty of times, and I'll say it again. I think what happened, and I think where we messed up as pro-choicers is like Roe v. Wade is going to affect a lot of things. It's not just abortions, and we allowed them to let us be so focused on abortions that we weren't even able to be like, hey, this is also what's going to be infringed on. And then we might have had some more people on our side. But I mean, I'm guilty of it too. Like, we weren't bringing it up because we were so focused on abortions.
I think that's a good point.
And I mean, I'll admit to it, I was one of them. But that's also because I was hearing them say stuff like, "Oh, why do we have ectopical pregnancy in here? That's a pregnancy. They should have to carry it." Like what?
I've
And
actually heard of.
I have 6 kids, and I have 4 stepsons who I'm not with their dad anymore, but I'm still their mom. And I'm
I've
like,
heard
I
of
would be leaving
a
my kids
couple other like
orphaned.
tubal ligations or some other situations where the people were scared that they weren't be able to solve that problem either.
Well, here's the thing. A man can go. So let's say you wanted to go get a vasectomy behind your wife's back. You could go do that.
Right.
Up until Roe v. Wade got overturned, and this is the only reason why these doctors are saying, hey, we won't make you meet any requirements. If you want a tubal, we'll do a tubal. But you could go get a vasectomy and your wife would never know. Your wife would go years wanting another child, and you could just be like, I don't know why you're not getting pregnant.
Right.
And the whole time you've had a vasectomy and you don't want any more kids, and then she comes up pregnant, then you're like, hey, wait a minute. But she couldn't just go and get a tubal or a hysterectomy. She would have had to have your consent, at least in Oklahoma and in plenty other places, have a certain amount of kids. And when I say in many other places, we have proof now because these doctors are saying you do not have to meet any of these requirements now because if they will not let you choose for your body, we will let you choose to not have kids if you don't want them. Screw the rule. So the rule was you had to be a certain age, have a certain amount of kids, and have a husband's signature. As long as you met one of the 3 requirements, you were good. Oh, excuse me.
Do you guys know how I can show my face? Because I can't figure
Do what?
out video, do the video.
I mean, like you sound really far away from your phone.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Can I
what you're
show the
saying.
video?
Which
I
video?
don't know how to. My face might show it.
Oh,
Oh,
you
yeah,
click
yeah.
the pink and blue person at the bottom of the screen, right next to the chat button, and then there is a camera and you can hit it to show your face.
Yeah, like if you
See
click
it.
that multi-guest button, you'll see you in there, and you'll see your microphone is open, and your video has a line through it. If you tap the video goes away, or the line goes away, and it comes on.
I just don't see it. I see the 3 of you on the right.
Yeah, so hit your multi-guest button, and then do you see beside your name a microphone and a video camera?
Yes, and Diane makes a very good point. It is more invasive for a woman to get a tubal than it is for a man to go get his boys
Way
clipped.
way more invasive. Way more invasive.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
procedures.
I mean, I've had it done, yeah. I don't remember that day. I
And
remember
you
getting
don't
there,
and
Right.
and I don't
honestly,
remember the rest of the day.
you don't really have to worry about the camera at night. Like I've got like 19 minutes before I have to go to bed and deal with a
I feel like he was
freaking
wanting to
screw job
show
every
All
day.
right,
something,
listen.
though.
All
Oh,
right.
okay.
No, I just wanted to
Okay.
share my face. It's not much different than what you see there. I appreciate y'all letting me in, talking my shit, and having an open and honest conversation. I
Yeah, man,
think
you're welcome here anytime. You're very respectful. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I
Listen,
wasn't meaning to
I
get
think
like
I
I
think
wasn't meaning to get intense with you, but it is a very intense
no,
situation.
no problem at all. Listen, I think I think the more open and
Right.
honest debates we have in this country, in this world, the better off we'll be. And I think we could come to like more middle ground.
I think it's
Well, and
possible. I
we
think right
have
now you have half the population that, depending on the state you live in, has had bodily autonomy removed. And
Right.
as a man, this is difficult for me to understand. So, I might need to make my follower list public again to prove this point. Most of the creators I follow and in a mutuals with, people like Quinn, Carissa, Sandy, Kinsey, uh, NORADs, like Ariel, big ones, was because I didn't know enough. And I think it's fun to go into their lives. You get really educated on what they do. But I think we need to have men as allies for women, because men are already in a position of privilege generally in this country, and we are not losing bodily autonomy. So to me, it would be disingenuous to my morals to not stick up for all these lovely women around me that I can call part of my circle. I feel like it's my duty to have their back as well.
I
Okay.
also want to point out
And I
though,
so appreciate that.
yeah. I want to point out though before we get off
Y'all
the
know I
live
love
tonight,
you.
um that, let's bring up the peaceful protests that they had in LA, and they shoved and they were just dragging around and beating women who were doing nothing but holding signs and speaking the truth. And that's in California, okay? That's makes it even scarier.
Yeah, I didn't
And
see any
like
of that,
one of them
honestly.
was Jodie Sweetin. I don't know if y'all know who she is. She plays
Yeah,
Stephanie
I know her.
Tanner. Yeah,
Yep.
she plays Stephanie Tanner. Yeah, she was being like thrown around, and I have so much respect for her. She did not do anything to those police officers. She got up, she dusted off, grabbed her hat, put it back on, and kept going. But then we have things like January
I really
6th.
like her.
Then we have things like January 6th, where they go in, they are very vocal about what they are wanting to do to the vice president. I might not like Trump, and I might not really like the vice president at the time, but what they were doing, and the fact that like what, two people outside of the police officer got hurt, is sickening to me. That women can peacefully protest for bodily autonomy and be thrown and shoved around. We can be protesting for BLM, and it only got crazy after somebody who, to be honest, like nobody even knows who these people were. Like people were trying to figure out like, hey, who was it, so we can figure out who was causing the problem so we can try to correct it within our circle, and nobody can still find out who they are.
I think we can
And
agree on 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 the California protests and whatnot. It's not right to push around women or do anything wrong to push around protesters.
I would say just peaceful protesters in general, because I was in the Oklahoma City protest, and I was
Okay.
watching people peacefully protest, and this was for Black Lives Matter. People peacefully protesting. The next thing you know, pellets are being shot,
Okay.
and gas is coming out, and all these things, when all they're doing is protesting. I wasn't in Tulsa, but in Tulsa, where they had all the permits, they had every right to be where they were protesting. Somebody somehow gets through the police barricade and mows down peaceful protesters. Just mows them down, and we never hear
Yeah.
nothing else of
I
it.
can't speak on that, so I
So
can't even.
I think one of the things I find ironic, and I know that people on the right hate it when I say this, but generally speaking, riots on the right or sorry, riots on the left are from a right or an issue that is causing massive damage, such as members of the BIPOC community being unalived
Hmm.
by cops. I look at 1-6 as like way different. It wasn't due to anything else. It's due to they were called to do it, and we came close to it. Like so, yes. Did BLM riots get out of control? Absolutely.
Yep.
But would I say looting a Target and storming the U.S. Capitol are the same thing? Not even close. And I
I
wouldn't
don't
Oh,
even.
think you'd really equate the two.
not to mention though, we know what they had in the Capitol. You know the things that racist white people used to put on trees? Because I don't think I can say it on here.
The
They
gallows
came
that they brought,
the
the
gallows.
gallows that.
They brought those. They brought those in pickup trucks and just placed them up and was calling to Mike Pence to come out so they could take care of him.
Hang Mike Pence. I know. And I have people
I didn't
all
know
the
if we
time in
could
my
say that on
comments talk
TikTok.
about
That's
it
why I was
being
saying.
I think
That's why I
that's
was
where
using
you guys
his
lost
name.
me. Listen, the riots back in the BLM riots and the previous riots, a lot of things were destroyed, and a lot of businesses were destroyed. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. So a lot of bad things
but
happened.
well,
People
okay,
lost
so
people lost money, right?
yeah,
Insurance companies lost money,
Okay.
yeah,
not people.
So
insurance.
in January 6th riots, how many people died?
So
I literally just said there was what, two
literally.
fatalities, and
No,
that's not
one.
including the
There
police
was one.
officer. Well,
There
we
was
have
one.
to include the police officer,
okay.
so there was at least two.
There was no
So let me
Because
police
ask,
he,
officer that died.
yes, there
let me ask you
was.
let me ask you a question. Why are you asking how few people died?
Because I'm asking the question, that you want to compare
Yeah,
the riots, right?
yeah. So I'm asking on
You're
one six.
equating the riots.
Well, no,
No,
hold
no,
on. I'm
no.
not
I'm not
equating the
equating.
riots. I want to make
I'm
it
saying
clear
there.
my stance on what I was saying.
I'm saying those.
I
I
was
just
not
said the
equating it.
scenario.
I
I
was
just said the
equating the
scenario.
effect of how y'all are how the right is reacting to it.
Wildly different things. I literally just explained this. That what came up during BLM was due to not mass, consistent unalivings of BIPOC members of our community. January 6th was over a lie on an election. So saying that these two are equal, and then now we can say riot here, riot there, the score is the same, we're all on the same playing field. I think the reasons for the riots were completely different.
Okay.
They weren't even close, which means I don't usually equate them. However, what I do equate with January 6th is an attempted insurrection of our government. Four people have pled guilty to what is it? Seditious conspiracy, which is
If you were gonna
insurrection.
do an insurrection, would you show up with like any kind of weapons?
Whenever I say to the right that as a 2A advocate reform that I would like to have some limits, they tell me anything can be a weapon. So no, you don't need a gun to make something a weapon. And if you've
And let's
watched the
not
one
mention
six
they brought the
hearings,
gallows. They
if
brought
you've watched
gallows.
the if you've
So
watched
there
the
are no
1-6
weapons, right?
hearings on day one, it was never before seen footage. So I live streamed it for my friends who don't have cable. I live streamed it. So we got never before seen footage of what the boots on the ground look like.
Who got
I
killed on January 6th?
One woman,
And it shouldn't have
Who
mattered.
was what?
Nobody should have got killed because
but
nobody should have
Who
been
was
doing
what?
it.
Who was what?
That doesn't matter.
It does
Please
matter.
listen. No, it
No, it
doesn't. It honestly
matters. It
doesn't.
matters.
you're talking about Babbitt. What is it you're trying to
Yes.
get at with Babbitt?
Ashley Babbitt, I'm wondering where the acceptance is.
What do you mean
So
acceptances?
a protester
So,
was killed by the Capitol Police, right?
Okay,
Did the Capitol Police person that ever killed her ever face judgment?
ever face judgment?
Yeah. Were they prosecuted?
No.
Okay.
No, because she
What? Well,
tried to unalive. She was on the way to trying to unalive
Unalive.
members
What does that mean?
of our
oh my
Congress. She
God,
was
we are on
being
TikTok. If you don't
violent.
know TikTok
yeah.
slang,
I
that's
So
know.
here's
not
No,
our fault.
I'm asking you to explain it.
so here it is. So the word
So she went in there to kill
hold on.
people.
We
So
can't say
no,
that on
yeah,
TikTok.
don't yeah. So yeah,
I
TikTok's
can say whatever I want.
yeah, but you're gonna get banned
No,
if you
this isn't your
do.
yeah,
Like
and this isn't your
I'm
life.
asking a
yeah,
question.
Yeah. So what it means is it means the what's the word? It's schmurder is unaliving, removing life. We
So
refer to it that way.
Ashley Babbitt went into the to murder people.
She was
So
part
what
of
do
the
you think
group.
the gallows were for?
She was part of the group chanting to hang Mike Pence and hang Nancy Pelosi.
And that's your
She was
belief.
inside. She was inside the building, and that's where my
Okay.
issue is. When is it okay? Like
She
so.
was. She was
So
in. She was
we
very
need.
close to getting there. Like I don't know what her
She needed to be killed
individual
for that.
plan was, but she was
In an
So
she
insurrection,
was
in her
on the
insurrection.
I'm
way
just trying to
into
So,
the
figure it out
room.
because if this
well,
in
group
so
my
of
here's
opinion,
my
people,
thing.
in
Here's
my
my
opinion,
wait,
thing.
hold
yes.
on.
In my
This
opinion,
group of people, that I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm not saying I don't agree with them. This group of people with the guy with the stupid hat on that looked like the Flintstones dude.
you talking about the shaman guy?
Yeah. So they were going to come in and take over the
Yeah,
government.
the Q shaman.
So they didn't want to take over the government. What they
How?
wanted. So here's what they wanted to do. On January 6th of every election year, the vice president stands up in front of Congress and reads the
Uh huh.
electoral college
Right.
votes.
Okay.
So there was this pressure put on Pence from Trump and other members of his cabinet
Right.
to put forward different electors. And what Trump did was he rallied to him violent people to stop the peaceful transfer of power. And
Mm-hmm.
what bothers me sometimes is I knew he had some culpability before watching the committee hearings. I would have said, yeah, he kind of bears some blame. When you have text messages released from Sean Hannity to Kelly McEnany on Trump's team
Mm-hmm.
after November saying this madness about the fraud election has to end. Hannity said, and these were messages he turned over voluntarily to the 1-6 committee. We need to keep the crazies away from him. And then the messages on 1-5 from two members of the Republican Party saying this is going to get ugly. I don't know what we should do. Like that's the problem. And
Okay.
for me, being at my age, to lose in the first election I could vote on, which is Gore, to lose one state by 500 points, take all your legal recounts, then secede and just concession out and be done, versus a guy who called Brad Raffensperger in Georgia and said, just find me 11,780 votes. Those are wildly different scenarios. And that's
Okay.
what should be scary. I mean, he got a group of people to believe that the election was stolen when it was not. And that to me is
This is a
scary.
big lie.
Yeah, they call
Mm-hmm.
it the big lie, but you know, for me,
Was it a
I'm a,
lie or was it not a lie? I don't know.
it was absolutely a lie. There
Okay.
are there are people testifying on
Did you
most of.
see the video like of Trump during his speech where he said peacefully go protest?
So
Did you
here's
hear
what.
what his son said?
I didn't ask that.
So yes, I did, but
His
here's my
son's
main.
on
Okay.
stand.
So I
He
did, but here's
he never said go
no, not
start an
specifically. No, he didn't.
insurrection.
Trump is smart in that way. No, he didn't. But when he was
No,
asked in the third,
and I
hold on,
understand
when
that.
he was asked in the third debate, when he was in the third debate to denounce a white supremacist group, and he said, "Okay, tell me when to denounce," and they said, "Proud Boys," and he said, "Okay, Proud Boys, stand down and stand by."
Okay.
Tario, the head of Proud Boys, who just accepted a deal, a seditious conspiracy, which is an overthrow of the government, it is an insurrection, turned over his encrypted messages on 4chan to his base. After Trump made that statement in
Mm-hmm.
a debate, okay, in just a president's debate, Tario sent a message to his team said, "Standing by, sir!" Exclamation point.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
And that's in the
so
1-6
can I
trial. And like that's why I want people to watch this stuff so you can see how
can I ask
close
you a
we
question
were.
though?
Yeah,
Like,
fire away.
because I missed it.
So
I might have missed
so
it.
here's another example though.
Excuse me.
Hold
Once
on,
again,
Quinn.
it's
You had a
going for my
question.
life
Go
though.
ahead. Go ahead. No,
My
go ahead.
oh
Hey,
sorry,
Quinn.
he was all right.
Oh, so yeah. Yeah, let him ask
He
his
was,
question real quick.
yeah, he was cutting out. I didn't realize.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, go ahead and ask real
Well,
quick.
Oh,
yeah, go
she's
ahead.
fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so just an example, like people like him are smart and they don't say things outright. You want to know how many times my ex-husband threatened me and I would turn it into
Okay.
the police, but because he didn't come out and use the direct words, they
Fair
knew
enough.
what he was saying, but legally they couldn't do anything.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
you.
all right. Fair enough. Because my wife, my current wife, um, she was with a man who was in the same situation as you. She was with a guy who was in camp, let's say Jersey, okay, to narrow it
Sure.
down, okay. And she was abused. She had 3 kids, and every time she called the local police, they said, "Nothing we can do for you. You got to call the base." She was literally beat in front of the camp commander. Right. Okay. So I know what you're
Hmm.
talking about. Okay. I'm with you. And I'm not against you. Trust me.
I'm just saying you have to remember these people are smart and they know what
Oh, I
to
know.
say to rile
Right.
people up.
Oh, I know.
They
I
know
know.
what
I
to
know.
say to make you feel threatened. So that's what I'm
But
trying to get at is you have to
but
remember these things because
is
he's been in
there?
the game long enough. He
Oh, and I grew
I'm
up with
sorry.
Trump. Okay. I grew up with Trump, and I know what he is.
Hmm. We all did.
Okay. Okay. So, but is there a reasonable doubt? Okay, to think that the bullshit that happened on January 6th was not like entirely the Democrats.
Are you asking if January 6th was done by the Democrats?
No, yeah, I'm
Oh,
exactly
sweet Jesus.
Okay, all right. So,
exactly.
so, so here you go. I'm going to finish this in
Is
one.
there a reasonable doubt?
No, I'm gonna give you the reason that
Okay,
this is not possible. I'm gonna give it to you. So here's the thing: we won that election. We won it. We beat the pants off that guy. We were all celebrating.
Mm-hmm.
Why would those of us who hate Donald Trump, all 81 million that voted for Biden, try to stop Biden from being certified as president? We wouldn't. We wanted Orange
okay,
Fat Man out.
By doing something
Why?
illegal.
Why
okay.
would
Exactly.
why would we, who were celebrating when Fox News, the first one to call Arizona, why in the world would we go and try to interrupt him from taking office when everybody, moderate left onward, didn't care if we were voting for a wilted turnip as president? We would have, and we would never have gone to make sure wilted turnip didn't get into office. We would not have delayed that process.
Mm-hmm.
No Democrat would delay this with the W we just took. A complete TKO of Donald Trump. Way worse than he beat Hillary. Why would we stop that? That's what we wanted. We wanted him gone.
Okay,
That doesn't make sense to
fair enough.
me. Like, it just logically doesn't follow. The problem is
And
this, and this is where I am with Trump.
and
I'm
to
going to be
pretend
honest. I'm going to be honest about Trump for a minute. Trump came from a business background. I'm a financial planner, okay? The world of finance and government are wildly different. Do I think Trump engaged in some bad behavior? Yes, but not knowingly so. Because if you're in New York and you're a real estate conglomerate, and somebody tells you, "Hey, man, I think Chris is going to bid $300,000 on this land," and so I go bid 250,000. Do we break any laws? No, we didn't. But when you transfer that into government and you withhold aid from Ukraine unless they come out and say that Hunter Biden did something illegal, or when you ask on stage in live debate for Russia to find Hillary's emails, because you are not government and not have been in it or understand it, you've committed treason. Do I think he did it on purpose? Absolutely
Mm-hmm.
not. But the guy is not fit to be a president of the United States. He is
Okay.
absolutely not.
Have we transitioned here?
Do what?
Do what?
Did we transition to a different debate?
what?
I think we probably have.
What do you mean? Did he transition?
like throughout the process, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we just
It
went.
kind of fluctuated.
Like, what do you mean? We
I'm saying, do you think
I mean, I
Biden
solely
is a
was just talking
better
about
president than
how
Trump?
Hmm.
Do you think Biden is a better president than Trump?
Yes.
with what he was given, yeah, most definitely.
yes.
Yeah.
So you're only paying like 3 times more gas prices.
Hold
Oh,
on.
good Jesus
Hold on.
No.
Hold on.
Christ!
Hold on.
You
Hold
really
on.
don't know how gas prices work, dude?
I'm.
No, I
No.
do. I know. I know
All right.
exactly that guy.
So I'm gonna. I want to do the. I want to do the taxes first. Do you know why your taxes are higher?
There's nothing to do with taxes.
I thought you just said your taxes were higher now under
The
Biden.
Gas
gas.
prices
Oh, gas prices.
for your
Um.
vehicle.
Yeah. So sorry, misheard you. Yeah, our gas prices are where they're today because of Trump.
Like, if we're going to blame a president, it's Trump's fault.
Okay. Why?
You have never heard. First off,
The
you've never heard a president run on gas prices. Nobody ever.
so the OPEC
Second,
so the OPEC Plus deal in 2020, in the middle of 2020, was meant to save my state, New Mexico, North Dakota, Texas, anywhere in the Permian Basin because oil traded down to negative 37 a barrel. So what Trump did was he went to OPEC and added two other nations in the treaty, which were Russia and Brazil. They weren't part of OPEC. OPEC is the biggest oil producing economies in the world. They own 80% of the world's oil. So what
Yep.
Trump did was to get us back out of negative 37 a barrel pricing, meaning whatever it costs you to get out of the ground, all that cost is there. Then you have to give somebody another $37 to get rid of it. He did a deal with them to permanently cut reduction on OPEC oil for 2 years. Okay. So they cut production to get the price back above zero. The problem is when inflation kicked in, Biden asked them, would you be willing to renege on this deal and go back and go ahead and just rescind it? And they said no. Also, just for context, the last time oil was 118 a barrel, the U.S. average of gas was 257. Now it's over 5.
Right.
So what in the world could Biden have done if the OPEC Plus deal is in place? And if you want to be a socialist, we could have him cap profits, but otherwise, this is democracy. My ExxonMobil shares jumped huge last quarter, biggest quarter in history. We are making plenty of oil. It's just they're charging what they can, and because we're capitalism, they won't stop until you can't pay. It's not a president's fault. If I had to
mm-hmm.
pin it to Trump, I don't think the 2020 deal necessarily added to all of our problem, but it added in. It didn't,
Okay.
it's not the majority, but it added in.
That's a fair point.
Biden has done nothing on oil and gas at all. And we are now exporting more
He's not
oil.
done nothing.
He's
Okay.
doing nothing good
Did he
or
on
bad.
day one? Did he shut down the Keystone Pipeline?
Do you know
Okay,
who
first
the
off, we have the Keystone Pipeline. That was called an
We don't.
extension, dude.
No, we
so
don't.
Oh,
let me ask you this: who who owns the Keystone Pipeline? Who's that? Who owns that?
Did he shut it down?
No,
no, he
but
did
who
not shut
owns
down
it?
He
Keystone
did.
Pipeline.
No, he shut down
He
Keystone
Day one.
shut
XL.
down the XL.
He shut down XL, which is different than the Keystone Pipeline. But they're both owned by the same company. Who is that company?
He shut it down. The Keystone Pipeline day one.
He shut down the
Who
XL, which is an
owns
extension, dude.
the Keystone, which is operational, and was building XL? Who
Okay,
owns
enlighten
that?
me then. Tell me.
TC Energy, TransCanadian. You know why they want to do a pipeline over our land to get to the Gulf? Because they refine what's called sandstone oil. Or sorry, tar
Yep.
sands oil. I don't know why I said
Yep.
sandstone.
And
Tar sands oil.
that
Most
wouldn't have helped
expensive to
us.
refine. So right now they are moving it by freight train to the Gulf to get refined and
Oh,
then sell
that's
overseas.
cheaper.
It is, but here's the
Yeah.
problem. That is TransCanadian's oil, Canada's oil, not ours.
Okay.
Why would that have helped us?
And
And
that's
by the way, their CEO said the XL, the completion would have been late 2023 to early 2024. So even if Biden hadn't canceled it, There ain't anything running through that thing right now, and it's not even our energy. It's not even our oil.
Mm-hmm.
It
It doesn't
clearly
belong to
was.
us.
It was. It was running through it.
It wasn't
It's
though.
It was
Canada
80% completion.
So is
XL.
Canada the
Hold on,
United
hold on,
States
hold on,
all of a
hold on. Time out,
sudden?
time out, time out, time out. How completed was XL?
80.
80?
That's BS.
So hold on.
That's
Besides the
not
fact that's
correct.
wrong, it's not our oil. So how would it help us if the oil belongs to Canada? They are shipping it to the Gulf to refine it and sell, and they get the money for it. How does that benefit us?
They're bringing the oil to us,
They're taking it
right?
past us to the Gulf to be refined and sold overseas. The oil belongs to them.
So you were off by like 10%. It's like it was only 8% done. It
Yeah,
was barely even touched on.
yep. 8% of the XL pipeline was done. But my question is this. Let's say you have a plot of land, okay? And I'm growing apples. And I need apples to get to a store just south of your
I have the
country
pipeline pulled up if I need to show it.
to get those apples sold overseas. They're still my apples, not yours. Even if I travel them over your land, they're still mine. That's what Trans-Canadian Energy was doing was we want another quicker source to the Gulf because doing it through a pipeline is cheaper than rail. That's what we want to do. He killed it. It
Can y'all
was
see this?
Canada's oil.
Can y'all see this?
Uh, I can
Okay,
barely
so do
see
y'all,
it.
Mr. Day, you can see this, right?
I could see some.
So you see like all the red lines? Like I'm gonna use my mouse. So here's the red lines. It goes up through Port Arthur, Texas, Cushing, Oklahoma, Kansas City, and then it goes to the right to Patoka, Illinois. And let's go back to Steel City, I'm sorry. Then it goes all the way up through South Nebraska, South North Dakota. It's all right here. It doesn't give me a name. Then it goes to the left, and then it like makes like a weird like diagonal up into Canada. This right here, so I'm about to show you the XL. So this little bitty tiny portion, and then from Steel City, Kansas, all the way up to Hardisty, Alberta, Canada.
Calgary,
So
Alberta.
this right here, okay. So where my mouse is going now, this was the XL, okay? And then from Houston to this little red line right here, that's all that was being built. Everything in red, that was already built. That's the Keystone. Red is Keystone. These little blue dashes, which I'm trying to point to them because I know they're probably harder to see. So that's the XL. That's all that was being built.
And for this lady in the comments that said some of it would have been our oil, lady, the pipeline started in Canada, not the U.S. We don't ship oil to Canada to refine. The Permian Basin
No.
is closer to the Gulf of Mexico than you will ever be in Canada. And I'm going to point out another stat that I find interesting. If you look at the number of barrels of oil we produce every month, so these are in millions. So when I say this the first time, it's going to be odd, but I'm going to leave million out. I'm ignoring 2020 because for Trump, that's a unfair year to use because of the pandemic. So I'm going to compare 2022 latest numbers to 2019 pre-pandemic. The latest numbers we have are in March. In March, we extracted and exported 3,319 million, or just 3,019 barrels of oil. We drilled and extracted. In 19 March, we did 2673, a difference of 700,000 barrels a month came from us. So we are producing more by 700,000 than we did under Trump. Now, what about imports? What do we buy? If we look at what we bought in 2019, we bought 67.83. This March, 64.16. So comparing 2019 pre-pandemic to Trump to today, we are producing and exporting more, and we are buying to import less.
Yep.
The talking points on this bother me because they're not rooted in foundation. And I'm going to be honest with you, I am not great with oil and gas. I would put myself at a A minus. Mr. Global 2, MR Global TOO, lives here in Oklahoma as well, in the oil and gas industry. Hell of a wealth of information, a lot. So we today, compared to Trump in 19 pre-pandemic, we produce and sell more, and we pay for less. So why would gas prices be where they are today? Capitalism. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Capitalism.
Okay.
I mean, to me, the president is the biggest
How will we fix it then?
How do we fix it? Well, we
Yeah.
just exited OPEC Plus, so now we're gonna have to have a conversation with OPEC
So
because they
2
own
years
80%
ago,
of it.
that was better, right?
Do what?
Say it again.
2 years ago was better, right?
No, worse
We
than
were in a
today.
pandemic.
So
2 years
I
ago,
mean,
3 years ago was better.
yeah. So no,
The
three
start of
years
the
ago.
pandemic.
3 years
What were
ago.
what were you paying 3 years ago?
Oh, the amount. Yeah, yeah. So I can give you this stat easily. The last time
Okay.
oil was at 118, we paid 357 a gallon. National average today is 495. Why would that
So
be?
less.
Why would we? And just
Wait.
look at the headlines on oil companies making never before seen record profits.
So no matter what, you're gonna always argue against, right?
Against what?
Against the establishment.
Not establishment. What I'm saying is, so 8 executives of big oil, right? So Exxon, Chevron, Noble, Chesapeake, all these guys got pulled before Congress like 2 months ago. Okay, it was all their
Okay.
CEOs. They got grilled, and they were asked under oath, would you stop spending money on stock buybacks and dividends to increase production? All 8 under oath said no. So what are we going to do? If you want socialism, then yeah, we can price cap. The head of state can step in and change the pricing mechanism and control prices. But I don't think that's a good way to go. Actually, honestly, I'm lying. That is a good way to go. But we're not going to do that because y'all don't like socialism.
Hell no.
Socialism would be a head of state interfering in the free market.
Travis,
Did
I can't
we?
hear you.
Do you hear me?
No, I can hear. I can hear you now. It was like dead silent for like 2
Krista, are you still
seconds.
there? Krista?
Krista muted herself.
Oh, okay. Guest, you still there?
Oh, yes, I'm still here.
Oh, Krista?
It
Guest, are
keeps
you still
freezing
there?
on me.
All right, I'm going to drop the guest and let him back in. Guest, if you just want to hop back in, hop back in. But I can only do like another 20 minutes. I'm about to die. I need sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna get.
I'm,
I'm gonna get off here and let someone else get in.
All right.
I'm just going to do his and I'm done. Who just said they're getting off? Krista, is that you?
Yeah.
Lady, I love you. Keep it up. You're an
You too.
amazing
Thank
person.
you.
Stick around all the
Krista, did
time.
you follow me? So that way I
Love
can
Yes,
having
send
you
you to
I
on.
followed you. I
Discord?
see that we're friends on here.
Okay, cool.
Love having you on. Thank you, lady. Have a wonderful
Thank you.
night.
You too. Bye.
So being that we don't
See,
have it, I don't think he's come
some of the
back.
problem with the right is Fox News and Trump and all them, they like to use big scary words. And that intimidates the right.
So before I get off, we are going to absolutely do a small economics lesson. As much as y'all might be mad about it, we're going to do a small.
No economics. We're going to die, teacher. Don't do it.
Yeah, we're going to do it. So, where's flip camera? What is that under? Admin settings. No,
As
where's
much
flip
as you
camera?
do flip camera, you should know.
I keep doing this and then forgetting. Oh my God. It's under.
Hold on.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay. So I gotta get rid of the green screen. Hold on.
Yeah, gotta get rid of that too.
Enhance. Oh my gosh. Don't enhance. Give me the effects.
Y'all, it is time to learn. Please shut your mouths and turn on your listening ears.
All right. Well, now I can't
That is
find
my
fucking
favorite
green
thing to do with
screen.
people. Oh my gosh. You gotta go to enhancements, I think. No, not enhancements, filters. Right? Yeah.
Enhancements.
It's the
Enhance.
if it's on
Filters. Got it.
enhancements, yep.
Well, that's like on face and whatever.
If I was looking at mine.
Hold on.
There's another one. There's another button. It's
Oh, I
on
found it.
hands. It looks
I
like the
found it.
face.
All right. There
Yeah.
we go. There we go.
There
Now
we
y'all getting this to
go.
my floor. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna lift y'all up just a little bit. We're gonna do this and go to bed. But I want to help everybody understand, whether you care or not. If you don't like this stuff, you don't want to watch it, don't stay. That's fine. Don't care. All right. So in the
It
world of
was a joke. It was
economics,
a joke when I was saying that.
I
So
guess.
clear.
So let me close my laptop so I can move this over. So in the world of economics, this is your graph you start with. Okay. This line is quantity. Over here is price. Okay. So your supply curve looks like that. We'll call it supply curve one. And demand looks like that. Okay. That's demand curve one. So what you do is
Yeah.
you find where they intersect. So you've got here down to here. Let's say this is 0, this is 10, this is 0, this is 20 at the very top. So right here, we are literally at about 16 barrels paying this price per gallon, right? So this is supply and demand.
Mm-hmm.
So what
Yep.
happens when the supply of oil goes up? Okay. So if y'all are just guessing, supply of oil goes up, what happens to the price? If you're guessing,
Price goes
anybody
down.
throw it out there? Yeah.
Price goes
So
down.
here's what happens. We're producing more and importing less. Okay. So as a
Mm-hmm.
whole, we are supply good, right? So we've got
Yep.
more supply than we ever had in history that we're drilling. So your new supply line in green would be here. This would be S2. Does anybody see the green? Does it stand out? So
Yeah,
now,
it's pretty good.
right? So now that supply's moved up, you would move over here and down to here. So the price would be about $4, but we're now producing at a higher quantity. Price would drop. And can everybody see that? Like, does this absolutely make sense? I don't even know if I can zoom this or not. Yeah, I can a little bit. So
Ooh,
if
look at that zoom.
so if I increase supply in the world of economics, which we've done, your supply curve increases goes up, which means when it
Yeah.
intersects, there's more quantity supplied, but the price should be less. But right now, the price is not less; it is much more. How is that a president's fault?
It's
I
well,
don't understand. And I can show you all what happened during the pandemic that got us into this pickle to begin with. And this will be my last one. I'm going to call it. But I'll show you what got us into the issue we had to begin with. So we got quantity, price, 0, 0, 20, 10, supply 1, demand 1. They intersect here. So let's call this 5. And this, we'll go 15. Okay. So when the pandemic happened, what happened to the demand for gas? It went down, right? Because like there were no
well,
school buses
yeah,
running.
in most
There
states.
weren't there weren't people going to work every day. The cruise ship industry was completely
Mm-hmm.
docked. All right. So if let's just go ahead and I'm hoping red shows up. Let's go ahead and reduce demand and see what happens. So if we bring demand down now because of the pandemic to here, okay, now where we intersect with supply is here. and that would be about 13. So the quantity we get would be less, and the price would be less, right? So this is demand shrinking under COVID, hence oil falling backwards all the way to negative 37. This is today with us increasing supply, price should be lower, but it's not, right?
Yep.
So to me, guys, what you need to understand is no president determines oil and gas prices. If you want the head of state to hop in and make changes to economic markets that are democratic without price manipulation, you're asking for socialism. So your problem is that even though right now our supply is way up here and the price should be way down here, we're paying out here. And these two don't even intersect each other. This is how supply and demand works. This is capitalism.
Well, you know, I've said it before and I'll say it again in case if some people are new. They got scared into falling for all this BS from the right wing, because the right wing was using big scary words and they didn't like them. In the nicest
I'm going
way
to do
possible.
one last person, Destiny, before I get off.
Right.
But
okay.
All right, hold on real quick. For the guy in the comments, I'm going to show you my computer. Okay, I'm going to show you how we are increasing supply. Hang tight. Look at this. This is going to blow your mind. Welcome to Educationville, done financial planner style. Let's look at it together as one big happy family. Okay, so this is by year over here. This is January's first column. January, February. Oh my God. January, February, March. Okay, so this is in millions. Go up to 2019. 2019, Trump produced and exported 2,600 barrels of oil. Now we are up to 3,319. Here's what's crazier. Look at what we imported.
Travis, Jamie's saying zoom out just a tiny bit.
Oh, zoom out a tiny bit?
Yeah, you had it zoomed in from the explanation, and then it's like...
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so
yeah,
2019, right here. Why is this blurring because of my hand? 2673 to 3319. We're producing more. Here's the other problem. 2019 March numbers. See it up there? We paid for and bought in 6,700. This March we only bought and paid in for 6,400. So we are making more and selling and buying less. So why would gas prices be this high?
I know, because they're trying to cash in.
All right, Destiny, what do you got? Because, girl, I got about like 5-10 minutes. I got to go to bed. I'm dying. What are you up to tonight?
I actually was in another live laughing my rear end off all night. It was a pleasant change in pace from lately, but obviously I saw you on and I had to say hello, especially with the XL thing. Well, you saw me in the comments earlier where I disagreed with Miss Quinn about the Oklahoma birth control thing.
So it's
you're
not
gonna
done
disagree
yet.
with the mother who tried to get birth control for her daughter, and they said because of the new laws she can't. Okay.
Well, I mean,
so I did look it up though. I did look it up though. Oklahoma currently is not banning yet. Now, if it does happen, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say this because I've read articles about this. If it does happen, it is doctors worried about ramifications. It's not because it might be law. You're talking 50 states trying to adopt this stuff at one time, and all 50 states being different, which again is why it's a stupid idea, but it's causing headaches, a lot of headaches.
And it's also considered civil, not criminal. It's not criminal, it's civil.
Right, but I'm saying doctors are going to want to do some CIA on that. They're not going to just be like, okay, let's just do whatever. But like I said, I was in a live earlier with Mike Patriot and Crazy Mother Runner. I wasn't part of the group. I was in another one where I was part of the group with Patriot Mike, Professor Mike, who I cannot fucking stand. I do not like that guy at all. Just do not like.
You're the second person
Period.
that's told me that tonight.
So, Destiny, go look at my newest video I made.
Okay.
He's debating Kinsey, and he's trying to prove that women are depressed about having an abortion most of the time. So he sends her a link. You'll hear him explain the link and what place to go to. And she did. And the article said most women have a more emotional issue with the pregnancy and way less with the abortion. Way less emotional problems with the abortion, way more when they were pregnant. And she said, so by the way, then Mike, that's a point for me. He boots her and says, yeah, Kenzie, you're not coming back. You're not educated enough. Bro, you pulled up a document that contradicted yourself. And she just read it on the live. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If you can find a way to tell that guy to get the fuck off TikTok, will you do that for me?
It's not my place. And I'm
Oh,
not familiar with the article either, or even the conversation. So
yeah,
I kind of
well,
want to stay out of that.
yeah, so I don't know a whole lot about it. Just me and her are mutuals. I saw it on her TikTok today. I'll actually send you the video tomorrow. Yeah, it was crazy. I am just like, ugh, bleh, blah,
Like I said, you're
ugh.
the second person this evening that said that they were frustrated with him. You know me, I only go on like after midnight and just like get on lives to either have a good conversations, often, as you know very well, fiery. Um, but
They're only fiery because you get mad at me for being wrong, and like it's not
and
your
vice
fault you're
versa.
wrong. No, I'm only wrong twice a year. It can't happen that often. Like it's a life thing. I can't help it. And then you get mad at me because I'm right, and you're just like, fuck your feelings, fuck your rightness. I'm like, yeah, but it's still right. And you're like, go eat a dick. I'm like, no, it's still right. And then it just turns into a shouting match.
Yeah, it's like that brother sister like relationship, like
The
just shots
sister you,
fired, and then at the end of it we're like, hey, good,
this
that was
the,
a great talk. Like,
it's the
love you,
sister
see
I
you
wish.
tomorrow.
This sister I wish had always taken a civics course, and they were like, Travis, no, screw yourself. I'm like, no, please take a civics course. She's like, no, I want to do this like from an uneducated standpoint. I'm like, don't do that. Yeah, it's been interesting. I don't know. It's a post Roe world, and we're gonna have to start living in it. It's it is what it is. I can't change it. We need to vote in our local elections, but fuck,
I'm
yeah.
prepared. Whatever's coming. I mean, I've got at least my family covered. So
Yeah, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I don't know if I told you this before. I've been researching Spain for over a year. The Canary Islands, southern coast of Spain, close to Morocco.
yeah, we talked
Holy
about this.
shit!
I told you I
Yeah,
have 2 houses over there.
I know. You need to send me some hookups so I can go over there and visit. I'm freaking over this place. I'm fucking done.
um, but what I wanted to hop in about the Keystone XL real quick.
Yeah, yeah.
So on top of the contraceptive thing, really quick, Miss Quinn, whomever your friend was that said that happened to him, I would tell them to go back to their doctor and tell them they're completely wrong, because even Plan B is legal there in Oklahoma.
Uh,
But
I'll have to relook that up because everything I've seen said no Plan B. Like they're
no,
pulling it off
there
the
is.
shelves. The only
Well,
Yeah,
then,
reason only reason we can get Plan B is because we can order it off Amazon.
no,
so and if you
it's
and if you can
definitely
find that,
legal.
if you find it, Quinn, send it to me, and I'll send it over to Destiny. What do you want to do on XL? We'll try to make that our last one so I can pass out like a loser. I'm getting beat. What do you think?
Well, obviously, I saw you making your like charts about supply and demand and stuff, and
Hmm.
um, where you were talking about XL going to the coast, like, yeah, that's absolutely correct, but it's going down there to one of like the largest refineries. And
Right.
do y'all know what they're transporting with the Keystone?
Tar sands oil.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is very dirty, whatever.
Well, it's
And
expensive too.
well,
Mm-hmm.
especially to transport, and that's why the pipeline it like made it a million times cheaper for these refineries and companies
So what
to
would that have
do.
done for us? What would that do
Exactly.
for us?
Well, our refineries would have got money. It also would have kept it would have transported Canadian tar sand into our country for us to utilize on top of what we export. Like, I don't know if y'all know this, but like United States is the third largest like
We
exporter.
are. We are.
And then
Mm-hmm.
and Canada is number 4.
But so here's the
That's
problem though.
that's on our continent. Number 1 and 2 are over across the pond. So that it's basically like the pipeline was like a highway for us, and then
yeah.
there's like
Yeah.
on ramps and
Not
off
us,
ramps and
not
stuff like
us,
that.
them, Canada, because we only import 5% of our oil from Canada. So if I concede that 5% and you get a 22-cent reduction at the pump right now, you're okay with the price at the pump right now? If
But
it were
that's the thing
functional,
is if we're exporting like at the 20% of the global market, which is what we've been doing for the most part. If we're exporting more, then that also drops the price down. And if we're getting the fuel, like the oils from Canada for us to refine, then it allows us to export more.
no. So we're buying refined oil. Like, so we're buying refined oil from them. Like, we don't
Mm-hmm.
buy it unrefined. My argument
Correct.
is
Yes.
if we buy 5% of refined product from Canada, then I could assume that you all would be okay with a 5% reduction in the price of the pump right now, which would still be grossly higher than it was even pre-pandemic. So
Mm-hmm.
if I solve that problem, I just saved you about 20 cents a gallon. If you have a 12-gallon tank, I just saved you $2.40.
But
That's
again,
not
there's like
big.
it goes back to like OPEC and OPEC plus is we have these international contracts, right?
And
That
Trump was
you
OPEC
have to
plus,
like
right?
supply. I'm sorry, what was that?
Trump signed OPEC plus, right? That
Oh,
lowered production.
I'm familiar. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Which he should have. He
And I would say
absolutely should have.
in hindsight, I would have. I just think in hindsight, where we can look at it through a different lens, it probably shouldn't have been 2 years. But I get it.
But
But
it was an
that contributes.
open-ended thing, though. It wasn't a guarantee because it was not a guaranteed till then. That was an open-ended, like, all right, this is the window we're setting. And they obviously, you showed the charts, opened it back up way sooner than the 2 years. It was just like, hey, we're in freaking crisis right now with this pandemic. This is the window. I'm going to pass for now. And that was that. And it
So
did open back up. I mean, you literally showed the charts and the numbers.
OPEC Plus didn't reopen, or I'm sorry, yeah, OPEC Plus was not under any obligation until April. But the problem is, and there's a problem everywhere in oil and gas, especially like living in Oklahoma, is to get
Mm-hmm.
rig counts up and going, do all that stuff is very expensive. So I don't think OPEC can just change it overnight. We'll probably see it in about 6 months, but I don't know I don't know that any president has a magic button for this. And the reason I don't believe that is because we're capitalist. So
But
if
at the
Biden
same
could
time,
push a,
aren't you sitting there at the same time saying that it's Trump's fault?
I'm saying if it's Biden's fault, which I see these even dumb stickers at gas stations, which if your crew has the money to buy these stupid stickers that say thanks Biden and put them
Mm-hmm.
up, shut up about oil and gas prices. What I'm saying is they can have a minor impact.
It's
Minor.
the policies.
Very,
It's the
but
No,
futures.
it's
it's
Like
a
you
it,
do know, like he ran his whole campaign. Like I'll never forget the video. He was at like one of his like small rallies or whatever, and
and
he
no more
said
drilling
to like a
permits. I remember
teenage
that.
girl and was like, "I am going after the oil and fuel or fossil fuel industry. Like
And
we're taking care of it,
obviously
whatever." And
right, and
you
obviously where he
know,
hasn't, they're now setting record profits because he didn't do shit. He did
Mm-hmm.
nothing.
he did day
So
one. Day one,
no,
he set a bunch of policies in, and not only that, but you know, Travis, you're smart. You're very smart, but
which
gas runs
policies
off
were
of
it? Which policy? Because
gas.
all
gas
his
runs
bans
off of
were
futures. And when the oil industry sees that their industry is being attacked, they're going to basically
40,
hibernate like a
yeah,
bear.
so 40% of the speculation is in speculation, which is the commodity industry. Yes, did he run on banning all new leases? Absolutely. Did he do it? No.
Nope.
He banned Anwar.
Are you talking
Find
about the
me.
9,000? The
Yeah.
ones that people went to and they said that those permits are trash. It would cost them more to set up their operation there than what they would get out.
I'll give you a citation for this one. Go to kfor.com. That's our local news here in Oklahoma, and search CEO Devon, Devon Energy, one of the biggest. Asked him on the news, will you increase production? And he said, will not. They were asking about his permits. Like, you've got all these open permits from Biden. Why are you not using them? We will not
over
use them.
9,000.
But this is only Devon's. The Devon CEO said we will not use them until the world price of oil stabilizes. He didn't say red tape. He didn't say Biden. He said it was the world pricing of oil. This is not a Biden
Exactly.
thing. Like, so it's not
But
going to be a
it has
Biden
to
thing.
do with it. When we control 20% of the global exports, global 20%.
Right.
When we have policy like whatever going on here, that affects global. That's
But
1/5 of the global
there
market.
right. So there are 9,000 open permits they're not using. Again, I said this earlier. Start watching Mr. Global 2. He's a god at this. He's way up in the oil and gas industry, way up, and is not left or right. 20% doesn't do a whole lot when somebody else owns 80. And what we're seeing is that if the last time oil was 118, gas was 357, why is it so much worse now while the oil and gas industry are recording record profits? It's because they're taking your money and aren't going to stop. So
Do you
for
know
the oil
why?
and gas industry, it's better to have it where it is because they don't care about you. They care about me, who owns stock in Exxon. They don't really care about you. They could care less about you. They will charge you until you break. That's capitalism.
I mean, I could sit there and make a shirt that cost me $3 to make, and if you're willing to pay $10 for it, I'm gonna or no, not 10, $20 for it. I'm gonna charge you $20 for it, and I'm gonna profit $17.
I mean,
But at the same time, it's costing more, like inflation across the board.
which is
Inflation
way
is out of
But they don't.
control.
it
But
is,
they
and,
don't
and
Wait,
it,
care
wait,
about
wait,
us.
time out,
it,
Mr.
it's out.
Inflation.
It is out of control. It is out of control. It's out of control in worse places than here. But there are ways to fight inflation. We saw this during the 80s, Paul Volcker. Inflation is going to happen. This time it was a weird one. It happened because of pandemic, not because of anything else. It's a worldwide problem, not a U.S. problem. So you've got this U.S. problem of inflation, but last month when our numbers came out at 8.1%, England's came out at over 11. So it's not. So it's almost like I would have to say that Joe Biden of England is doing a really shit job on inflation. Gas in Thailand is at $12 a gallon. If you switch liters to gallons, the Joe Biden of Thailand is doing a really shit job. This is everybody. We're just not getting hit as bad, and we are so ethnocentric we can't see outside that and go, whew, okay, thank God I'm not in Germany right now. It's better than that. And that's my point, that all of these people worldwide contributed to inflation, unfortunately. But we needed to get out of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is going to fix this oil and gas problem except for the oil and gas companies. Do you remember about 2 months ago when they drug the 8 largest CEOs of oil and natural gas companies in America before Congress? And Elizabeth Warren asked all 8 of them under oath, would you suspend stock buybacks and dividends to increase production? And all 8 under oath said no. That's it. They didn't say you're fucking us or you're making problems. She
Why
went
I
line by
brought up
line.
inflation is
Huh?
because with anything, any supplier, anything like that, when your daily business costs increase, it doesn't the
What
companies
led to
don't absorb it. They
right?
pass it on to the
They passed it
consumer.
on. Right.
What
So
yes. And
what caused
that's
it?
a huge thing right now.
So
We
so
have like
so what caused it though?
the pandemic initiated it.
Okay,
Who
and
was the
then
pandemic under?
I'm
during the
sorry,
pandemic,
what was that?
I said, who was the pandemic under?
I could not list every president or like royal person in the entire world.
Trump.
Trump. Just for America, Trump was
Oh,
there.
so the COVID was Trump's fault?
No,
I
no, no,
mean,
no,
hold
Wait,
on.
no.
I
I'm not
mean, you
blaming.
just
Hold
got
on.
done telling
No.
me that inflation and gas
No, 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 no,
prices
no, no,
I,
no, 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 no,
aren't
no,
no.
no,
like this
no.
person's problem. It's a global thing.
I'm
But
not gonna.
then
No,
it's Trump's
I
fault
don't.
for COVID?
I don't blame Trump for COVID. I
No.
blame. We could argue his response to it another night. We could definitely
Yeah.
have that talk. I'd love to have that talk. His response to it. No, he did not start COVID. COVID's not his fault at all. But COVID worldwide caused issues worldwide.
And that's what I
And
said.
so, but here's my thing though. Why is it Biden? Because this is not an American problem. It is a big problem nationally, or I'm
It's a
sorry,
world
globally,
problem.
and it's not getting better. Like it's if you were a company, so I'm just going to use Coca-Cola for example. You know historically how much of your product is selling cans and in 20-ounce bottles and 2 liters versus how much to do as fountain drinks, like at concerts, restaurants, movie theaters, stuff like that. So you shut down the economy, and those places are not really selling anymore. Now, Coke has to go and change its entire operation to
Hey,
go mostly
Travis.
for,
Tommy's in the
yeah.
box. The dude, he's in the box.
Oh my God, dude.
I
I
just
know it's
find
late,
it
but you got to
so
add in
funny
Tommy. First off,
that
hey, Tommy.
What's going
So
on?
if you yell at me
hey
about
Tanya.
inflation being partly due to stimulus checks, I'm going to yell back.
Me?
No,
No,
my buddy Tommy. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, I think the
no.
Reserve has a big issue with like inflation. Our Federal Reserve. But I'm sorry, Miss Quinn, and I say this as respectfully as possible, but if you're gonna sit there and blame COVID on Trump because he was the one in
I
office, then why can we not partially
so
put
you
forth like the
obviously weren't
frustration?
listening to
Can
all that I
I
was saying,
finish?
though.
Can I
Not when
finish,
you're like
please?
misquoting me.
Can I finish?
I let you
That
finish all the
if
time.
if there's inflation and high gas prices underneath Biden, why can we not also be like, hey, you know what? He was at the helm. Maybe something he's doing isn't working and he's partially to blame. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's 100% to blame for this at all, but I do
So,
believe he absolutely has a part in it.
hold on a second.
And I didn't say that though.
So,
But
Travis,
Hey guys,
you're trying
hey
to
guys,
fully
guys,
blame.
hold on,
they're good.
guys,
They're
hold on,
good.
guys, hold on,
They're
hold on.
good. They're good.
I'm just ceding
They're
my
good. It's
part to
late. I'm
Tom.
tired.
No, I'm just ceding my part to Tommy. Go ahead, buddy. I'm giving my part to you. Go ahead.
So, I just want to say, Travis, that per capita, there are countries that give out more social welfare than we do and don't have this repeatable inflation. So, I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
But
True.
when it
You're not
comes
wrong.
to oil in the world, um, this is not a byproduct of Biden. And you keep pointing to the drilling aspect, but the reality is we've had more expensive oil. In fact, we had a 4 or 5 year period where we had more expensive oil and didn't have anywhere near as high a gas as this.
Mm-hmm.
And this is at a time where American oil companies are going to post $80 billion in profit this year. So I'm not really sure what the price of gas has to do with Biden if oil is not even anywhere near the highest that we've ever had.
Per gallon?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry? Yes.
Yeah.
It what are you talking about? Didn't they just say it was like a 40-year high?
On gas or oil?
Gas
On
prices, not oil.
oil.
No,
No.
we said gas prices.
No. Gas is 114 a barrel. We've had over 120, or we've had average 120 for 4 or 5 years from 2010 to 2015. We had $180 oil at one point. And I think we hit 430. That was in my area. So nationally, I don't know what it was.
Okay, I just looked it up. Price per barrel maximum of $147.02 was reached July 11, 2008. After falling below $100 in the late summer of 2008, prices rose again in late September. On September 22nd, oil rose over $25 to $130 before settling again to $120.92, marking a record one-day gain. So again, that being said, what I said, what was the inflation in 2008?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see.
what
We
I'm
were going
saying
through.
is that
Well, we
when
were going through a repression.
Oil is a big driver of inflation. Like prices go, well, not inflation, but prices. So prices go up when oil goes up because oil is predominantly how we transport things.
yes, and when you have to transport oil and we have supply chain issues because we have very poor international relationships, like very poor right now, that drives everything up. And again, it's not something that the companies take on the chin. They
What do you
pass it
mean we
on to
have
the
poor
consumer.
international? What do you mean we have poor international relations right now?
Saudi Arabia won't even talk to us about oil.
What do you
Venezuela
talk?
won't.
Yeah, why would Venezuela not talk to America about oil? I wonder what.
Yeah.
I'd like to know
Yeah.
the same answer.
I mean, it's funny that like, I'm willing to bet you've demonized Venezuela, and now you're going like, oh, they won't even help us. I can't believe it. We put 185 sanctions on their country, destabilized their dollar, cause
Again,
hyperinflation, and they
I'm.
won't talk to us. I can't believe that.
Did you not hear what I said? I
Well,
said
you're pointing to Saudi, like you saying that Saudi Arabia won't talk to us is, like it's ridiculous.
international relations, like I said, are poor. That's what I
How are they
said.
poor?
The
You
the
understand our international, like if you want to get like, so I can give you the actual numbers on Trump's popularity globally, but it wasn't good. It was good in places like Saudi Arabia. It was good in places like, I don't know, North Korea. It was good in places like
Dictators.
Russia, Hungary with Viktor Orban. I think he had a decent rating in the Philippines because of Rodrigo Duterte. There's a bunch of those factors, but overall, historically, the people that we typically do business and work with, those countries hated him. He was averaging like, I don't know, 25 to 29% in every poll I saw. And you can look it up right now if you want, if you don't believe me. There's a poll called How Donald Trump Popularity Abroad. He's very unpopular. But the reality is about this recession, and I won't even really call it just the inflation that we're having. It largely is transitory because we have supply line issues, we have production issues that are caused by trying to restart our economy, and by people really not knowing what to produce. If you're a farmer that got a, there was a lot of money thrown at farmers in 2020, but certainly if you're a farmer that produces going into 2021, you're having real questions about, am I going to produce the full amount? How much am I going to actually produce? And on top of that, you're only like, before you ever grow anything as a farmer, it's sold. You've already sold the production long before you've even started planting. So if there's a lot of these companies that are going, I don't know if I can buy this much because I don't know if this is going to sell and I'm not going to commit to it, that means those farmers are going to produce less, which means you're going to have pretty stereotypical inflation, more money chasing fewer goods, hence inflation. And on top of that, transporting these goods is incredibly expensive because oil is fucking crazy because of the same, well, not the same production reason, but similar ones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the reality is this would, like, people point to Donald Trump going, oh, gas is going to be $5, $6, $7 a gallon if Biden comes in office. Well, I would expect Trump to know that since he's the one that signed the deal that made it happen. I don't blame
Yep.
him for the deal. I mean, I think the deal was probably too long. And certainly you could blame Trump because Trump went to Saudi Arabia because he had such a great relationship with them, begged them to cut oil or beg them to produce more oil because oil was too expensive. And then when started dropping tens of thousands of jobs, went back the next year and begged them to produce less. And then guess what he did the year after that? The pandemic. So he had to go back to them and beg them to stop again. So he had to sign a 2-year deal because Saudi Arabia was like, we're not going to sign on to another 6 months of this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was it shouldn't have been a 2-year deal. It's compounded by Russia invading Ukraine.
I don't understand
Why what?
why Russia affects us so bad when, what is it, like
That
3% we get from them?
it's 5%, but you got to remember Germany gets a lot of energy from them. Germany is
So if
one.
I've got to ask you, if our international relations are so great and we're so much better under the European Union and stuff, why when we smacked Russia with all of those sanctions, Europe was like, we appreciate what you're like trying to do here, but we're still gonna get our fuel from them.
Tommy,
Well, I
correct me if
want
I'm wrong, but Tommy, didn't Germany say that they get 48% of their net gas from there and they're cutting that off as well, which is going to raise their price?
yeah, all of these countries are putting up with more significant impacts to their economy than the United States is.
Yep.
Germany, for instance, has started to look for other means of bringing in what's called liquefied natural gas. Like they're looking for other ways out.
Yeah,
They're
they're
looking to go to, I think, Morocco, and there's another country in North Africa that produces quite a bit. They're looking for other places to get oil. These countries all put up with pretty tremendous effects to the economy to cut off Russia.
yeah, they're not wanting to be
But
in with
again,
Russia. That's
compounding
not
the
what they're wanting.
issue, right? And from a geopolitical standpoint, the deal of Trump including Russia in the OPEC Plus deal of 2020 had pretty significant implications on Germany's ability to go elsewhere for energy. Like a lot of these rigs don't just produce oil. A lot of them produce natural gas.
And
Yep.
Yeah,
I think Tommy and I are in agreement on this, kind of on the midterms, which we can leave Roe out of that just for the sake of argument. But if you're Biden going to the midterms, if there was a button he could push to make it 250 a gallon, don't you think he would have done that by now?
I mean, dude can't even
Exactly.
ride a bike, so I don't
Oh
know.
my God. Let's see you try to ride a bike at almost 80 years old.
You've never fallen on a bike or tripped or.
Not since I had training wheels,
I find
no.
it amazing that
But y'all need to like
I find that
chill out.
really.
That's a
Well, it's
haha
probably
funny to break the freaking ice in the room.
That's
But you're
really
like,
not
if he
funny.
had, it really kind of is.
I know, but it's just I hear it as like a serious argument against Biden, and it's ridiculous. I'm clumsy as shit. I'm
Do
in my
you
30s.
think
I'm
that
clumsy as
he
shit.
has the
He's
mental
80 on a bike.
capacity needed to run the United States of America?
I'm more worried about Donald
Yeah.
Trump's mental capacity.
You do? Oh my gosh.
Well, I think Tommy and I are
He's
both
showing
worried more.
signs of dementia. Just
Tommy and I,
saying.
Tommy and I think, and I
Biden,
don't want
yes,
to
we know.
hold on. I don't want to speak
Oh,
for
I know.
Tommy, but I think Tommy might agree with this on me. I think what we're worried about is the fascism under Trump. I think that's
What
our biggest fear.
fascism? What fascism?
Far right ultranationalism.
I'm a registered Republican. I'm like pretty much center. And Travis knows that. That's why like he and I get along is I can agree to things, but I align more so with the right side policies. I honestly,
Do
in
you
my
think that
entire
January
life,
6th was
in
serious?
18 years of voting, I've never voted a straight ticket.
Do you think that January 6th wasn't that bad?
It was a protest, wasn't it?
No, that
Do
was
you
not a
think that
protest.
January 6th was that bad?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fascism.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
Do
Yes,
you
it
is.
remember
is.
You're doing what's
2018?
called
Do you remember 2018?
what?
Do you recall just within the last few months of people breaking federal law 1507 under Title 18 of the United States Code, where you're not supposed to protest out of the homes of jurors, justices, witnesses, and that
Okay,
happened, and
none
nothing
of
was
that.
done about
Number
it.
one, number
Is
one,
that
number
not
one,
fascism?
number one.
What
No,
about
no, it's not.
all of the
No,
people
it's not.
silenced on social media because their political views? Remember Biden
That's not
Biden
fascism. And you know
laptop
what's
thing?
interesting about that?
Biden
Freedom of speech does
Biden
not cover social
laptop.
media.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Freedom of speech does not cover social media. Social media.
Yes, it
No, that's
does.
not
No, it
fascism.
doesn't.
And I just want to point out
Yes,
that
it
if you're going to
does.
bring up Hunter Biden's laptop, yeah, it is
hmm
real. The
hmm
problem is
And
that a
people
lot of
were
the stuff on
silenced
there,
for speaking about it.
no, a lot
Hold
of
on.
people were
Let him
Yes, they
silenced
respond to you.
because
were.
the stuff that came out about that initially was completely fictitious. There were some documents that were real, but as
They
to
were
which ones were and which
pictures.
ones weren't, yeah, of
They
him with a
literally,
hooker.
literally, CNN said, or no, not CNN, New York Times literally said it does not exist. And then
There
they
was a
came
lot
out a
of
year
there
later
was
and like,
hold on, hold on,
well,
hold on,
I
hold
mean, we have
hold on,
it.
hold on. You're getting off topic number one. Number one with the laptop. There was a lot of stuff that didn't add up quite at the beginning, and a lot of that documentation that came off that laptop was proven false. And the best guess is
Like
that
what?
some of
Like
that
what?
stuff, hold on, some of the stuff they know is doctored. Some of the stuff was absolutely doctored.
Mm-hmm.
And it was released by the Giuliani team. But here's what I wanted to point out when I'm talking about fascism. You equated to protesting that you apparently love at a juror's house to attempting to overthrow the United States government.
That was not overthrowing the United States government.
Going there and trying
What
to
they were
find and
trying
kill
to
Nancy.
do.
Hold on. Going there and trying to find Nancy Pelosi and kill her was not, or Mike Pence was not trying to overthrow the United States government. Can you tell me why there are 12 people, some of which have
Who
already been,
tried killing them?
hold on. Can you
Or
tell
was
me
it
why there are
worse?
12 people that have already been tried, some of which have already been convicted of seditious conspiracy that's attempt to overthrow the United States government?
Yeah,
Did they take plea deals or did they go through trial?
seditious conspiracy is insurrection, and Tario, the head of the Proud Boys, already pled, along with three others, pled guilty to that.
Yeah, pled.
Mm-hmm.
Pled does
Not
not
tried
mean,
and
what does that
convicted.
mean? That
Oh my
they're
gosh.
convicted.
Hold
Yes.
on.
If you plead, you're
Oh
convicted.
my gosh. Do you know
I want to
there
point
is
out if it
there's
was
a time
somebody
right
accused of
now?
unaliving somebody, it would be like, yeah, they pled guilty, so they have to be guilty. But this right here, like, really?
This right
Can
here,
you
You
what?
do
believe?
know people take
Hold on
plea
a
deals all
second.
the time.
Gary Ridgway, I just want to point this out. Gary Ridgway took a plea deal for killing 70 women, murdering 70 women. And
Mm-hmm.
your argument is, oh, he took a plea deal. It doesn't count. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
It
Come
is
on.
not
Like,
the
come.
same as guilty.
Yes, it
It is
is.
being
Yes, it
threatened.
is.
Yes,
It
it
You're
is.
you're
Oh
Oh
pleading
my
my
gosh.
god,
guilty.
y'all,
You're
y'all
pleading
hear this
guilty.
Wow.
right? If you
How
plead
wait,
guilty
time
to a
out.
plea
How many
deal,
people
you're
are
not
on death
guilty.
row or have been on death row that took plea deals or got life in prison that took plea deals so they didn't get death penalty just because they were scared of that punishment? How
Yeah.
many?
That's
There's
not
And you want to
literally
know
hey,
what
something
color
called
they
the
were?
Innocence Project.
And you want to
you
know
know
what
what?
color they were? They weren't white.
What does that have to do with anything I was just talking about?
Oh, the
Because
fact that
she's gonna. You're going to
that
start
people
talking
take
about the BLM
pleas because
protests.
they're
So
scared
Destiny,
of what the
Destiny,
worser
Destiny,
punishment is.
Destiny. There were gallows brought there. There's currently a commission going on right now with hearings. Some that happen tomorrow. There have been people convicted
Mm-hmm.
of attempting to overthrow the United States government. There have been over 700 people convicted of showing up there. This evidence is over fucking whelming.
No,
It is
it's not.
unbelievable. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What evidence would you need?
Let me ask you this,
What?
Tommy.
Wait. No.
Let me
We're
ask
not
you
dodging
this.
yet. Hold
We
on.
had enough
Hold on.
states to
Hold
decertify.
on a
Who
second.
would have
Come on,
benefited?
Tommy.
Who would have
Hold on a second.
benefited from this?
Hold on a second. Okay. So we have, as of right now, there are videos and photos of congressmen, including Mo Brooks, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Madison Cawthorn, Lauren Boebert, meeting with the people that organized the January 6th Commission, or organized the January 6th. This is overwhelming. Like, I'm not sure what you're talking about. They thought the
A
election was
rally?
rigged. They
There was
went there.
literally
Hold
a
on. Why did
stage
they go
there.
there? Why did they go there on January 6th? What was happening on January 6th?
There was a rally with a
All right.
stage and speakers and everything.
No. What was happening on January 6th?
The
At the Capitol.
certification. And again,
Okay.
I said there was
What
enough
was?
states to decertify
No, there
that
wasn't.
it would have been kicked back.
No, there wasn't. In fact, the doors
Yes,
just
there
got
was.
kicked in.
Oh my
No, it
gosh.
wasn't. The doors just got kicked in of the people that signed false certifications. So by the FBI just recently, the other day. So
do you know what happened
okay,
today?
so what was the name of the rally?
Do you want to know
Hold on a
what
second. What was the
happened
name
today?
of the rally? What was the name of the rally?
I have no clue.
It was called Stop the Steals. There was a
And it was a
certification and they said
steal.
Stop the Steal. No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Chain of
Like,
custody.
come on.
It literally
It's
in
just like, listen to
where
you.
I am
Okay,
in Pennsylvania,
listen.
it was literally against our Pennsylvania Constitution.
No, it wasn't.
Which
And I read that
dictates-
court case.
Yes, it does.
No, it wasn't. I
Oh
read the
my
court case.
gosh.
I read the
I
court case. Did you
literally
read the
have
court case?
affidavits in.
Did you read the court case? I read the court case. Did you read the court case?
Oh my gosh. Yes.
What
It
did the court
is
case say?
against our Constitution.
It absolutely wasn't.
Nope.
The Pennsylvania Constitution. It absolutely was.
No, it wasn't. I read it. I read the
Oh my
Supreme
gosh,
Court case
dude.
of Pennsylvania. I know exactly what they said. The argument was whether or not, because during the primaries, there was a backup, an incredible backup of people that had voted that their ballots did not get counted. Tens of thousands of people. So the Supreme Court, the voting or the commission in Pennsylvania said these people have a right to vote. Okay, and this is like a natural disaster. This is a public mitigating event that we have to change the rules to allow them to do. And you know what?
Under a state of emergency.
Hold on a second.
Which was false.
Right. No, the
It
Supreme
was
Court said,
false.
hold on a second. The Supreme Court said, no, they're absolutely right. They have the ability under what is called the spirit of the law. Do you know what that means? The spirit of the law means, in this instance, that there is not every single circumstance that the legislator could have come up with to think what is going to be a public emergency and what is not. And as a result, we have to assume that the legislative intent, we have to assume that the legislative intent was done in good faith, that it was done under the spirit, in this case, the spirit of the law, to ensure proper access to voting. And do you know what happened when that court case went to the United States Supreme Court? They upheld it.
It
So
wasn't the
you
United
are
States Supreme
absolutely,
Court. It was not the
you are
United
not.
States
Hey,
Supreme Court.
Quinn,
It was a
Quinn, I need to make
Pennsylvania
a quick
Supreme
switch.
Court.
Quinn, I make
I
a quick
don't like.
switch.
I don't like Roe v. Wade. Okay, I don't like the decision. It is the constitutional decision of the Supreme Court, despite it lacking any sort of logic. You cannot tell me that it's unconstitutional because the people that ruled on it in Pennsylvania said it was constitutional. You don't get to arbitrarily decide that.
There is literally no chain of custody.
Literally?
What the fuck are you talking about? That has nothing to do with what we were talking about.
There's no chain of custody for the mail-ins.
That's not how that
And that
works.
is in the Constitution.
What are you talking about?
Where in the Constitution
Oh
does
my
it say
God.
that?
In the Constitution of Pennsylvania, when it comes down to election laws, chain of custody. That's why there's supposed to be cameras where there are drop boxes.
Lady, what are you talking about?
My name is Destiny, dude.
What are you talking
His
about?
name is Tommy, lady.
Oh, hey, Jayden.
Oh,
What's up?
fuck all y'all.
What are you
What did I
talking
do? I
about?
just got here.
No, Jayden didn't do anything.
And
I
Dusty,
initially came in
they're
here
not
to
being
argue your point about the First Amendment, in which
they're
you
not being
believe that
insulting towards
social
you.
media
They're
is
just
suppressing free speech.
it's a friendly debate. They're not being rude. They're not like trying to drag you or anything. It's just a debate.
Hello?
Destiny.
How can I help you?
You
I'm
alive?
sorry.
What
The
happened?
lady
What
was
do you
being
have?
quiet so that y'all can continue.
Are
Like,
you offended that I
what?
called you a lady?
Don't do that.
Yes.
We
My
care.
bad.
We care about you.
I won't call you a lady anymore. I recognize that you're not that.
What do you have to say about Trump's entire attorney general's office and Ivanka saying the election wasn't stolen?
Did she just bail?
Oh man, Destiny. Lady is mad.
She's a lady.
Well,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's a
Destiny.
lady.
I feel
Oh
bad.
my.
Daphne's been in here. Well,
No, so I
Oh, yeah.
literally until I knew that you were coming in, I was about ready to call it because it's freaking 5:08 Central, and they were like, "Hey, Tommy's in the box." I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna absolutely let this shit go on. I'm absolutely going for this. I'm absolutely doing it."
that's good. Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah.
I
I
getting
just.
blocked in every live I go into, so it is nice to actually get a debate. They're very scared of me, you know.
Dude,
I.
so here's what's stupid. I'm not
Sorry.
even anywhere near your level. Fucking Mike Patriot and Professor Mike have now blocked me.
That should be a
So
compliment.
yeah.
I was in, I was in a live with him the other night. Destroyed him on 2A. He blocked me.
Hey, could
Crazy.
someone find Mark Sauter and get that sent off to the feds? I screenshotted it, but say goodbye, lefties. You're all going to be dead soon. Yeah, you need to be reported to the FBI. So
Was
if
this in
anybody
my
finds
chat? Was
info,
this
can you
my?
go ahead?
Was this in my chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
Just
was
get a
that?
Can
screenshot
someone
of
report it?
that.
Because
There we
TikTok will take
go.
those. Yeah, if someone wants to report that, because TikTok will take those and they will report them to.
Yeah, and if y'all saw it, take a screenshot. I'll send it in. Yeah. So it was bad. It was so bad. And Crazy Mother Runner went 1v5 with Professor Mike and five other conservatives, two of which are in that whole uh, Mike the Patriot, Belinda group, and all that. It was brutal.
You call it a group? I call it a coup.
It
Basically.
is. It is. They're
I mean,
unhinged.
This
yeah,
a,
They're
very much
unhinged.
so.
it's,
What was.
it's a family reunion.
It's a gene pool. I don't know
Hey,
what else you want to call it, but
we got together to find out. We all figure out who was more inbred, and as it turns out, we like each other's political opinions.
Yeah, I once they told me you're here, I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna. I was like, I'm tired. Like, I'm getting so tired of the circular argument. I'm just gonna let Tommy deal with it. I'm done. Like, I'm over it.
how long was she on for?
Chat, how long was it? Like, what? It felt to me like 42 years, and I'm 43. So,
Uh,
I So I read, I just want to point out, I read that Supreme Court case because it came up a couple months ago. So I went back and
mhm,
read it. The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania was absolutely right in their analysis. And they were like, not just from from an objective perspective, they were just right. The law laid forth a way for them to make changes in the event of public health emergencies or public emergencies so that
right.
people could vote. And they were really snarky in their response. They were like, "Yeah, this is dumb. Of course, we have the ability. Of course, they have the ability to do this." So there were because like the argument was, "Oh, it has to go to the voters," but that would have been in November
Right.
after the election. So how the hell would that work? But
Yeah, I don't get it. I am.
Well, they'll
I
simply
don't.
not vote and give it to Trump by default.
Or just have a fake panel of electoral slates to go in and break the. I don't get. This is the problem. They're not even watching the hearings. That's the thing. They're not watching. Like
mhm.
they have no idea what's going on. They're not even seeing it.
No.
Like I.
I came in around the point where she was bringing up Hunter Biden and said that she was being suppressed and censored by social media, and that's a violation of her free speech. So, wanted to come in and just say First Amendment protects individuals from government censorship. Social
Yeah.
media platforms are private companies and can censor whomever they want based on
They
harassment, hate speech,
right.
obscenities, and misinformation.
They forget that reads Congress shall make no law infringing. Congress, not
That
Facebook.
and the Twitter committees.
Congress. I guess I was asleep on the whole, Facebook, Twitter thing in the Constitution 250 years ago. I guess I just missed that. I
Well,
guess
like
I missed it.
the Hunter Biden laptop thing, right? The reason it's not that some of that stuff didn't end up being true, but the stuff that initially came out just wasn't. And like a lot of that stuff that came out was doctored. The people that wrote the article for the New York Post said, "Yeah, we didn't want anything to do with this. We didn't want to put our names on it." The story of the guy that got the laptop didn't make any sense, and they wouldn't turn it
Yep.
over to police. So it just was like, okay, this doesn't. Nothing was independently verified. So yeah, I can understand if they were like, but I don't
But
know.
he wasn't in fucking government though. Like that's what kills me. He wasn't in government. Like Kushner and Don Jr. Right? He was not involved in the government.
Right. And what do they have on him? Some photos of him doing drugs and with some hookers? So the fuck what? I
Clearly
watched
Biden's fault.
Giuliani do that in Borat.
Yeah. Hey, Ellie, are you a debate? If you're a debate, you can come in. Just type it in the chat, and I'll let you in. Talk to Tommy and Jayden. All elite, or sorry, not Ellie. All elite. If you want to talk to, if you want to debate, type it in the chat. I'll put you in. Yeah, dude, I'm
Is,
getting.
is
It's
Daphne
been.
debating?
Go to bed. You can go to bed. That's fine. But
Oh no, I'm gonna let it go. Oh, hold on. We got Mother Runner in here.
Oh,
hey,
sweet.
oh, it's
Yeah,
morning.
let's.
It's 3:14 where we are.
Jess, do you ever
Hello.
sleep? Do you ever sleep?
I think she has a
No.
normal schedule.
I mean, not a lot. I have children
I
and stress. Okay, no,
I saw
don't.
I saw your debate with Professor Mike. I
Jesus.
fucking hate that guy.
Can we
I
give
cannot.
him a new nickname, please? I don't want to, tarnish the word professor by associating the word Mike after it. Can we call him the Nutty Professor at least?
How about
I
how about
I
P Mike? P Mike. P
So
Mike.
here's what I did. I asked the Jamals if I could do Jamal for Professor Mike for long COVID, and they were reviewing whether or not I can have that, and then I'm going to troll the fuck out of them on Professor Mike for long COVID. That's what I'm going to do. That
I
was
like
just
it.
well, and so
Professor,
Jess did Professor Mike and Mike Patriot in one day. I was like, how the fuck do you have the energy for that?
I just
I
got.
mean, I gotta say, Mike Patriot was not as I mean, he always makes my head hurt, but it wasn't as bad as it was the last time I talked to him. The last time I talked to him, though, I think the difference was it was his live, so he was fucking like
Mm.
rage yelling and talking over me, and then booted me like just out of nowhere. So it was a different experience. I think having someone else being in control made him chill the fuck out a little bit. Um, so I appreciated that, but he's still like he still didn't make valid point like the with the like I don't believe in the self defense charge because I don't believe fetus's life until viability and outside the womb. But he was of course like you can't claim because you have to pee more. I'm like motherfucker. Like have you had a baby? Like babies permanently
Oh my god.
altered your organs. Like
Yeah.
what
So
the fuck are you talking about?
if y'all weren't here for this, it was Jess's defense was getting pregnant will have a negative impact on my body. He said, how? She went through like 8 things. A
Yeah.
couple of the
He
8
focused on
things
peeing
were,
myself.
yeah, so a couple of the 8 things were like smaller, like, your bladder is permanently altered. If you like cough or sneeze after pregnancy, you do, kind of piss yourself a little bit. He ignored every other major pregnancy health risk and focused only on that. Like it was an I gotcha. And I was like fifth in guest queue. I was just spamming, like, you didn't fucking listen to what she said. She had a whole bunch
He
of
never
others.
does.
Like, he
Yeah.
is just,
Well,
ugh.
even when I was like, your blood pressure is elevated, like all the time. It's not like occasionally. Like you have, like when you have another thing growing inside of you, it changes the makeup of how your body functions, and
Yeah. And
it's
then,
going
and
to
then he turned around
impact
and
your
said,
daily blood pressure, your heart rate, everything. Like everything is
he told,
harder to do.
he
He
told
Okay,
Jess, he
but
doesn't.
goes,
what really happens?
well, he told Jess, he goes, I go
Yeah,
to
what
horror
really
movies and
happened?
it gets elevated all the
Yeah,
time in
that's what he
thriller
said. I'm
movies.
like,
I was
I'm
like,
not talking about a one off of my blood pressure going off. I'm talking about my blood pressure. My blood pressure before pregnancy was dramatically lower than my blood pressure through my entire pregnancy, like all 9 months. Every time I went in and had a checkup, it was at least 10 to 20 above my normal. So, like, it's not a, oh, I saw something scary. Like, he's just ignorant as fuck. And it's hard to argue with someone who isn't genuine. You know, him and Professor Mike aren't. They're very disingenuous.
no, no,
So
no, they're not genuine at all. They are not having good faith debates. Period. Like, I
no,
put
they're
a I
not.
put a video up of Kinsey. I did this last night.
Oh,
She was
I
yes.
love
debating
Kinsey.
Professor Mike,
God bless her.
and he gave her
No,
a
the nutty
site.
professor. Normalize that.
Yeah, all right. So the dipshit professor. So she's making the point that women in the aftermath of an abortion are not as depressed about the abortion as they were the pregnancy. He told us to look up a study. So if you go to my video, it's the newest one I got pinned. She immediately goes and reads his study, and as she's reading it, it
Hmm.
is everything she just argued, that the women were more depressed about the pregnancy and upset about it than the abortion itself. And then he
Yep,
fucking
I
boots
can
her and
attest
goes,
to that at 18.
Yeah, he did not read
well,
his own study that he was citing. He
so
didn't read
but
it.
he threw it
He
up.
read a
So
headline.
Kenzie reads it, and she goes, "That's a point for me, not for you." This fucker boots her out and says, "You can't come back, Miss Kenzie. You're not educated enough."
He
Oh my God. I
he
told
went
you, when
in.
he's in control, it's ugly. It's
Oh
never
yeah,
pretty when he's in
It is
control.
the
You got
it
to
is
be
the
on someone
top.
else's live with him.
I have
I
one pin video. It's the number one video after that. And Kenzie
I'll
said,
go
"Thank you
watch
for
it.
doing
I'll go
that."
watch it.
Because, dude, it is. Look at the smug look on his face too when he kicks her. Like, what a fucking dick.
And then they
I
shit
Yep.
talk her for
Oh,
several minutes afterwards.
I dog walked Professor Mike so bad he sat there in silence. This is probably like six. I don't know, maybe 8, 9 months ago. He just sat there in silence, and it was
that was him last
bad.
night with the
But
McConnell thing.
he goes
Yeah.
into someone's live the other day and he's like, he runs from me. That's what he said about me. And so I go into his live and I'm like, yo, you got some explaining to do. What? And then he fucking blocks me. Like,
So
what?
I owned him. So I only got to get in this with him today because it was somebody else's room, and I got to bring up a few points with him because I debated him on 2A a week ago, and he got murdered on it, and then literally blocks me and says, "You're a fucking asshole," and blocks me, so I don't even have access to his account. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
he blocked me. So the only time I see him is in other people's lives.
that was the way I saw him today when you all were talking because
Yeah.
he's got me blocked, and I was like, dude, you just
Yeah,
got
I'm blocked
destroyed
too.
on 2A, and you're only responsible to kick me. Then I saw the video with Kinsey. That's his only maneuver, is to kick people before they destroy him in front of his little cult followers.
Hey, has
Oh, I
he
know.
made lies about not being vaccinated? Because
Yes.
people have said that he
Yeah.
said that he wasn't vaccinated, and that's a fucking
Mm-hmm.
lie. He told me he was in a debate, and there's a photo of him too.
Oh,
Someone sent me a photo, but when they told me, I was like, "What do you mean?" He's told me in person that he was vaccinated because he's in the military.
I think my first debate with him
interesting.
was about vaccines, and then it was about CRT. He's against it, obviously. Could not describe what it was.
I mean, he's against
Couldn't define the
education.
5 pillars
Okay.
of it. Well, I know. But what he did was he brought in one of his black friends, because they always do. And she said,
Was
well,
it black? Oh,
basically,
it's
I
female.
took it.
Okay.
I don't know who the fuck it was. She sounded.
Okay.
She. I just knew it was a black woman, maybe in her 30s or 40s. But she said, "I took it in the 90s. It is a waste of time." Couldn't give me a reason why, or what she actually learned. She just flat out condemned it to make me look bad, and then he booted me. So that was the one time I ever really debated. I can't even say debated, but
Yeah.
interacted with the Nutty Professor.
It's because if you
Well,
have something to say that's smarter, he is going to cut you off because to his people, I think it's the shtick. Like I think like most of you all on the left that I know, like you all seem authentic, and I empathize with you all. I love you guys. Everybody knows I'm a Patreon of Tommy's. Everybody knows that. It's a thing where we're like kind of like a family. Mike, if he's going to look bad to his supporters, is going to run, and
oh yeah.
Tommy
Oh yeah.
doesn't. Like it
Oh,
just doesn't run. We'll say, like, "Hey, I messed this thing up. Let's just move on." Okay, cool. He will never say
Speaking
that. Never
of,
fucking say it.
Well, I will
uh,
say
So
with Mike, with both of those mics, okay, and if you paid attention yesterday, you saw it. Both of those mics will talk very long-winded, so
Yep.
they sound intelligent. They make zero valid points.
No.
But they talk. I mean, like I don't like with Mike. That's why I got so frustrated because he will go on and talk on a tangent, and talk for like 3 minutes, and say absolutely nothing. But he says it
so
slowly and like with these pauses, and people are like, "He's just so smart." I'm like, "Motherfucker, he said nothing. He just
he's
repeated
oh my
himself."
god.
wait,
It's
It's
so
like
Lucaria wants to
frustrating.
wait
debate.
wait so hold on, Mike Patriot,
Who?
I got
real
to go
quick.
run in a minute, so you can drop me in a second and let someone come in
But
and debate.
Mike
I don't have
Patriot,
anybody in the queue. There's
Lucario
nobody
Mike
says
even
he
in
wants to
here.
debate.
Mike
Who did?
Patriot. I
Lucario.
stopped in on that.
Okay.
Hold on one second, because
What were you saying, dude?
Jess is here. Mike Patriot. I stopped in on that live. Me and him been going at it because he
Oh,
started
I heard
talking
him talking
shit.
to you. He got mad.
Oh, he started talking shit about my son. He
Oh,
started
okay.
bringing up like my custody battle and stuff like that, and I was like,
What the fuck?
we going.
Same with
So I was like,
Quasi.
you're my new project now, and like I
Just,
made a video on him. I'm like,
just
I'm gonna go after you.
it's
And
getting ugly. It's getting
he
ugly.
when I came into your live, he like got quiet and he's like, "Oh, I'm done doing it." I was like, "I'm not fucking done. You ain't done till I say I'm done."
So
I
Jess,
don't know.
so Jess, that was Mike's stop earlier to talk to the
Uh huh.
comments. It was Tommy, and but that whole
Yeah.
group, I don't care how mad you get about a position, has gone after Tommy's children, his
Yeah, you don't
personal
go
life.
after kids. I mean, that was one
We
of the reasons I
don't
had to
do that
drop
on
out
the
of Congress
left.
because they were saying my kids' names, their last names, and I was like,
Yeah,
and see, I
we
have a
don't
different
do
last name than my kids, and I was like, motherfuckers, like I don't have the means to like set up security for my family, so like
no,
I can't be having my kids' names out there, like
and
not
we
okay.
don't do that on this side. Like yeah, will we like make jokes about your mom or say to fuck off? Yeah, we will. But do we go after like those of us like here tonight in the chat that like or speaking? When we get frustrated, do we go after families ever? Their
Oh
kids
hell no.
ever?
And I don't even fucking name call. Like, I mean,
We
the
don't
worst I'll
do
do is tell you to
that.
go get fucked by a cactus. Like, I don't name call, but
I love it when you say that. It's so funny.
that video got taken down though, and I'm pissed because TikTok gave me a violation for it. Right, I appealed it. They said I wasn't a violation, and 5 seconds later they said permanently deleted. I'm like, you just told me it wasn't a violation. I said it with a smile
I
on my
can't
face.
even appeal videos right now. If I click the appeal button, it goes to a black screen on my iPhone. I have to close out, go back in. I still can't do it. It's been 4 days.
Well, I'm gonna go because I'm running with a friend. So you guys have a fun chat.
Yes, ma'am. Just
That
love you. Thanks
explains
for
the
coming
name.
in.
Bye.
All right, we're gonna let this
You know what was
mouth breather
funny,
in.
Mike?
What is this guy? Is it Ludicrous?
Lucario's trying to
Whatever.
debate.
You know
All right.
Quasi
Yeah,
did the
I
same
saw his
thing.
comments too.
I
Oh
saw
He
your
yeah,
always
comment,
seems to go after
Quasi.
Tommy's son and my sexuality.
he's literally going after me like, you're a deadbeat dad. You're never around my son. My son is like asleep in my fucking arms. I'm like, what the
He's
fuck are you talking
he's gonna get
about?
owned.
We were
He's gonna
taking a
get
nap.
owned.
Okay, wait, is this like a debate live? Because I don't want to like
It can
interrupt
be.
anything.
No, you're good. We're just chatting. No, you're good. You're debating the two guys in the box.
What do you want to
Oh, okay,
debate?
It's like two
I don't know.
girls
I
in
guess like
one cup, but
I regret ever having watched that video. Oh my
oh
god.
my god. Anyways, morning. So, what's going on? What's your take?
Also, like, I guess I just really wanted to like get your thoughts on like your stances on abortion. But you guys are both
You
already
pro-choice.
know. Yeah.
Do you have an
Okay, so
opinion that's on anything but abortion, or is that what you're just going to live to do?
ouch. Okay, I do have opinions on other things, but like I have a stronger stance on abortions.
Aren't
Why?
you like 17 though?
Yeah, I turned 17 a couple days. It was last Wednesday.
Why is this so strong in your mind?
So strong. I don't know. I never really like cared about legislation too much, but like personally, I just fundamentally disagree with women with parents having the ability to like I don't know, terminate their own children.
Does it bother you that fetuses are aborted and die?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so why doesn't it bother you that more fetuses are going to be aborted because of this?
I wouldn't say like that's absolute fact.
That is absolute fact. We have been on a
If it-
decline since we legalized abortion.
right, so like we can look at the future and say, okay, these things are
No, we look at
probably
the past.
like until we're
We
in
know.
the future.
We're not looking at the future. We're looking at CDC numbers from 1974 to 76, which showed a decline in abortion rates after Roe v. Wade passed.
Yeah, I would say there are too many contributing factors which happened in between
Called,
those timelines that could also
it's called
affect.
confounders. There's not. It's a
I'm
2 year
sorry, what?
period. There's no confounders in that 2 year period.
Yeah, I would say like there are also too many just outside interferences or like factors that could contribute to like the reduction of abortions or like even the increase of abortions. So like until we're in the
Name
future,
one.
I would. I'm sorry, what?
Name one.
Name one. I
Yes.
don't know.
Name
Maybe
a
a
confounder.
specific. I don't know. Maybe a specific television show showed how traumatizing abortion could be,
No,
and like
What
people just
show?
suddenly clicked
that's
on it.
speculation, conjecture. Next point. I'm going to disregard that as though you never said it. Can you give me anything definitive?
Definitive? No, I'm saying like
Okay.
there are too
If you
many
can't give me
contributing
Well, when you
anything
factors that
say
could
definitive,
make it.
maybe, then that's
just say it's
conjecture.
speculation, and
Yeah,
I can
I'm not
disregard.
saying. I'm
You said
not saying.
maybe a TV show. That's completely
I
speculative.
know.
So unless you can give
Yeah, I
something
know.
that's
I'm
definite
saying.
and based in fact that would otherwise corroborate your view, then we really have nothing to work with.
Okay, so like basically, I'm saying like there are too many possibilities that could have contributed to like the
Possibilities is
decrease
yet
of.
another
Yeah,
form of conjecture.
Right. You are
right.
saying that, well, this could have been but you have not given me anything, and you are not able, like, so when you're analyzing this as to, is this a better chance than this as being the cause, as being the correlating factor, you have to provide a potential correlating factor and make it make more sense than our explanation, which is pretty definitive. Per capita, abortions were higher when abortion was illegal. So what's happened is you've ideologically, uh, you're posturing on this. I ideologically believe that it's immoral, and therefore, because it's immoral, if we get rid of abortions, it will stop abortions. It won't. What we have.
And you know this for
So have
fact.
you?
Do you
But
not? Do
here's
you know this for 100% fact?
yes.
100%
We
fact.
have numbers dating back to I don't know. I think the best numbers in the 1950s and 1960s. There are numbers prior to that, but as to their accuracy,
Yeah, so when it comes to individual humans, humans like make subjective choices. Like we can't go off of like 100%. Humans are programmed to like go for abortions after it's made illegal, right? So like when we make it illegal, there's like no 100% facts to know that these people will, and 100% for sure, will start going for abortions more. It's like
no,
when it
no,
comes
no,
to
no.
people's individual freedom,
You're
freedom of
It's not what we're
decision,
saying.
you
not
can't.
what we're saying. You're thinking about it
I'm
wrong.
sorry.
You're thinking like, oh, this person may or may not. The point is that when people have access to abortions, they can postpone making that decision until they're ready for a potential pregnancy. They can go, oh, I have time to decide. It can grow on them. Hey, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let me look at my finances. But the problem is, and the problem always has been, we give women an immediate say, hey, you can go get an abortion now, or you might not get one. They go and they get the abortion. What if I have an ectopic pregnancy? What if I have sepsis? What if I have a bunch of other stuff that could potentially kill me that I can't get an abortion for? that causes them to freak out. Yeah.
Did you ask every woman who has ever gotten an abortion
No.
the reasons as to why?
No, of
Yeah,
course
so
not.
there's no 100%
Have you?
way for you to know.
No, what you're
That's
doing is a
that's just my.
logical fallacy. You're setting up such a high standard that it's not able for me to be met with it, as opposed to looking at the evidence. It's a logical fallacy. You gotta try again, kid.
Yeah, I don't care. So unless you've
That's
asked
part
I
of the
don't
every
care if
problem.
you don't care. You don't get
You're
to just
being
wipe
bad
off
faith
logical
now.
fallacy.
no,
You
no.
are
I don't
setting
care
up.
what you were if I
You
could
are
finish
setting
though.
up
Your
a standard
If
that
inconsistencies
I
is
could
don't matter
so
to you?
unreasonable that it can't
if I could
reasonably be
finish
met,
like a simple
as
sentence, I would
opposed
love
to
if I could
looking.
finish. I
What?
would
Look, Tommy,
100%
this is one of
love
Tyler's
if I could finish
acolytes,
the
just to be
sentence.
perfectly clear. This is someone that looks up to him and argues based on his premises, but doesn't do it very well. As I indicated, he is 17 years old.
Well,
So this
yeah.
isn't going to go the way you want it to, Lucario or
My
Lucario.
Do you
argument
guys
to
have
you, my argument has been and will be the people that are experts on it, the people that have studied it for their life, made it their life's work, understand that more difficult access to abortion will equal more abortions. And your argument is to argue about the methodology as opposed to go, wow, I didn't know that. Because you're ideologically locked. You're an ideologue. You don't care about the facts. You care about controlling women. That's it.
And
Okay,
it's
I do
unfortunate
have
that you
like
would hold such a belief at only 17 years old.
I do have like a just like a general question before we continue the debate.
Certainly.
Okay, do you guys have the ability to let the opposing opinion speak a full sentence without interrupting them?
We've not interrupted you at any point.
I feel like that's a pretty a bold statement because earlier when I said
Well, guess
You know
what? I don't care.
Well, you know what? You should stop having dumb fucking beliefs, and that wouldn't happen. Why the fuck do you think we got to give fucking cadence to your goddamn bullshit beliefs? You're advocating for the death of more women. You're advocating for the death of more fetuses, and you want us to sit here and be like, "Yeah, no, this is an honest to God. This is a great opinion to have." No, fuck you.
yeah. So while you're over here cursing as an adult, and I was like thinking in my head as a way to substantiate why I could
Yeah, we don't give a
possibly
fuck.
say, okay, cool, that's great.
Hey,
So
guess
like when
what?
it comes
We
to like,
still don't give a fuck.
oh, that's awesome. I'm happy for you. So
Awesome.
when it comes to
Why are you still talking? You're still here?
okay,
Jayden, did you forget he was here? I forgot he's
Who?
here. You may go now.
Oh, I was trying so hard not to fucking laugh. Oh my god. Not
Did you wait? Hold on. Did you see the
not the
video with the
average
guy? Did you
not
guys
the
see the
average
video? Hold on. Did you guys see the video where the girl was like, oh, that she was arguing with this pro-lifer or this pro-choicer, and she said some shit like, if she wants to kill her baby, and the pro-choicer just like geared up and fucking Chuck Norris her ass in the face.
Hey,
Just
so
kicked
this
the
guy in
shit
here,
out of her.
not the average Grammy. Are you here to debate or no? Just asking
Oh,
for a
she's a
friend.
friend.
Oh, is she? Shit. We need somebody
Yeah.
in here that disagrees. Anybody that disagrees, hop in.
I was
So
gonna
low.
leave.
Wasn't that at a Bernie rally or something? That the pro-choice that was like, I don't give a shit.
Which one?
I think it was at like a
Oh,
Bernie rally or something.
it was.
I'll post the video to Discord. I was fucking rolling, fucking roundhouse.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So now I am never going to get debates again because I let Tommy in. Be blacklisted.
Yeah, we're running this live now. I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no.
Like, I know people like having the pro-choice, pro-life debate, but at a certain point, like the entire center stage of this argument is one side arguing that they care about lives more than the other, but their actions are going to take more lives if they believe a
Yes.
fetus is a life. It's just
No,
annoying.
I was doing mostly 2A. I started doing an abortion, not as a debate, but a safe place for women to come. So we were on 2A before, but then I guess that guy just wanted to do abortion because I took my green screen down. I literally had tonight. So here's what I had to do. If this is any indication of my evening, I had to draw supply and fucking demand curves on
You need
paper
Tommy's whiteboard.
for these fucking idiots,
Oh,
and
he's
then that
back. He says, but you guys don't have the mental capacity for an educated debate.
Cool.
You literally
it,
Fuck
said you
off.
it
don't care.
you can re-request and get back in. That's fine. You can
I'm
re-request
fine
and
with
get back
that.
in.
You mean
Like
I can bounce if someone wants to have an act. I don't want there to be like the part of me was gonna drop because there's too many men here and I don't want it to be me. So I think I'll go back to watching. Let a woman in here. But
He's back.
I
oh,
don't
he's back. Well, no, I'd prefer
Yeah.
you do it because I don't really want to deal with them stupid. Yeah, but yeah, I've been drawing fucking supply and demand graphs in colored ink all night long. That's how my night's gone.
Hi friend.
Hey,
Are you having a good
uh,
night? Are people being mean to you? I'm gonna fucking cuss them out.
no, I just found it like fundamentally amusing to me, to be honest.
Fundamentally,
Um,
as
It's a
opposed to
big
not
word for you.
fundamentally.
yeah, I find it like kind
Fundamental
of
humor
amusing.
is my my go-to. Also like
Oh,
foundational humor. It's about houses. We'll talk about it
well,
later.
thanks for the laughs. But like when it comes to like an actual debate, I don't know, to like grasp your stance, is there like a cutoff point as far as abortion goes where you would say it would be immoral?
No.
No.
Okay. Are you okay with like late term abortions, like as far as third trimester or like even 38 weeks in?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so like where do you guys feel like the right to life occurs in human development?
First breath.
When you're born.
First breath. Dude, did you say first breath?
We
I said
both
first breath.
said when you're born, first breath.
Okay, so like if a baby is born and it has not taken a breath yet, can you stab the baby? The dude.
You are using a not even an exception. It's a logical fallacy. You're creating a circumstance in which you like develop against the norm for some bizarre exception that isn't based in reality.
Oh, it is based in reality because when a baby is born, it takes about it could take like up to like even 15 minutes. Okay, not 15 minutes. It could take up to like I think 3 minutes it was for it to actually take its first breath.
Yeah,
So like when it
again,
comes to like
Right, but it's
you're
been
yielding birth,
born, hasn't it?
right. It's been born.
yeah,
You're developing like you're creating an unreasonable standard again. It's not reasonable what you're saying. You're trying to
this is a
establish. Hold on a
scientific.
second.
No, this
Hold on a
is a
second.
scientific fact.
You're trying to use an exception as the norm. It's called an exception fallacy. It's not the norm. There are exceptions to rules. There aren't those exceptions do not invalidate the rule.
Right. So, in the it's like if we're going off of science, right? There are many cases, and in fact, I would even say, well, I haven't looked into the statistics, but like there are many cases in which the baby that has been born does not take the first breath until at
Again,
least
you are pointing
multiple
to an
moments.
exception. Stop pointing to an exception. You are trying to
Well,
diminish the rule by pointing to an unrealistic and absurd exception, an exception that would not and likely will not happen. So again,
so you,
stop trying
so
to
you
diminish rules by pointing to exceptions.
so you
It's
can't stay
called an
logically
exception
consistent
fallacy.
onto these specific. You guys can't stay
Listen,
logically consistent, is what I'm
no, you
hearing.
can say logically consistent. Your logical fallacy is thinking that logic does not have inconsistencies. They absolutely do. Those are exceptions. That's not the norm.
So
It's
when I
not
say
logically inconsistent to say there are exceptions to rules. There are exceptions to every rule.
so
100%.
when I So when I ask
We're also not
when
being
human rights,
inconsistent when we very clearly indicated that once at the stage at which you are born, your rights are granted to you at that point.
Jayden, I believe it was you who said you grant rights at birth. It was
At
the dude
birth,
who had
yes.
said at first birth. I just wanted to clarify.
I said first breath
So like
because
when I
first
ask
breath is the
at
legal
what,
standard in 50 states. Well, was until a couple of days ago. That's why I said first breath. Again, that is the
okay,
standard.
so you are
You're
appealing
pointing
to
to some
legality.
bizarre
So you're
exception
appealing to
to try and
legality.
undermine
That
the
is a
rule.
logical fallacy. I'm sorry.
What is?
Appealing to legality is a logical fallacy.
No, it's not. You asked me if I was being logically consistent. You implied I was being illogical, which is untrue because this is the legal standard. I can't be logically inconsistent when this is the legal standard or was in 50 states.
Yeah, so when I asked when human rights start, I'm not asking like on the legality. Maybe that's the disconnection between
What
my
are you
question.
asking then? Are you
Like,
asking our opinion?
so when do you believe unalienable human rights start without appealing to legality?
We didn't
First
appeal
In
to
your
breath.
opinions,
legality.
yeah.
That still
It didn't
applies.
appeal to
We believe it
morality.
applies at birth.
No, without appealing to legality.
Oh my God,
What do
we
you? Oh
didn't
my
do
God,
that.
Jesus Christ.
My
Okay,
opinion
that's
holds
No,
not
you
that
an
it would
literally
appeal
still
said.
to. Hold
apply
on a
at
second.
birth.
Hold on a second, bud. That's not an appeal to legality. That's appeal to the norm, the human norm. That is what it is, and was in Christianity. That's what it was in Judaism. That's what is in Judaism, and that's what it is in the Muslim religion. That's what it is in Eastern Orthodoxy. So this is the norm. This is
So
not
right
an
now you're giving me
appeal.
examples of appealing to legality and appealing to religion, which are both, I would say, logical
You asked
fallacies.
our opinion.
Okay, so I need you to give me your
I feel
opinion
like you have a
without citing.
checklist of
Oh, wait.
fallacies that you want to deploy, not knowing what they mean, just to catch us in a somewhat gotcha moment. But it's not working. This isn't a legal appeal. This isn't an applied to. This isn't an appeal. This isn't a naturalistic fallacy. You asked our opinions. So,
To
what
repeat
answer
what
would be correct
the
for
dude
you?
said. To repeat what the dude said when I asked, is it at first breath? Is it at first breath? He said, well, yes. And because in 50 states it is at first breath. So like if you're appealing to like what 50 states say, I need you to like change that answer, and like I need you to go off of your own opinion without bringing up what 50 states have
I don't
agreed
need
to
to
say.
change my answer for you or anything to that degree. You asked me what it
Okay,
was, and I
okay,
said the norm. You tried to imply that somehow what I was saying was illogical for some bizarre reason. What I was saying is the legal norm. If anybody has to provide an exception to it and their logic for it, it has to be you, not me. I'm pointing to the human norm that's both religious and legal and just has been the norm. You're an abnormality in this logic. You
okay,
explain
okay.
your logic. Why am I explaining to you why we should keep things the same?
Right. So when I asked you a question, and the question was, in the brief moments that the baby has been born without taking its first breath, is it okay to terminate this baby? You've not been able to answer that question, so I'd like you to,
I
I guess,
have. I said because it has been born.
I was talking to the dude.
All right, go ahead, Tommy.
If the child had come out of the womb, if you're asking me for an answer, the answer would be first breath. So if you're asking if you want a definitive answer, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that underwater births occur? What would you do in this situation? Or would it be justified in terminating the baby who's already been born in an underwater birth?
No
Would it
one
be
does that.
justified? That's a weird, but no one does it. Can you name me a
It
time that's
doesn't matter
happened?
if anyone does it.
Can you name me a time that's
Can you
happened?
name
But that's not what we're arguing for. You're
so,
suggesting that we're in
yeah,
favor of
so it doesn't.
infanticide, which is not the case. At the point at which you are born, you are not
Yeah,
in any
so it
way.
doesn't matter.
Hey,
Stop
again,
for a
listen.
second. You're
Jesus
not in
Christ.
any
Okay.
way permitted to off a baby.
Okay. You are pointing to this absurd, made up reality that doesn't exist, and you are trying to undermine and establish a question that could potentially take years in court, years in a legislative session to determine, and asking me, like, hey, can I come to a conclusion about this? The answer is I can't. I can tell you what the law says, and I can tell you that I would rather protect a woman's right to choose prior to first breath than allow for you to use that shitty example to undermine her right.
Right. So when I asked if it would be justified in terminating a
Oh,
baby in
Jesus
an
Christ.
underwater birth
Oh my
before it
God,
is
we've
Just
taken
been
into
over
it's not
this.
justified.
That's
Listen,
not
listen,
our
listen.
argument, for one.
Justified is
Two,
subjective.
right.
So stop using that word. You got to use a different word. I don't know why you keep using justified.
Okay, so
And
when
stay
I
out of
asked if it
Tyler's
could be,
Discord, please. I don't really think he should be around minors, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Right. So, to repeat my question, or to repeat my statement, when I asked if it would be, I'll change the
Okay,
terminology
look,
for you.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm done talking about things that don't happen so you can try and make up some shitty philosophical point. If you want to talk actually things that are happening, let's do that. But I'm not going to sit here and talk like, well,
Right.
what about this? What about this? I'm not going to talk about the whataboutisms. I'm not going to talk about let's create some crazy. What about this? How do
Yeah.
we unfold every potential instance that could come up? The reality is
Yeah.
late term
Let's
abortions
talk
don't
reality.
happen. They
Let's talk
don't
Right.
reality.
happen.
What I'm
Do you
doing
draw
here,
the exception for SA?
right. So what I'm doing here, when I'm
No,
Yes,
no.
asking
Answer
the
my question. Do you draw the exception for SA?
you did not answer my question.
Yes,
listen,
I
we
did.
don't. Jeez.
You did not. You did not
I
even let me finish
fucking
my
did.
question to be.
I'm not in favor
You
J-
of
didn't even let me
unaliving
finish.
babies in pools, okay?
Jayden
It's an
answered your
answer.
question. Jayden answered your question.
Do you draw the exception for SA? And if you don't immediately do that, then there's something inherently wrong with you.
You still did not let me even finish my statement earlier.
He's still
Fine.
trying to
Go
do it.
ahead.
Okay, so earlier when I brought up a hypothetical and where the born baby did not take its first breath, I asked you if it would be, and I'm not going to use the term justified. I'm going to ask if there should be legal consequences as to stabbing this baby, which would terminate it, right? And so if you say yes, or if you're staying logically consistent, it did not take its first breath, and therefore it
Is
had
it
no human
dead?
rights to be
Is it
violated.
dead, though?
Is it dead?
Is it dead?
No,
Okay, look,
it's alive.
again, hey, listen, again, I'm done talking about the stupid logical, like, are we logically consistent? You are pointing to something that does not exist. Stop doing that. We're talking about women dying from this decision. We're talking about stories of women already coming out in which doctors are sitting on phone with lawyers for hours. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of fetuses that are now going to be aborted because of this decision. More. So I don't have any fucking reason to sit here and talk with you about, well, is this philosophically consistent? I could give a fuck. Late term abortions don't happen. It's a fucking myth. It's a talking point. I don't give a shit. Oh, we're going to talk about this and make a legal standard. There are things that happen every single day that are not the norm. That doesn't mean we make standards out of them. And it doesn't mean we sit here and contemplate whether or not we should affect the standards because of the small, tiny percentage, the fucking 0.0000000001 to never happening. That's what you're arguing. And I don't have any time for that. Women are dying. More fetuses that you supposedly care about, the ones you're supposed to actually care about, are dying because of this decision. And you're sitting here going, well, what about one I made up in my fucking head? Who the fuck cares?
Well, first, I did not make it up in my head. It is
Yes,
a
you
No,
well-known
Tyler
did.
fact.
You're
did.
making up a
Mendoza did.
situation.
You're just repeating it, but you're doing it ever so poorly.
All right, let's ask you this, kid. I got a question. Would you rather save 800,000 fetuses a year or the kids in Uvalde?
I did not get to finish my statement from
I'm
earlier
asking
without
you a
being
Yes,
question.
you
You want to
interrupted
do
fucking
multiple
did.
times.
philosophical stuff. Would you rather save
You interrupted
800,000
me
abortions
multiple
a year
times.
or the kids in Uvalde?
I feel like I cannot even get a full sentence in
Good.
without
I'm
being
asking you a
interrupted.
question. Is that fair for me to ask you? Is that a shitty philosophical question that doesn't have any basis in actual reality? Do you want
If
to
you
answer
said,
that? No, you
dude,
don't.
is that you talking? The dude, is that you talking?
You recognize the difference in our voices.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. So, the dude, I thought you already said that you were done talking about hypotheticals that weren't going to happen. I don't
Well, since
understand
you
why you're
wanted to keep going, can
But
we
now
move
you're
on from
okay.
done.
hypotheticals or do
Right.
you want to
So,
answer that?
Now you're
I
done, or
already
we're going to
answered the
talk reality.
hypothetical. I already answered your
so
hypothetical. So you
you
answer
did not
mine
answer
now
my
then.
hypothetical. You did not answer it.
Both of
Yeah,
us
I
did,
did.
and then you added two more.
Travis, did
The
I?
dude, you did not.
So you asked a question, they answered the question, then you pivoted and added more qualifications to the question. So if they answered the first question, there wouldn't be a reason to add any more qualifications on. Then they asked you a
Can you
question
repeat?
based on hypotheticals like you asked. So just in good faith, just answer their question because they answered the other one. Then we can go to more questions later, but you can't answer like ask one, get an answer, and then ask more. And if they can't ask you one, like
Wait,
It's
can
like
you
you're
repeat what
allergic to
question they
follow
answered?
ups.
Wait, can you repeat what question they had answered of mine?
You asked us if we should stab a baby after it's been born but hasn't breathed its first breath. Then you asked if we should drown it if it was born in a birthing pool.
You
Right.
still did not give me an answer. Was it a yes or no? Can you stab it?
Oh my God, what do you
Jesus
think?
Christ.
It was a
We
yes or
answered
no.
you.
It was a yes or no. So like, as of right
No
now,
and
I need to
no.
give you.
Next.
They said
All
no
right.
definitively to both. They said definitively no to both.
So,
But
would
you were
Yes.
you?
So your
interrupting them
Let
as
me
they're
ask.
talking.
qualifier
Them
was
you were interrupting them while they answered, so you might have missed it. But if you ask a question, the good thing to do is like stop, hang back for a minute, and let them answer, listen to the answer, and then move on. But
Why
they
are
started to
you?
answer, and you talked over them. So I'm saying I heard the answer. So I'm not picking sides. I'm just saying they did answer the question. So then now it's time to flip the script,
So
kind of, and they
my
get to ask you a
question
question.
7 minutes ago was, do you draw the exception for SA?
I would like to point out a logical fallacy in debate.
Jesus
Oh my
fucking
God.
Christ, yes or no?
Jaden.
Um,
Jaden. Hey, Lucero, you may go now. This is embarrassing.
logical
Honestly.
fallacy. I'm taking dubs. You guys have.
What?
Fuck off.
What?
This
What
is why I
logical
hate
fallacy?
kids.
Like he? What?
I did not. I didn't kick him. My hands are way over
What?
here.
What
I
logical fallacy? Lucero, just answer in the comments. Would you rather save the kids in Uvalde or 800,000 abortions? If you want to do the hypothetical shit, the reality is this: it doesn't fucking matter. That's like you try and like create exceptions. It's what's called moot. Okay, it is a qualifier of court cases that something cannot be moot. It has to be ripe. It has to be a question worth answering or willing to answer. You don't establish uh, rules based on exceptions. You establish rules and then create exceptions around them. It's not logically inconsistent to have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, you're logically inconsistent. You're somebody I don't want to hang out with. You're a creep.
And I asked
and
you for
also
clarity. Is that baby alive at the point at which it's not breathing? If it's not breathing, is it unethical to stab it? I don't know. But if it's
and,
alive, I would immediately say no. That is not an
and
ethical choice to make.
I was multitasking, doing something else completely different. Heard his question, heard the answer, and then moved on. And then he's like, "Could you answer my question?" I'm like, "Wasn't that like 2.5 minutes ago? Did I not just hear this? Like, what the fuck? Like, the question was answered."
I just want to troll. I just want to troll. That's it. I don't really care. I mean, it's just, I don't know, Travis, is there any women you want to let in? That'd be fair. I can
Oh
bounce.
yeah.
I was going to roll out, but I was just wanting to troll him. Um, I'm really
Um,
annoyed with the
do,
whole thing. Um,
Like I said, Tyler's acolyte. He's in his Discord. He takes notes from these people, watches them religiously. Cannot debate to save him out of a fucking ham sandwich bag.
and Tyler's
no,
been dodged. Like, there's a reason these people, like, I get dodged by everyone. There's a reason. Tyler's been dodging me for a while. I won't debate him now, and so that someone's got to get that kid out of his Discord. I'll be real, Tyler.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Be
he has
honest with you.
requested. He's requested a debate here like 3 or 4 times. I will not, even my tiny ass shitty following. I will not platform that guy. Fuck him. I will not platform him. He has no voice. Fuck him. He's
Yeah, I'm not
gross.
platforming him. He's a disgusting human being.
Yeah, he's absolutely pathetic. Like it's
Also, pretty sure it's way past that kid's bedtime. I don't know why he was on here to begin with.
yeah. Is anybody in the request wanting a debate? Jayden, Tommy. If you are, just type it in the chat. If your name wants to debate,
Does anybody
see if there's
want
any.
to? I can bounce for a
Yeah, I
early.
can too if the ladies want up. Sorry we kind of commandeered that discussion.
Oh no, we've been going all night long. All night long we've been going. I was gonna get off, but if there's gonna be debates you all can do, I'm fucking in. So anybody in here, Robbo, T Goat, anybody, just type it in. I don't know what I just did.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Are you for debating or do you agree?
I actually agree, so I wouldn't be able to debate.
All
I
right,
can
thank you
bounce.
though.
No, I can
Appreciate it.
bounce.
No,
I
like if I want you all to get a debate in. If there's not going to be one, I'm going to go to bed. Anybody in the request that wants to debate, type it in the chat real quick.
how am I feeling? I feel
Who's this guy that
better.
just joined?
I feel better.
Evil
Evil
Scotsman.
Scotsman. He's a leftist.
All right.
No, I feel better. I don't know if you saw in chat. I got some heart stuff going on. I don't know. It's probably just stress, but I needed like a day to relax. I have Granny Four Hairs. That is, for those of you that
Fucking.
don't know, she's my resident stalker. And
Yes.
she's fallen off the wagon again and started making a bunch of videos about me.
Have you seen how many she's up to now? Have you looked tonight? It's
Yeah,
fucking insane. It
I
is
plan on
insane.
I plan on suing her. I know she's asleep right now because that's the meaning. I plan on suing her. She's got quite a bit of money. I have to look into suing as a John Doe though. She thinks for some reason you can only sue someone as a John Doe, like someone that's anonymous, but you can protect your identity if you have like a stalker or something to that degree. Um, so yeah, I'm gonna sue her as a John Doe, and
So, so I have reported that account based on the username of my dude troll, and I've reported it 5 times for trolling and harassment. 5 times I've gotten a response back, no violation found.
how's Belinda's mom? Oh, clips. I just saw that video of yours. It popped up on my For You page on this account. Or, yeah.
Is it
Yeah,
the one I did with Kenzie, where I clipped it for her, and she asked,
I
"How's
didn't.
your mom doing?"
Oh, yeah. So that one. But I
So here's
also
the crazy
saw
thing:
Abby. I saw Abby go after what's his name? The dude. He's like, I don't know whose earrings those are, and she goes,
Oh, Pop
they're probably
Solo.
from that 17-year-old you groomed.
yes. And if you so you got to go back to the nuance of when Kenzie said, "How's your mom doing?" Look at the chat. Ignore what they're saying. Look at the chat. The entire chat went fucking nuts with "How's your mom?" Like
You know what the sad part? So the thing is, like, I would have honestly, to be honest with you, I would have apologized to Belinda, not because I think that
I
she
wouldn't.
deserves it or like anything like that, but just because it affects her on a like physical level. And but the reason that I won't is because when that happened, I got so many fucking threats from people, like death threats. Like this is
Yeah.
ridiculous. This is over a mom joke. You guys are facing felonies and charges over a fucking mom joke.
So here's what's dumb. So when I got on this app and started doing politics, I got invited. Well, I didn't get invited. I was live scrolling. So here's this live with Belinda saying, "I want a conservative who doesn't get offended," and I'm like, "I'm in. You can't offend me." So we had a decently workable relationship for a while, and then I joined your Patreon, and in Patreon is that video, and I knew the fucking voice. I'm like, "Oh no." So she popped on one of my lives like 2 weeks ago to argue with me for being in your Patreon if I was supposed to be a guy who would talk across the aisle. And I said, I do. But in my leftist circles, we like anything goes. And she spent an hour trying to argue with me that I was a shit human being for being in your Patreon for making a your mom joke. So I blocked all of her accounts.
Somebody said, I think she secretly wants you, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. You're banging my 79-year-old mom and not me.
Yeah, I was like, I'm sitting here on live, like, okay, I was trying to have a 2A debate. Now you're in here. I thought you were going to have a 2A debate. And you're bitching at me for being friends with Tommy that I pay for his Patreon over your mom joke. And dude, I told her the truth. I said, here's the deal, dude. You came in, you'd never been there before, and you said, you keep blocking people, you're soft, bro. What did you expect the response to be? You didn't know him. You'd never talked to him. You never interacted with him. And that's what you start off with a guy
Well,
with
Tommy said that he's an
400,000
honest
subs.
debater. Is
Yeah.
he being honest when he says that he fucked my 79-year-old mother?
Like you walked in, like you had 1,200 followers at the time and walked into 400K and said you're soft, bro. What did you think was going to happen?
Oh, that's what she said.
Did you
I
smack
forgot
her
what
ass
she
with
said.
baloney too, Tommy? Hmm?
That's so bad. Okay. Poor Belinda.
So, hey, I got a question because on Patreon, if I scroll back now, it stops at like May 28th, and I can't go further back to find that video again that was in Patreon. It won't go further back than like May 28th.
In the Patreon?
Yeah.
Like on the actual Patreon thing?
On the app, yeah.
I don't know. I can find it for you if you like have a general thing, or scroll it. I can scroll online for you. But
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it for that, but like I can't nothing. I'll send you I'll text you tomorrow when I get off the phone because I don't have it on my iPad. I'll text you tomorrow. But I was looking for it. I actually this is the funny thing. Like all the Jamals. So I
yeah.
found the Jamal that I need permission from to do it. I already have the account made, and I reached out to him tonight, and he's going to approve it and just say like you're one of us. It's Jamal for Belinda's mom. And anywhere Duran, Mike Patriot, Belinda go until they block the fuck out of it, I'm gonna just show up with that, and it's gonna be Jamal for Belinda's mom, and I'm just gonna roll it. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do it because I can.
Oh, God, who's the worst one out of all those? I think it.
Duran,
Yeah,
Duran is the scariest. That's
he's
Duran's
got.
scary.
He's got a.
He's the
Good
one that
lord.
supposedly unalived someone, right?
I don't know about that.
No,
I know he was.
that's Snacks, I think.
Okay, then
Yes,
Snacks is the worst.
Yeah. Snacks did some prison time. Ron is part of the Proud Boys. Was weird. Was at 1-6, and yeah, it's
And never left.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
Duran's got a DV. I asked him about it. He got like 3 or 4 fucking charges on the same week. Terroristic threats, stalking. I think the stalking got
Poor
dropped.
guy can't catch a
DV.
break.
I know, right?
Well, so you want to see Tommy debate Snacks? Though the problem with Snacks is he's going to
He
just
doesn't
yell the
debate.
whole time. There's
Yeah,
no debate. It's going to be just yelling, and when you
right.
ask him to calm down, he always says, "I match energy with energy." So if I say, "How was your day
Yeah, what the
today?" and
fuck
he's
does
like,
that mean? Yeah, they always
"So
get up
so
my
I
ass. I have
so I
like
guess what he
one
means is
tone when
like."
I debate.
Right. So that was going to be my claim was if I go to debate him and I say, "Hey, what's up? I don't agree with your position." It's like, "You fucking liberal." He's just going to go off. I'm like, "Okay, that's not matching
Was
energy, bro. Like, we're not close.
was anger
Not close."
management not a thing he had to do for going to prison for murder, or is that
So
did
so
they
No, they
here's
just
one
skipped
thing
that course.
I'll give him. Destiny was in one of my lives one night arguing that the police in Uvalde did what they should have done. Snacks is very pro children. He heard it, came in, they're somewhat mutuals, and destroyed her in my live. I'll post the videos tomorrow because it's in 2 pieces. I'll post it. He came in and ripped her apart. So like that's one area where him and I agree was that was a bad way to do that. But that's been the only one. But Mike Patriot and
oh.
Professor Mike,
No,
both
no,
of those
the
I
Nutty
belong.
okay, you know
Professor.
what? Here's the thing. Professor Mike's a piece of shit, but you know what? We could actually sit down and talk before he like got all butthurt that I destroyed him in a live. I thought we were having like a productive conversation. I didn't think we were on bad terms, and then he like blocked me and stuff.
I saw that
And
video, yeah.
right, and then Mike Patriot, he just screams over me. I'm like, what the fuck? This is unhinged. Like he just screams. Like it's like what the fuck?
I
Uh,
debated him like twice on his first account, and then he blocked me on at least 6 other ones.
but he
Well,
like
they're both nuts.
he
I did Professor Mike on 2A, and I was trying to stick with mass events. I kept trying to stick with that. He was arguing to me that that's not the problem. The mass events aren't the problem. The problem is unaliving only yourself. That's the biggest problem we have to deal with. And I said, you mean that a person that unalives themselves on their own with nobody else involved is worse than a school full of children? And I finally said, I don't give a fuck about the singular unaliving. I don't give a fuck about that. I want to stop the mass violence. He boots me and blocks me. Kinsey
Of
destroys
course.
him,
well,
booted and blocked.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, I want to stop it all. Like, easy access to guns, like, not a good thing for depressed people. It's like this is the problem with gun violence, right? Is that people take and conflate everything together, and as opposed to like segmenting it, right? Like,
right,
unaliving yourself is a big problem with guns, right? It makes it a lot easier. There's also like a lot of financial desperation in the United States, but that's
exactly,
different than like mass casualty events, right? And that's different than like street violence, and so no, like one solution that will help all one of them might not help all of them. So
correct.
it's like, but everybody that debates it, they always conflate everything together. Like criminals are going to have guns. What does that have to do with 15,000 people unaliving themselves a year? What does that have to
Right,
do with mass shootings? Because mass shootings are predominantly conducted by people that got their guns legal. In fact, most shootings are conducted by people that got their guns legally. It's like 80%.
yep.
So,
with no criminal record.
So the
right.
guy that shot up the hospital in Tulsa, so I'll say just to not dox, I'm in the OKC area. The guy that shot up that hospital in Tulsa bought the rifle at 2:02 p.m. and then at 4:52 called his wife and said what he had done and then unalived himself. 2 hours and 50 minutes from purchase to that. That's a
Yeah.
problem. That's a
Yeah.
big fucking problem.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean, I'm, yeah, that is a particularly big problem. No, but Mike Patriot started yelling about my kid, and I was
dude,
like, "Ooh."
take him apart. Take him
So
apart.
I came to this conclusion, right? I had Quasi come after me. He blocked me. I had Mike
You
Patriot, but the
too?
reality is, like, I'm making so many videos about these people. What I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna do like a roulette type of deal. Okay.
Yes.
So here's the deal. I keep getting these groups of people that come after me. And what I'm going to do from now on is put them all into a group. I'm just going to like group it out. Like, hey, here's who's involved in this. And I'm not going to go after all of them. I'm going to give them a warning. I'm going to give them one warning, and then I'm going to go after one of them. And I'm not going to say who I'm going to go after.
And then just
So,
run it out.
yeah, you'd be like, hey, here's the deal. You guys can keep talking shit, okay? But I'm only going to go after one of you. And it might be you. So it sort of makes everybody responsible for, as I keep having these crazies that just like consistently like try and come after me and threaten me. And like this last group is like, what the fuck? How am I going to get like, there's going to be 6 people in your group and I get death threats from 4 of them and threats of violence from the other 2.
Yeah, I said this the other night to somebody. Those of us on the left, like in the big critters I look at, they're like, I respect you, Jayden, Good Trouble, Crazy Mother Runner, people I really respect. Kenzie, never have I ever seen any of you all do something like that. Ever. This is only on the right. It's not on our side
Yeah.
at all. Like, of the big creators on the left, they don't do that ever.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say that like, there's probably some people that do threaten people on the left, and like I have no doubt that that's the case. But the vast majority of it's like they hand it out like it's fucking Halloween and it's candy. Like, here you go, you
Yep.
get a death threat. Like Oprah, you get a death threat. You get
Yeah,
a
look under
death
your seats, death threats.
threat.
And
Yeah,
what's so ironic is that
Yep.
for a site that self-proclaims to be, the side of families and protecting children, they seem so ready and gung-ho to deploy the services of CPS at a moment's notice.
hey,
Yep.
invite Edward. He
I
won't come.
can't invite Edward. Can you all invite Edward? Who is
They're in the
Edward?
guest request.
Which one is Edward? Oh,
The
Edward? Okay.
one at the bottom, yeah, Edward.
I thought, yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Unfortunately,
See,
Hello?
see right there, you say unfortunately. You're just talking about how, oh, people on the right
No,
are
your
this
quality's
and
just really
that.
bad.
You don't,
are
you
you
don't
have an
even know
Android
me.
by chance? Is that a flip
I
phone?
have an
Like a
Android and
razor?
it's not this bad.
No, I've got an iPhone. I got my hands free
An
in here.
iPhone
Let
what?
me turn my, let me turn. See again, smart ass.
And
You
called
don't
him
even know
attractive.
me. You don't
I
even
didn't
know
say
me.
anything about you. I said something about your
You
phone.
don't even know me, and then you're going to sit there and
It
say,
wasn't
"Oh,
about
it's
you. It was
only
about
the
your
people on
phone.
the
You just got a
right."
really shit mic.
We got a
It's
full-blown
it's
Belinda situation.
it's
Calm
idiots
down,
like
bro.
you
Chill.
that are the problem.
It's like your
So
phone's
here,
in your bag.
I'll turn my hands
Look,
free off.
look, look, look. What do you want to talk about?
Well, hang
He
on,
wants
let
to
me turn
talk
my
about
hands
his
free
tractor.
off. So
What?
the guy that's probably got an Android 2 can hear me better.
Oh, you
Hang
know
on.
it.
Which one's that?
It's an
Both of
Android
us are pretty
one.
clear.
It's an Android one. That's what I've got.
It
Android
probably
one.
is.
Yeah,
You're
yeah, it
probably
is. It
sitting in
says
your grandma.
Oh, you cut off at the right time.
I'm calling
I'm
in on my car phone. Hold
I'm not
on.
sitting here. I'm not sitting here in your
It
grandma.
is a
I
cheap. It is
exited
a
her an
cheap
hour ago.
headset because I use it at work.
All right,
So
Edward.
Okay. What do you have to
Edward,
talk about?
he's gonna snowflake on us.
no, I'm not.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not snowflake on you at all because I ain't like Patriot Mike or I do. I wouldn't block anybody. We have a discussion. We don't have to agree with each other, and that's fine. But
All
you're
right.
you're
Was there a
so
particular
wrong.
topic you wanted to talk about?
Well, let's talk about gun control, okay? So
Okay.
Let's. That's
you
my
got
passion. Let's.
so you got what 100 million gun owners in this country with buttloads of guns, right? I would be one of those people. I got a whole gun case full of guns.
Okay.
I don't kill anybody.
Let's
99%
hope.
of the people don't kill anybody. More people drive. Okay, so let me ask you this: Do you
Hold
drink?
on, real quick.
Any
Do
of you
you have
all
a
drink?
do you have a
But
citation
wait,
for
Interesting
99%
pivot.
of people don't unalive anybody? Can you
even
substantiate
if that
that?
were true, that's an argument. Okay, that's an argument for literally anything. I don't know.
Okay,
99% of people don't
well,
murder other people. Why do we gotta give
well,
money to stop serial killers? 99% of the world's population aren't like violent extremists. They're not terrorists. So why do we have to
okay.
funnel money to
So
stop terrorism? You do that with
let,
anything.
let me
Yeah,
ask you a question.
99% of people who
Do
own cars don't get accidents
do,
purposely. Why do we have traffic
do you
laws?
all drink? Do you all drink?
Me?
Not
Do you
Rarely.
really.
drink?
Rarely.
Do you drink?
I do.
Rarely.
Okay,
I
Occasionally.
do.
so so then let's get rid of all alcohol. More people die by drunk drivers every year than get shot.
Okay.
So let's get
Well,
rid of it.
but I don't
Let's
drive
be
drunk
done
though.
with it. Let's be done. Get rid of it.
I don't drink out in
Get
the
rid
public. I
of it.
drink at home. I drink at
So
home. I'm a
Okay,
responsible drinker.
but that's you. But see,
Also,
that's
I
you.
don't believe that statistic is true.
but
Somebody else. You can look it up on the FBI website.
On the
so I
FBI
just
Look it
want to
up.
website?
point out
They got the numbers.
I want to point out
So,
why you're wrong though, because like we have mitigation efforts. You can't legally drink and drive, right?
So I'm on the
Cars
You
broken
can't
down by
legally.
I'm on the so I'm on the FBI website. There's no data for how many of us just drink at home.
Here, well, I'm on my phone
I
at
don't
work,
know
so
how
I
I
can't
can't
get to
find
the
that.
computer. But
Well,
can you
no,
look
I'm
up
on it.
I will.
I'm on it.
drunk
I'm on it.
driving
I can
related
find it,
deaths versus
I'm
gun
on it.
deaths?
and I can.
I'm on it. But
I,
there's no data on those of us who drink at home because that's what I do.
okay,
You
well,
accuse me of doing something
okay,
wrong.
but okay.
I
So there's
can't
no
find any
data
data.
on me. There's no data on me who shoots my gun in my back field. But according to you, since somebody uses the gun to kill
What do you
somebody, we should
what
punish everybody.
what do you think gun
See?
control is? No, I think you're inherently wrong about your thing. What do you think gun control is? Do you think gun control is gun confiscation?
Or prohibition?
Absolutely. When the guy that's the president of the United States after the New York shooter said,
You mean the
we need to go
president of
after
the
the 9
United
millimeters.
States?
Exactly.
Yeah,
He
handguns
said
are
he
Yeah.
sat right there. He sat right
so.
there and
Hold on a
said,
second. Hold on a
"Wait,
second. Handguns
are you going to
aren't.
let me talk? Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to talk
I'm
over me?
just trying to
You just
talk.
asked me a
Not if
question.
it's
You just asked me
misinformation.
a question.
Okay, go
You
ahead. I'm
just
just
asked me a question.
saying.
So he sits right there after the Buffalo shooting and says, we need to go after the 9 millimeters. That's probably 75% of all the guns out there. And now the rhetoric has changed from guns to semi-automatic guns. Okay?
It's not changed.
Pistols, that's pistols, that's everything. That is what the leader of our country is talking about. So, of course, that's what I would assume.
Okay,
He's
do you
standing
think?
up there saying it. He's standing up there saying it. So that must be what he means.
Are you climbing
Well,
a
again,
tower or something? Why are you so out of
Yeah,
breath?
one, he never said anything about 9 millimeters. That is fundamentally not true.
And by the way,
Biden
the 9
absolutely
Also,
millimeters
did.
the 9
secondly,
millimeters
did
less
you
than
cut?
one third of all guns owned.
Travis, did you find that
It's less
study?
than one third. Which one?
FBI. He said that more people die from drunk driving. Not true. More people die from
It
guns.
is.
It's the number one cause of death.
It is
No, it's
absolutely
not.
true.
More people do not
It
die from
absolutely
drunk
is.
driving related incidents versus guns. No, you're just wrong.
It absolutely is true. It absolutely
Thirdly,
is true.
we already did
And I will
ban a
find it.
certain type of.
You're saying
what?
more people die from drunk driving than guns. Is that what you're saying?
If you take out suicide, here, let me rephrase that, because again, this is the only country that uses that puts death by gun.
Why are we taking that out?
And suicide.
Suicide is different than homicide. The rate is roughly 4 to 1 guns for homicides over drunk driving. Roughly 4 to 1 through 2020.
Do you understand that the United States is the only country in the only, as you all like to use this, the United States is the only industrialized major country that includes suicide by gun as gun violence and not just a suicide.
No, I looked up homicides, not suicide. I looked up homicides.
But that's because when you look up.
Wait, are you really saying like the United States somehow has like number one? I don't know what that even. Why would that even matter? Like, you understand all the states that you're listing off have significantly lower gun violence than we do, just in general. So like you're pointing to,
but they don't
calculate it into gun violence, but the reality, what does that matter? Because like
it matters.
Hold on. England has 60. Hold on a second. England has 60 death by guns a year. So how is that an argument? Australia has like that much.
Okay, but see, and again, here's another one of your all's arguments. Let's talk violent crime, right? Let's also talk. Crime. You could take 5 cities out of the United States. We go from number 3 to number 189. Subsequently, all 5 of those.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
I am not wrong.
Yeah, you are.
You take Chicago, Philadelphia, Washington, New York, and Los Angeles.
In the top 10.
You take those 5.
Hold on, Chicago's 19th in the country, bud.
You take those 5 places.
Illinois is somewhere like 27.
You know what would happen if we got rid of Republican states? Do you know that 8 of the 10 states...
This country would go to shit. That's what would happen.
Yeah, it would be way better.
8 of the 10...
listen.
We would look like California.
We need Missouri.
Okay. Listen.
Okay.
You got to listen, because when you talk over us, it sounds like we're under an aircraft because of your audio. What the fuck is that?
Bugs out.
I'm at work.
Where do you work?
Right, so let me real quick. Let me give you the 10 worst states in America to live in gun violence, gun-related homicides per capita. The 10 worst, starting at 50: Alaska, Mississippi, Wyoming, New Mexico, Alabama, Louisiana, Missouri, South Carolina, Arkansas, Montana. Of those 10, 1 is blue. That's New Mexico. The remaining 9 that are red receive an F rating from the Brady Foundation. Top 10 least states.
Imagine that.
Hold on.
Stop talking.
Top 10 least gun violence states per capita: Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, California, New Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Massachusetts, Hawaii. 1 is red, 1 is purple, the other 8 are blue. 7 of those 8 receive an A+ from the Brady Foundation. You are more likely to be unalived by a weapon in a Republican state, period, bar none, by a factor of 10.
Imagine that you went to the Brady bill. If I went to the NRA or the USDA or any of those.
He didn't go to the Brady bill.
I did not go through the Brady bill. What I did was I pulled the information from the World Population Review, which is peer-reviewed, and then on my own added next to them what grade did they get from the Brady Foundation. The Brady Foundation gave me the original data. It was something I added to see if there was a correlation, and yes, there is.
And I'm sure I can go to the NRA, there's the USDCA, and I'm going to get completely different numbers.
Because extremely biased numbers if you go to the NRA.
because the Brady group doesn't have a bias. They don't have a bias
The
of their
Brady group
agenda.
The
just
NRA doesn't.
do you realize
I'm not
that
saying
So here's
they
the thing.
do.
Like, hold on a
They
second,
absolutely do.
Edward, you could point
Yes,
to the Brady bill and say, or the Brady group and say, yeah, they have a bias because it is about gun prevention. But these are the numbers that we're seeing come out everywhere, except for what you're listening to. Why would that be? It's because
but
yours
again,
is incredibly biased and is cherry
uh,
picking data to make it
because
sound better.
again, so are they. See, they
No,
want to say
No, they're
yes. They
not.
want
Because
to
Tommy
say.
no.
They want to
indicated.
say. They want
Edward,
to
No, no, because
Edward,
say.
Tommy
Well,
indicated those
are you gonna
findings to
Are you
be
gonna let me
corroborated by other
respond?
sources.
I mean,
No,
Are you
because
gonna
it's
Edward, can
let
I
me
ask you a
misinformation.
question?
respond?
No, because it's
Edward, can I ask you a
misinformation.
question?
can you
Can I ask
fix
you a
your
question?
audio, man? This is getting absurd.
Well, I may just
Edward,
have to get off here because I'm at work, so you're all
Yeah.
picking up background noise
What
from
is?
work.
Yeah, those bugs aren't going to zap themselves.
Edward, can I ask you a question?
Well, you ain't gonna make
Edward,
any money living in your grandma's basement.
I'm
You
Edward,
not
won't
can I
make
ask
living
you
any
a
in
money
my
zapping
question?
grandma's
bugs.
basement. I'm living in your
Edward,
grandma's
Oh, so my
basement.
grandma's been dead for like 12 years.
Edward, can I ask you a
So,
question?
yes,
Quick
please
question.
do.
California loses 7.9 people a year per 100,000 to gun violence. Alabama, which is ranked sixth worst, all right, so not even like the worst, 22.2. So 7.9 to 22.2. That's almost a 3x rate of people that die in Bama than California to gun violence. The most safe states to live in, 8 of the 10 are blue. Of the worst states to live in, 9 of the 10 are red. That's local
Really?
gun laws.
So,
Yeah.
so everything that goes on in Chicago, that's safe.
Why do you keep saying
God.
Chicago?
Why Chicago?
Everything
Why
that
is
goes
that?
in LA is safe.
That's not even in
Everything
the
that goes
top
on in
10.
New York
Also
City
not in the
is
top 10.
Edward,
safe.
Edward, Edward,
Is
Edward, listen to me.
safe.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Your idea
If
of
you go,
safety and
hold
my
on,
idea of
Edward,
safety is
Edward,
different.
Edward. If you go to the states that are Republican versus the states that are Democrat, you can look up by gun violence. I think Statista publishes it. Okay, there is a direct correlation between a state being ran by Republicans and having a higher death rate from guns, having a higher gun violence rate.
And
And
Tommy, this
again,
data is the study you cited in your video. This is the exact same data. I pulled that from your video. And this is not the
and
Brady Foundation. It's the World Population Review, which is peer reviewed. Of
and
the
again,
10 worst states to live in America where you could
and
die from a gun related death are Republican. Only
and
one
again,
is Democratic, and that's New
I
Mexico.
can,
About
and
90% of the
again,
guns that do come into Chicago come from fucking Indiana. Republican
oh,
states.
okay. So do you know actually how the gun law works? So like, if I live in Illinois, I cannot legally go into Indiana and purchase a firearm. If I go into Indiana and purchase a
They get
firearm from a
trafficked
gun
through.
dealer
Who
in
says that it's
Indiana,
legal? Who says it's being
if
done
I
legally?
It's a straw
if
They're
I
getting
purchase.
trafficked through.
well then you can't then whoever's
It's a
doing
straw
it is
purchase.
once again a criminal, and
No, it's not.
if they know where they're doing it,
No, it's
sure it
not.
is. It's illegal.
Hold on, hold
It
on.
is illegal to
Okay,
straw purchase a gun.
okay.
That is
So,
against the law. It is a felony.
Edward,
but
that's not a
here's the
straw
thing.
purchase. Edward, that's not a straw purchase. A
So,
straw purchase is I buy for you because you have a felony. That is a straw purchase. Somebody who
Right.
cannot buy, I buy for you. That's not a straw purchase. So, for example, Oklahoma is a medical state for marijuana. If you come here from Kansas and smoke, you can't be arrested in Kansas. Do you
so
understand the difference?
I have a
Absolutely.
question.
But you
Edward,
cannot legally go. Wait a minute. You cannot legally go from Illinois to a gun shop in Indiana and purchase a gun and
I
walk out
I
of
just
that gun
I
shop
just
and go
I
back
just
to
told you
okay,
how
Illinois.
okay, okay,
I just told you
okay,
how you could, and you said yes, you understood. I
okay.
just told you that, and you
So,
said yes, you
Wait.
understood.
What did you? You can't do that.
Edward,
You can
I have a
I
Yes,
question.
you
live.
can.
Go ahead.
I have a
But you
question.
cannot.
Okay.
It's
So, why are
illegal.
you for
If
that?
I go to Indiana, I
No,
live
it's
on the
not.
border with Indiana.
Listen,
If
No,
I live
straw
on the border of
purchases are not
Indiana,
illegal.
which I do,
miss.
if I go to Indiana and purchase a gun at a gun store in Indiana, and I fill out the paperwork, and they say, "Oh, You live in Kentucky. Where would you like this gun sent to another FFA to pick up? I can't leave that gun store with the gun. I have to come over to Indiana or over back to Kentucky, have it sent to my local gun shop. I have to fill out the
Okay, listen, Edward. This is what's happening,
gun
okay?
shop.
Edward, this is what's happening, okay? Guns are finding their way. Guns are finding their way from Indiana, Texas, Georgia, and other states into Chicago. They're finding their way in states that predominantly don't have good or any gun regulation. So
That is a federal law.
what?
That doesn't
No,
have
it's
anything to
not.
do with the state. That's a federal law. It is
Strawman
absolutely.
purchases are
When
not
you go, have you
federal.
ever bought a
All
gun?
right,
Have
Edward,
you
stop. Hey, I didn't.
bought a gun?
Stop.
Have you bought a gun?
Yes, you need to stop
Have you bought a
interrupting me.
gun? It's,
He
Edward,
said
Yes.
Edward,
yes.
Edward, Edward.
so
He
when you
just
go and buy a
said,
gun, did you fill out the paperwork?
Edward,
Can you
Edward. He
stop?
didn't say federal. He's talking about state level, but you won't let him finish. He's talking about state level. Let him get his point out.
So my point is this:
Okay, go
the
ahead.
way that guns laws currently are, okay, and I don't want to sit here and argue the semantics with you because your audio's crap, so it's not going to work. But the reality is, guns are finding their way from other states to Chicago, from other states and from places. They're finding themselves from other states into Chicago. Okay. That is the way that the laws are currently written. The way that the laws are currently written allows for that to happen. If you're not for
Okay, explain to me how.
if you're not for making
Explain
changes,
to me how the
you're
current laws
for
that
the
are
gun.
written happen.
All right, can you cut it? I can't. I'm sorry.
Because it's a federal law.
That's
I,
all
I
I hear.
can't.
Federal law.
End it.
Oh,
End
look,
it.
you're all doing what Patriot you're
Yeah,
accusing
I can't.
Patriot Mike about.
I can't. You can.
Oh, hold on. What he brought
Who
Patriot Mike?
does the
Oh,
Nick's
listen.
background check?
I
Who
can't.
who does the Nick's background check?
It's not just that his audio is terrible; it's that he interrupts and it's loud as fuck.
Just ditch it.
There's that buzzing noise.
Yeah, I can't get a thought out because it's like he just interrupts and
All right, Edward. See you, bitch.
look. What I was gonna say is that the way that the laws currently are written is allowing for guns to make their way out of uh, other states and into Illinois. Um, yeah, people are picking these guns up and they're taking them back,
Yeah.
and they're taking them predominantly from places that don't have good gun regulations because it's easier to get them. So if you're not for making changes, you're literally advocating for the gun violence you supposedly hate.
Right.
So there needs to be changes made, and just saying we're not going to make any is going to be a problem. I mean, it's there's a reason that these guys go and they get guns from elsewhere. 95% of the guns recovered in Chicago during the trace search or the trace study were
Aren't even from there.
not illegally bought.
No,
They
they
were
were legal.
bought legally or they were straw purchased.
And the irony is that he's claiming that a federal ban would make that illegal. That's the point. That's what we're striving for, is a federal ban on strawman purchases like that.
I had
Not
a
sure if he's
Mendoza
for or
A
argument
against
lot
last
of
that.
week.
states,
Fucking
But if he
dumbass
wants that to
Mendoza
be
came in
illegal, then
here.
he should be in support of that.
right?
Right.
So a lot of these
And I had this
states,
argument with Mendoza. Mendoza said the same thing, that St. Louis is the
Mendoza
worst,
says
which
a
is
lot of
true.
things.
She was finally the first one to ever not say Chicago, but she said that St. Louis has tried to enact more strict laws. And I said, okay, perfect. But when you have most of the guns in Chicago coming from Indiana, a way further drive than being in St. Louis, only going 12 minutes away to a state level one is easier. Do you not see why maybe they're number one and Chicago isn't? Like, it's a difference to go to another state, but to just go to a different city or county, how fucking far is that? And she could not get that. Like, she just kept going back to St. Louis has stricter laws. I was like, oh my God, Mendoza, I don't think your brain developed.
so yeah,
He's
like
got
you
me
can
blocked.
straw
I've never
purchase
dated him.
someone. But I mean, here's the deal: you can straw purchase a gun for someone, right? And like in a lot of these states, you can just sell it to someone. They don't have to go through an FFA. They don't have to do anything.
Right.
So you can literally take these guns to Chicago where people can't buy them legally in Chicago, but could buy them in Indiana and just go, yeah, say we transferred it in
Yep.
Indiana. Say I sold it to you in Indiana and here you go. You're all good. You're all good
Yep.
to go. It is perfectly legal. Well, I mean, it's technically illegal, but I mean, if
In
you
Indiana,
think this is
it is
wrong,
legal.
right? Or they go and they, buy guns in Indiana and bring them back. Um, I mean, regardless of the way you look at it, these guns are making their way to Chicago because legal gun owners have every ability to buy them and sell them.
Yep.
And even with the plethora of strawman purchases that take place in Chicago, it's still not in the top 10. So
No.
why is that a talking point? Is it because it's
And then
predominantly black, perhaps? One
and they
might
don't know
think.
what a
Is it because they
straw
have a
purchase
black
is. Like,
female mayor?
they think if you go out of state and buy a gun, it's a straw man purchase. I'm like, that's not a straw man purchase. Like, you don't even understand what you're fucking arguing. I guess Tucker Carlson must have said this like 4 years ago, and they just cling on to it and just hold it for fucking ever. I don't know how you do this every night. I'm going to end up with a drug habit.
No,
I
we
don't know how you do
don't.
this every night.
We need breaks.
God, the level of stupidity with these people, I just do not get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. No, the Chicago argument's dumb. I mean, the reality is most crimes are committed by people that legally own the guns.
Right.
Or interestingly enough, got it from someone that didn't know how they lost it. So the gun
Right.
just disappears. And it doesn't mean that it does not mean that they're sold illegally. It means that someone could have sold it under the radar to someone. It means that someone could have lost it. It means that someone might not want the cops to know where the gun went. There's a whole bunch of reasons. There's just no accountability for people and their guns, and that's the scary part. Like,
Yep.
guns can just they could transfer. I mean, an infinite amount of hands in a day, and yeah.
I don't know if it was you or Good Trouble, but there was a woman that hopped on from Wisconsin who is a Republican conservative, but they do hunt. They hunt their own meat, and they have 6 of the same hunting rifle because it's like the whole family's favorite. And even she mentioned that once we leave hunting season, we have the meat we need for a year. We don't really check back in on those firearms until next season. So could it happen that one disappeared and we don't know for a long time? Yeah. And this was a Republican conservative agreeing that there needs to be tighter control there because of the fact they own 6 of the exact same hunting rifle. And even
Right.
she was realistic enough to say that, hey, yeah, like if there was a break in, they didn't want to get crazy and take all of it and they just took one, we are not going to know for another 6 months. Like, so it's kind of scary. Like, we should all be looking at this.
Mm-hmm.
This was a Republican 2A advocate saying, like, yeah, there's problems. But she's a
Zach
fucking
said,
unicorn.
let's revert to character attacks. Well, Zach, we'll attack you when you go and get some character.
Did you see my comment?
Yeah, you got to have character to actually get attacked, and you probably don't have character. Is the guest in the box with us or against?
No, I think Robot got Dakota's with.
With. Never gonna get any more at fucking 6:30 in the morning in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Why the
I
fuck are
think
you
I'll
all up
call
so
it a
late?
night.
What are you
Well,
two
I
doing
saw
up this
Tommy was
late?
on, and I had a point that I wanted to put against that crazy woman, but she's gone
Our
now.
source for illegal gun crime is incorrect. You've got 1,000 followers. Hop in. I'm gonna send you an invite. You're gonna be a bitch and not get in here, but I can give you the sources right here. They're on my Mac.
Their thing says college indoctrinated. Okay, bud, step on in. I don't think you know what you're stepping in
Oh,
on, but
he's working, but you have time to type.
uh,
So I'll tell you where you can go for this. I'll give you the
The other
sources,
guy
but they're
had
going to be
time to
two
go
to
on
remember
live.
them. One of them is the Center of Juvenile and Criminal Justice. The author was Mike Mills, PhD, Senior Research Fellow. Tell me that was the one that you did on homicide rates in Republican and Democratic counties in California. That's that one. World Population Review is the states with death rates per capita. You got that one. It's in my Google Doc. But you're at work and probably don't have a pencil and a scratch pad available. Maybe you could just like write it down in the dirt in front of you and then look it up later. Tell me, why are you the fuck up so late?
This is my degree field. I know this well. Best of luck, though.
Yeah, if
Why
you're
am I up
running in
so
criminal
late?
justice, yeah, holy fuck, you're up really late.
Where does it
It's almost
say
5
most
a.m.
guns is committed by legal guns? It's about 80%. There's numerous studies on this. It's your degree field. Go
He
back.
majored in
Go back.
he majored in
You need to
criminal
redo.
justice. That's what makes it easy to talk about. If you majored in, it's kind of like if you want to debate me in finance and tax law and all that. We can do that. That's my career field. That's his career field. It makes it a lot easier. That and you people don't read, so not our fault.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was shocked to see you in there this late. Holy shit, dude.
you have a master's degree in CJ. Like I said, you should go back. Studies on this are
Yeah,
pretty clear, and there's more than a few of them, but
Well, it's not a matter of them not reading. It's that they don't interpret data very well and can comprehend numbers
I
and
don't think
statistics.
that's what I was going to switch it to. I was going to say it's not interpret, it's comprehend. Like
Yeah.
math is my thing. I love math. Like
Like
I love data.
fucking the nutty professor against Kenzie brought up a study which clearly he didn't read past the headline and only went on to further her viewpoint. And he
Dude,
booted her for that.
please go look at my video. It is so fucking funny, and I asked her if I could do it because it's technically her content, and so I didn't want to be disrespectful. I was like, "Can I please use this where you destroy him with his own data, and then me just transition to me sitting in this chair talking about what a fucking piece of shit he is?" And she's like, "Yeah, just tag me in it." I was like, "Okay, got it." It's so embarrassing. Like literally after she says reads the data and it worked for her, she said, "That's a point for me, not for you." Booted. You're not allowed back. You're not educated enough.
I mean, it's
Okay.
very apparent the level of misogyny, especially when talking to Miss Kinsey.
I mentioned
Everyone
that.
calls her condescending. She doesn't raise her voice really. She doesn't scold.
She, she's
It's
very monotone the whole way through. Like she doesn't
yeah.
have a lot of voice inflection. It doesn't change on questions like
She's
where it
not
goes up
emotional at
or
all.
no. Like, and I said in my video, I was like, this woman who's a goddess keeps her cool. I don't fucking know how. Like, I lost my shit earlier on the Constitution for this guy who said, well, abortion isn't in the Constitution. I said, well, neither is child corn. So fuck it. Let's just throw that out there. Neither is doing 100 in a neighborhood where kids and pets are. Let's just throw that out there too. Fuck your Constitution. Let's just throw it out and start all over again. Give me something else. Like, let's just redo it. And he got super butthurt. Did not like that at all. Like, fuck
Of
you.
course.
Yeah, if there's no more debates, I guess we can call it. Yeah, but
Yeah,
don't.
I'm gonna call it a night. I'm tired.
Oh, hey, I'm
yeah.
glad you guys came in. Tommy, I sent you a Venmo just for coming in and saving my fucking ass from dealing with Destiny. So,
No, I appreciate it.
always. Yep. Y'all are
Calling that
family. Love you guys to death. I'm glad y'all came in.
Destiny.
Maybe I'll
All
be back
right.
Yeah,
later with her.
she's in that Mike Patriot, Duran, Belinda group. Big time.
Coup. We call them a coup. A gene
Mm,
pool.
yeah,
An incest reunion. I don't know. We don't call them a
exactly.
group, and I don't call them professors.
Professor, fuck off.
Who is
Well, guys,
Matt?
thanks for showing up. Everybody in chat, thank you. Tommy, Jayden, Jesus Christ. Always good to have y'all in here. Y'all fucking rock.
All
Y'all are
right.
y'all are the
Yeah.
reason I kind of started doing this. So I appreciate it. Tommy, are you going to be back tomorrow night?
Yeah.
Okay. When's your vacation? Aren't you going on a vacation here soon?
No, not for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a few months away.
Somebody
So.
request? No. Okay.
Oh, that'll be nice.
Uh-huh.
Somebody requested
Uh, they said they wanted to
Mama
ask
Wolf?
questions, but they're on our side. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's too late to do on our side. I love you guys, though. But I don't know how these dudes are up. Well, actually, it's only what 4:40 for you guys and
That's
6:40 for
fucking
me. Holy
late.
fuck!
Yes.
Yeah,
I hate
I know.
being
It's
up at
almost
zone.
7 a.m. here. Hi, guys. Well, I appreciate it, man. I love you all to death. Glad to support you guys. Love both of you. Glad you're in here and everybody that followed. Came in
Love
tonight.
you too. Thanks for having us.
Amazing. All right, guys.
All
I'll see you all tomorrow night on Tommy's.
right.
All right,
See
see you,
you.
Tommy.
All
See
right,
you,
y'all be good.
James.
Love you guys. Bye bye.